but which he had caused Israel to commit, he continued in them. As for the other servants of the reign of Jehoash, all he did and his achievements, including his war against Amaziah, king of Judah, are they not written in the book of Annals of the kings of Israel? Jehoash rested with his ancestors, and Jeroboam succeeded him on the throne. Jehoash was buried in Samaria with the kings of Israel. Now Elisha had been suffering from illness from which he died. Joash, king of Israel, went to see him and wept over him. My father, he cried, the chariots and the horsemen of Israel. Elisha said, get a bow and some arrows, and he did so. Take the bow in your hands, he said to the king of Israel. When he had taken it, Elisha put his hands on the king's hands. Open the east window, he said, and he opened it. Shoot, Elisha said, and he shot. The Lord's arrow of victory, the arrow of victory over Aram. Elisha declared, you will completely destroy the Arameans and Apec. Then he said, take the arrows, and the king took them. Elisha told him, strike the ground. He struck it 3 times and stopped. The man of God was angry with him and said, you should have struck the ground 5 or 6 times. Then you will have defeated Aram and completely destroyed it. But now you will defeat it only 3 times. Elisha died and was buried. Now, Moabite raiders used to enter the country every spring. Once, while some Israelites were burying a man, suddenly, when they saw a band of raiders, so they threw the man's body into Elisha's tomb. When the body touched Elisha's bone, the man came to life and stood up on his feet. Hazael, king of Aram, oppressed the Israelites through the reign of Jehoahaz, but the Lord was gracious to them and has compassion and showed concern for them because of his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. To this day, he has been unwilling to destroy them or banish them from his presence. Hazael, king of Aram, died, and Ben-Hadad, his son, succeeded him as king. Then Jehoash, son of Jehoash, captured from Ben-Hadad, son of Hazael, the towns he had taken in battle from his father Jehoash. 3 times Jehoash defeated him, and so he recovered the Israelites' towns. In the 2nd year of Jehoash, son of Jehoahaz, king of Israel, Amaziah, son of Joash, king of Judah, began to reign. He was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 29 years. His mother's name was Jehoaddan. She was from Jerusalem. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, but not as his father David had done. In everything he followed example of his father Joash. The high places, however, were not removed. The people continued to offer sacrifices and burn incense there. After the kingdom was firmly in his grasp, he executed the official who had murdered his father, the king. Yet he did not put the children of assassins to death. In accordance with what is written in the book of law of Moses, where the Lord commanded, parents are not to be put to death for their children, nor children to put to death for their parents. Each will die for their own sin. He was the one who defeated then 10,000 Edomites in Valley of Salt and captured Selah in battle, calling in Joktil, the name it has to this day. And then Amaziah sent messengers to Jehoash, son of Jehoahaz, the son of Jehu, king of Israel, with a challenge. Come, let us face each other in battle. But Joash, the king of Israel, replied to Amaziah, king of Judah. A thistle in Lebanon sent a message to a cedar in Lebanon. Give your daughter to my son in marriage. Then a wild beast in Lebanon came along and trampled the tusk underfoot. You have indeed defeated Edom, now you are arrogant. Glory in your victory, but stay at home. Why ask for trouble as cause your own downfall and that of Judah also? Amaziah, however, will not listen. So Jehoash, king of Israel, attacked. He and Amaziah, king of Judah, faced each other at Beth Shemesh in Judah. Judah was routed by Israel, and every man fled to his home. Joash, king of Israel, captured Amaziah, king of Judah, the son of Joash, the son of Uzziah, at Beth Shemesh. Then Joash went to Jerusalem and broke down the wall of Jerusalem with the Ephraim gate to the corner gate, a section about 400 cubits long. He took all the gold and silver and all the articles found in the temple of the Lord and in the treasuries of the royal palace. He also took hostages and returned to Samaria. As for the other events of the reign of Jehoash, what he did and his achievements, including his war against Amaziah, king of Judah, are they not written in the book of Annals of Kings of Israel? Joash rested with his ancestors and was buried in Samaria with the kings of Israel. And Jeroboam his son succeeded him as king. Amaziah, son of Joash, king of Judah, lived for 15 years after the death of Jehoash, son of Jehoash, king of Israel. As for the other events of Amaziah's reign, are they not written in the book of Annals, the king of Judah? They conspired against him in Jerusalem and fled to Lachish, but they sent men after him to Lachish and killed him there. He was brought back by the horse and was buried in Jerusalem with his ancestors in the city of David. Then all the people of Judah took Azariah, who was 16 years old, and made him king in the place of his father Amaziah. He was the one who rebuilt Elath and restored it to Judah after Amaziah rested with his ancestors. In the 15th year of Amaziah, sons of Joash, king of Judah, Jeroboam, son of Joash, king of Israel, became king in Samaria, and he reigned 41 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord and did not turn away from any of the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, which he had caused Israel to commit. He was the one who restored the boundaries of Israel from Lebo Hamath to the Dead Sea. In accordance with the word of the Lord, the God of Israel, spoken through his servant Jonah, son of Amittai, the prophet from Gath Ephrathah. The Lord has seen how bitterly everyone in Israel, whether slave or free, was suffering. There was no one to help them. And since the Lord had not said he would not blot out the name of Israel from under heaven, he saved them by the hand of Jeroboam, son of Joash. As for the other events of Jeroboam's reign, all he did and his military achievements, including how he recovered for the Israel both Damascus and Hamath, which had belonged to Judah, are they not written in the book of the Annals of the Kings of Israel? Jeroboam rested with his ancestors, the king of Israel, and Zechariah his son succeeded him as king. Azariah, son, in the 27th year of Jeroboam, king of Israel, Azariah, son of Amaziah, a king of Judah, began to reign. He was 16 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 52 years. His mother's name was Jecoliah. She was from Jerusalem. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father Amaziah had done. The high places, however, were not removed. The people continued to offer sacrifices and burn incense there. The Lord afflicted the king with leprosy until the day he died, and he lived in a separate house. Jotham, the king's son, had charge of the place and governed the people of the land. As for the other events of Azariah's reign, all he did, are they not written in the book of Annals of Kings of Judah? Azariah rested with his ancestors and was buried near them in the city of David. And Jotham, His son succeeded him as king. In the 38th year of Azariah, king of Judah, Zechariah, son of Jeroboam, became the king of Israel in Samaria, and he reigned 6 months. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, and his predecessors had done. He did not turn away from the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, which he had caused Israel to commit. Shallum, son of Jabesh, conspired against Zechariah. He attacked him in front of his people, assassinated him, and succeeded him as a king. There are other events of Zechariah's reign and written in the book of the annals of the king of Israel. So the word of the Lord spoken to Jehu was fulfilled. Your descendant will sit on the throne of Israel to the 4th generation. Shallum, son of Jabesh, became king in the 39th year of Uzziah, king of Judah, and he reigned in Samaria 1 month. Then Menahem, son of Gadi, went to Tirzah to Samaria. He attacked Shallum, son of Jabesh, in Samaria, assassinated him, and succeeded him as king. The other events of Shallum's reign and the conspiracy he led are written in the book of Annals of King of Israel. At that time, Menahem, starting out from Tirzah, attacked Tipsah and everyone in the city and its vicinity, because they refused to open their gates. He sacked Tipsah and ripped off all the pregnant women. In the 39th year of Azariah, king of Judah, Menahem, son of Gadi, became the king of Israel, and he reigned in Samaria 10 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord. During his entire reign, he did not turn away from the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, which he had caused Israel to commit. Then Paul, king of Azariah, invaded the land, and Menahem gave him 1,000 talents of silver to gain his support and strengthen his own hold on the kingdom. Menahem exacted this money from Israel. Every wealthy person had to contribute 50 shekels of silver to be given to the king of Syria. So the king of Assyria withdrew and stayed in the land no longer. As for the other events of the Menahem's reign and all he did, are they not written in the book of Annals of the king of Israel? Menahem rested with his ancestors, and Pekahiah his son succeeded him as king. In the 50th year of Azariah, king of Judah, Pekahiah son of Menahem became king of Israel in Samaria, and he reigned 2 years. Pekahiah did evil in the eyes of the Lord. He did not turn away from the sins of Jeroboam son of Nebat, which he had caused Israel to commit. One of his chief officers, Pekah son of Remaliah, conspired against him, taking 50 men of Gilead. With him he assassinated Pekahiah along with Agrop under Are in the citadel of royal palace at Samaria. So Pekah killed Pekahiah and succeeded him as king. The other events of Pekahiah's reign and all he did are written in the book of Annals of King of Israel. In the 52nd year of Azariah, king of Judah, Pekah son of Remaliah became king of Israel in Samaria, and he reigned 20 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord. He did not turn away from his sin of Jeroboam son of Nebat, which he had caused the Israel to commit. In the time of Pekah king of Israel, Tiglath-Pileser king of Assyria became and took Ijon, Abel, Beth-Maachah, Janoah, Kadesh, and Hazah. He took Gilead and Galilee, including all the land of Naphtali, and deported the people to Assyria. Then Hoshea, son of Elah, conspired against Pekah, son of Remaliah. He attacked and assassinated him, and succeeded him as king in the 20th year of Jotham, son of Uzziah. As for the other events of Pekah's reign and all he did, are they not written in the book of Annals of King of Israel? In the 2nd year of Pekah, son of Remaliah, king of Israel, Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, began to reign. He was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 16 years. His mother's name was Jerusha, daughter of Zadok. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father Uzziah had done. Then high places, however, were not removed. The people continued to offer sacrifices and burn incense there. Jotham rebuilt the upper gate of the temple of the Lord. As for the other events of Jotham's reign and what he did, are they not written in the book of Annals of the kings of Judah? In those days, the Lord began to send Rezin, king of Aram, and Pekah, son of Remaliah, against Judah. Jotham rested with his ancestors and was buried with them in the city of David and the city of his father, and Uzziah his son succeeded him as king. Verse chapter 16. In the 17th year of Pekah, son of Remaliah, Ahaz, son of Jotham, king of Judah, began to reign. Ahaz was 20 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 16 years. Unlike David his father, he did not do what was right in the eyes of the Lord his God. He followed the ways of the king of Israel, and even sacrificed his son in fire, engaging in the detestable practices of nations the Lord had driven out before the Israelites. He offered sacrifices and burned incense at high places on the hilltops and under every spreading tree. Then Rezin, king of Aram, and Pekah, son of Remaliah, king of Israel, marched up to fight against Jerusalem and besiege Ahaz, but they could not overpower him. At that time, Rezin, king of Aram, recovered Elat for Aram by driving out the people of Judah. Edomites then moved into Elat and have lived there to this day. Ahaz sent messengers to say to Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, I am your servant and vassal. Come up and save me out of the hand of the king of Aram and out of the king of Israel, who are attacking me. And Ahaz took the silver and gold found in the temple of the Lord and in the treasuries of royal palace and sent it as a gift to the king of Assyria. The king of Assyria complied by attacking Damascus and capturing it. He deported its inhabitants to kill and put Rezin to death. Then the king Hazad went to Damascus to meet Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria. He saw an altar in Damascus and sent to Uriah, the priest, a sketch of the altar with detailed plans for its construction. So Uriah the priest built an altar in accordance with all the plans the king Ahaz had sent from Damascus and finished it before King Ahaz returned. When the king came back from Damascus and saw the altar, he approached it and presented offerings on it. He offered up his burnt offering and grain offering, poured out his drink offering, and splashed the blood of his fellowship offering against the altar. As for the bronze altar that stood before the Lord, he brought it from in the front of the temple, from between the new altar and the temple of the Lord, and put it on the north side of the new altar. King Ahaz then gave these orders to Uriah the priest. On the large new altar, offer the morning burnt offering and in the evening grain offering, and the king's burnt offering and his grain offering and the burnt offering of all the people of the land, and their grain offering and their drink offering. Splash against this altar the blood of all the burnt offering and sacrifices. But I will use the bronze altar for seeking guidance. And Uriah the priest did just as King Ahaz had ordered. King Ahaz cut off the side panels and removed the basins from the movable stands. He removed the sea from the bronze bowls that supported it and set it on stone base. He took away the Sabbath canopy that had been built at the temple and removed the royal entryway outside the temple of the Lord in deference to the king of Assyria. As for the other events of the reign of Ahaz, what he did, are they not written in the book of the annals of the kings of Judah? Ahaz rested with his ancestors and was buried with them in the city of David. And Hezekiah his son succeeded him as king. Chapter 17, 2 Kings chapter 17. In the 12th year of Ahaz king of Judah, Hoshea son of Elah became king of Israel in Samaria, and he reigned in 9 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, but not like the kings of Israel who preceded him. Shalmaneser king of Assyria came up to attack Hoshea, who had been Shalmaneser's vassal and had paid him tribute. But the king of Assyria discovered that Hoshea was a traitor, for he had sent envoys to So, king of Egypt, and he no longer paid tribute to king of Assyria, as he had done year by year. Therefore, Shalmaneser seized him and put him in prison. The king of Assyria invaded the entire land, marched against Samaria, and laid siege to it for three years. In the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria captured Samaria and deported the Israelites to Assyria. He settled them in Hala, in Gozan, on the Heber River, and in the towns of Medes. All this took place because the Israelites had sinned against the Lord their God, who had brought them out of Egypt from under the power of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. They worshipped other gods and followed the practices of the nations the Lord had driven out from them, as well as the practice that the king of Israel had introduced. The Israelites secretly did things against the Lord their God that were not right. From watchtower to fortified city, they built themselves high places in all their towns. They set up sacred stones and Asherah poles on every high hill and under every spreading tree. From your evil ways, observe my commands and decrease in accordance with the entire law that I commanded your ancestors to obey, that I delivered to you through my servants the prophets. But they will not listen and were stiff-necked and as their ancestors who did not trust in the Lord their God. They rejected his decrees and the covenant he had made with their ancestors and statutes he had warned them to keep. They followed worthless idols and themselves became worthless. They imitated the nations around them, although the Lord had ordered them. Do not do as they do. They forsook all the commands of the Lord their God and made for themselves 2 idols cast in the shape of cows and a Asherah pole. They bowed down to all the starry host and they worshipped Baal. They sacrificed their sons and daughters in fire. They practiced divination and sought omens and sold themselves to do evil in the eyes of the Lord, arousing his anger. So the Lord was very angry with Israel and removed them from his presence. Only the tribe of Judah was left, and even Judah did not keep the commands of the Lord their God. They followed the practices the Israelites had introduced. Therefore, the Lord rejected all the people of Israel. He afflicted them and gave them into the hands of plunderers until he thrust them from his presence. When he tore Israel away from the house of David, they made Jeroboam, son of the mouth, their king. Jeroboam enticed Israel away from following the Lord and caused them to commit a great sin. The Israelites persisted in all the sins of Jeroboam and did not turn away from them until the Lord removed them from his presence, as he had warned through all his servants and the prophets. So the people of Israel were taken from their homeland to exile in Assyria, and they are still there. The king of Assyria brought people from Babylon, Cutha, Ava, Hamath, and Sepharvaim, and settled them in the towns of Samaria to replace the Israelites. They took over Samaria and lived in its towns. When they first lived there, they did not worship the Lord. So he sent lions among them, and they killed some of them. It was reported to the king of Assyria. The people who deported and resettled in the towns of Samaria do not know what the God of the country requires. He has sent lions among them, which are killing them off, because the people do not know what he requires. Then the king of Assyria gave his orders. Have one of the priests you took captive from Samaria go back, live there, and teach the people what the God of the land requires. So one of the priests who had been exiled from Samaria came to live in Bethel and taught them how to worship the Lord. Nevertheless, each national group made its own gods in the several towns they settled, and set them up in the shrines the people of Samaria had made at the high places. The people from Babylon made Saklot Benoth, those from Cutha made Negal, and those from Amath made Ashima. The Avites made Nibzah and Tatak, and the Severites burned their children in the fire and sacrificed to Admalek and Anamalek. The gods of Sepharim, they worshipped the Lord, but they also appointed all sorts of their own people to officiate for them as priests in the shrines at the high places. They worship the Lord, but they also serve their own gods in accordance with the custom of the nation from which they have been brought. To this day, they persisted in their former practices. They neither worship the Lord nor adhere to the decrees and regulations the laws and commands that the Lord gave descendants of Jacob, whom he named Israel. When the Lord made a covenant with the Israelites, he commanded them, do not worship any other gods or bow down to them, serve them or sacrifice to them. But the Lord who brought you up from Egypt with might, power, and outstretched arm is the one you must worship. To him you shall bow down, and to him offer sacrifices. You must always be careful to keep the decrees and regulations, the laws and commands he wrote for you. Do not worship other gods. Do not forget the covenant I have made with you, and do not worship other gods. Rather, worship the Lord your God. It is he who will deliver you from hand of all your enemies. They will not listen, however, but persisted in their former practices. Even while these people were worshiping the Lord, they were serving their idols. To this day, their children and grandchildren continue to do as their ancestors did. Chapter 18. In the third year of Hoshea son of Elah, king of Israel, Hezekiah son of Ahaz, king of Judah, began to reign. He was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 29 years. His mother's name was Abijah, daughter of Zechariah. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father David had done. He removed the high places, smashed the sacred stones, and cut down the Asherah poles. He broke into pieces the bronze snake Moses had made for up to the time the Israel had been burning incense to it. It was called Neshutan. Hezekiah trusted in the Lord, the God of Israel. There was no one like him, all the kings of Judah, either before him or after him. He held fast to the Lord and did not stop following him. He kept the commands the Lord had given Moses, and the Lord was with him. He was successful in whatever he undertook. He rebelled against the king of Assyria and did not serve him. From watchtower to fortified city, he defeated the Philistines as far as Gaza and its territory. In the king Hezekiah's 4th year, he was the 7th year of Hoshea son of Elah, king of Israel. Shalmaneser, the king of Assyria, marched against Samaria, laid siege to it. At the end of the 3 years, the Assyrians took it. So Samaria was captured in Hezekiah's 6th year, which was the 9th year of Hoshea, king of Israel. The king of Assyria deported Israel to Assyria and settled them in Ahala, in Gozan, on the Haba River, and its town of the Medes. This happened because they had not obeyed the Lord their God, but had violated his covenant. All that Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded, they neither listened to the commands nor carried them out. In the 14th year of King Hezekiah's reign, Sennacherib, king of Assyria, attacked all the fortified cities of Judah and captured them. So Hezekiah, king of Judah, sent this message to the king of Assyria at Lachish: I have done wrong. Withdraw from me, and I will pay whatever you demand of me. The king of Assyria extracted from Hezekiah, king of Judah, 300 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold. So Hezekiah gave him all the silver that was found in the temple of the Lord and in the treasuries of the royal palace. At this time, Hezekiah, king of Judah, stripped off the gold which he had covered the door and doorsteps of the temple of the Lord, and gave it to the king of Assyria. The king of Assyria sent his supreme commander, his chief officer, and his field commander with a large army from Lachish to King Hezekiah at Jerusalem. They came up to Jerusalem and stopped at the aqueduct of the upper pool. On the road to the washerman's field, they called for the king and Eliakim, son of Hilkiah, the palace administrator, Shebna, the secretary, and Joash, son of Asaph, the recorder, went out to them. The field commander said to them, Tell Hezekiah, this is what the great king, the king of Assyria, says on what you are basing this confidence of yours. You say you have the counsel and the might of war, but you speak only empty words. On whom you are depending that you rebel against me? Look, I know you are depending on Egypt, the splinter reed of a staff which pierces the hand of anyone who leans on it. Such is Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to all who depend on him. But if you say to me, we are depending on the Lord our God, isn't he the one whose high places and altars Hezekiah removed, saying to Judah and Jerusalem, you must worship before this altar in Jerusalem? Come now, make a bargain with my master, the king of Assyria. I will give you 2,000 horses if you can put riders on them. How can you repulse one officer of the list of my master's officials? Even though you are depending on Egypt for chariots and horsemen, furthermore, I have come to attack and destroy this place without word from the Lord. The Lord himself told me to march against this country and destroy it. Then Eliakim, son of Hilkiah, and Shebna and Joah said to the field commander, Please speak to your servant in Aramaic, since we understand it. Don't speak to us in Hebrew, the hearing of the people on the wall. But the commander replied, Was it only to your master and you, the master, sent to me, say these things, and not to the people sitting on the wall, who, like you, will have to eat their own excrement and drink their own urine? Then the commander stood and called out in Hebrew, Hear the word of great king, the king of Assyria. This is what the king says. Do not let Hezekiah deceive you. He cannot deliver you from my hand. Do not let Hezekiah persuade you to trust in the Lord when he says, The Lord will surely deliver us. This city will not be given into hand of the king of Assyria. Do not listen to Hezekiah. This is what the king of Assyria says. Make peace with me and come out to me. Then each of you will eat the fruit from your own vine and fig tree and drink water from your own cistern, until I come and take you to the land like your own, a land of grain and new wine, a land of bread and vineyards, a land of olive trees and honey. Choose life and not death. Do not listen to Hezekiah, for he is misleading you when he says, The Lord will deliver us. He has the God of any nation ever delivered his land from the hand of the king of Assyria? Where are the gods of Hamath and Arpad, Where are the gods of Sepharvaim, Hena and Hiva? Have they rescued Samaria from my hands? Who of all gods of these countries has been able to save his land from me? How can the Lord deliver Jerusalem from my hand? But the people remained silent and said nothing in reply, because the king had commanded, do not answer him. Then Eliakim, son of Hilkiah, the palace administrator, Shebna and secretary, and Joash, son of Asaph, the recorder, went to Hezekiah with their clothes torn and told him what the field commander had said. Chapter 19. When King Hezekiah heard this, he tore his clothes and put on sackcloth and went into the temple of the Lord. He sent Eliakim, the palace administrator, Shebna, the secretary and leading priest, all wearing sackcloth, to the prophet Isaiah, son of Amoz. They told him, this is what Hezekiah says. This day is a day of distress and rebuke and disgrace. As when children come to the moment of birth, there is no strength to deliver them. It may be that the Lord your God will hear all the words of the field commander, whom his master, the king of Assyria, has sent to ridicule the living God, and that he will rebuke him to the words of the Lord God has heard. Therefore, pray for remnant that still survives. When King Hezekiah officials came to Isaiah, Isaiah said to them, tell your master, this is what the Lord says. Do not be afraid of what you have heard. Those words with which the underlings of the king of Assyria have blasphemed me. Listen, when he hears a certain report, I will make him want to return to his own country, and there I will have him cut down with the sword. When the field commander heard that the king of Assyria had left Lachish, he withdrew and found the king fighting against Libnah. Now Sennacherib received a report that Tikra, the king of Cush, was marching out to fight against him. So he again sent messengers to Hezekiah with his word. Say to Hezekiah, king of Judah, do not let the God you depend on deceive you when he says, Jerusalem will not be given into the hands of the king of Assyria. Surely you have heard what the kings of Assyria have done to all countries, destroying them completely, and you will be delivered. Did the gods of the nation that were destroyed by my predecessors deliver them? The gods of Gozan, Haran, Zephem, and the temple, and the people of Eden who are in Tel Assar. Where is the king of Amath or the king of Arpad? Where are the kings of Leah, Sephar, Hena, and Eva? Verse 14. Hezekiah received the letter from the messenger and read it. Then he went up to the temple of the Lord and spread it out before the Lord. And Hezekiah prayed to the Lord. Lord, the God of Israel, enthroned between the cherubim, you alone are God. You alone are God over all the kingdoms of the earth. You have made heaven and earth. Give ear, Lord, and hear. Open your eyes, Lord, and see. Listen to the words of Sennacherib, and sent his ridicule the living God. It is true, Lord, that the Assyrian kings have laid waste this nation and their lands. They have thrown their gods into the fire and destroyed them. For they are not gods, but only wood and stone, fashioned by human hands. Now, Lord, our God, deliver us from this hand, so that all the kingdoms of the earth may know that you alone, Lord, are God. Then Isaiah, son of Amos, sent a message to Hezekiah. This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. I have heard your prayer concerning Shechem, king of Assyria. This is the word that the Lord has spoken against him. Virgin daughter Zion despises you and mocks you. Daughter Jerusalem tosses her head as you flee. Who is it you have ridiculed and blasphemed? Against whom have you raised your voice and lifted your eyes in pride against the only one of Israel? By your messengers, you have ridiculed the Lord, and you have said, with my many chariots I have ascended the heights of the mountains and the uttermost heights of Lebanon. I have cut down its tallest cedars, the choicest of its junipers. I have reached the remote parts, the finest of its forest. I have dug wells in foreign lands and drunk the water there. With the soles of my feet I have dried up all the streams of Egypt. Have you not heard? Long ago I ordained it. In days of old I planned it. Now I have brought it to pass, that you have turned fortified city into piles of stone. They are people drained of power and dismayed and put into shame. They are like plants in the field, like tender green shoots, like grass sprouting on the roof, scorching before it grows up. But I know where you are, and when you come and go, and how you rage against me. Because you rage against me, and because insolence has reached my ears, I will put my hook in your nose and bit in your mouth, and I will make you return by the way you came. This will be the sign of you for you, Hezekiah. This year you will eat what grows by itself, and the second year what springs from that. But in the third year sow and reap, plant vineyards and eat their fruit. Once more a remnant of the kingdom of Judah will take root and bear fruit above. For out of Jerusalem will come a remnant, and out of Mount Zion a band of survivors. The zeal of the Lord Almighty will accomplish this. Therefore, this is what the Lord says concerning the king of Assyria. He will not enter the city or shoot an arrow here. He will not come before with shield or build a siege ramp against it. By the way that he came, he will return. He will not enter the city, declares the Lord. I will defend the city and save it for my sake and for the sake of David my servant. That night the angel of the Lord went out and put to death 185,000 in Assyria camp. When people got up in the morning, there were all dead bodies. So Sennacherib, king of Assyria, broke camp and withdrew. He returned to Nineveh and stayed there. One day he was worshipping in the temple of his god Nisroch. His sons Admalek and Sharezer killed him with sword, and they escaped to the land of Ararat. And Isadon, his son, succeeded him as king. Chapter 20, 2 Kings chapter 20. In those days, Hezekiah became ill and was at the point of death. The prophet Isaiah, son of Amoz, went to him and said, "This is what the Lord says, put your house in order because you are going to die. You will not recover." Hezekiah turned his face to the wall and prayed to the Lord. "Remember, Lord, how I have walked before you faithfully with all-hearted devotion and have done what is good in your eyes." And Hezekiah wept bitterly. Before Isaiah had left the middle court, the word of the Lord came to him. "Go back and tell Hezekiah, the ruler of my people, this is what the Lord, the God of your father David says. I have heard your prayer and seen your tears. I will heal you. On the third day from now, you will go up to the temple of the Lord. I will add 15 years to your life, and I will deliver you and his city from the hand of the king of Assyria. I will defend this city for my sake and for the sake of my servant David." Then Isaiah said, "Prepare a polish of figs." They did so and applied to the boy, and he recovered. Hezekiah asked Isaiah, "What will be the sign that the Lord will heal me and that I will go up to the temple of the Lord on the third day from now?" Isaiah answered, "This is the Lord's sign to you, that the Lord will do that as he had promised. Shall the shadow go forward 10 steps, or shall it go back 10 steps? Back 10 steps. It is a simple matter for the shadow to go forward then 10 steps, said Hezekiah. Rather, have it go back 10 steps. Then the prophet Isaiah called on the Lord, and the Lord made the shadow go back 10 steps. It had gone down on the stairways of us. At that time, Baladan, son of Baladan, king of Babylon, sent Hezekiah letters and a gift because he had heard Hezekiah's illness. Hezekiah received the envoys and showed them all that is in his storehouse, the silver, the gold, the spices, and the fine olive, his armory, and everything found among his treasures. There was nothing in his place or in all the kingdom that Hezekiah did not show them. Then Isaiah the prophet went to King Hezekiah and asked, "What did those men say, and where did they come from?" From a distance, Hezekiah replied, "They came from Babylon." The people asked, "What did they say in your palace?" "They saw everything in my palace." Hezekiah said, "There is nothing among my treasures that did not show them." Then Isaiah said to Hezekiah, "Hear the word of the Lord. The time will surely come when everything in your palace and all that your predecessors have stored up in this day will be carried off to Babylon. Nothing will be left, says the Lord. And some of your descendants, your own flesh and blood, who will be born to you, will be taken away, and they will become eunuchs in the palace of the king Babylon. The word of the Lord you have spoken is good." Hezekiah replied, for he thought, "Will there not be peace and security in my lifetime?" As for the other servants of Hezekiah's reign, all his achievements and how he made the pool and the tunnel by which he brought water into the city, as they not written in the book of annals of kings of Judah. Hezekiah rested with his ancestors, and Manasseh his son succeeded him as king. Chapter 21. Manasseh was 12 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 50 years. His mother's name was Ezapim. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, following the detestable practices of the nations of the Lord had driven out before the Israelites. He rebuilt the high places with his father Hezekiah had destroyed. He also erected altars to Baal and made the Asherah pole, as Ahab, king of Israel, had done. He bowed down to all the starry host and worshipped them. He built altars in the temple of the Lord, of which the Lord had said, "In Jerusalem I will put my name." In the two courts of the temple of the Lord he built altars to all the starry hosts. He sacrificed his own son in the fire, practiced divination, sought omens, and consulted mediums and spirits. Indeed, he did much evil in the eyes of the Lord, aroused his hunger. He took the carved Asherah pole that he made and put in the temple, of which the Lord had said to David and to his son Solomon, "In the temple and in Jerusalem, which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, I will put my name forever. I will not again make the feet of Israelites a wonder from Israel I gave their ancestors, if only they will be careful to do everything I commanded them and will keep the whole law that my servant Moses gave them." But the people did not listen. Manasseh led them astray, so that they did more evil than the nations the Lord had destroyed before Israelites. The Lord said through his servants the prophets, "Manasseh, king of Judah, has committed this detestable sin. He has done more evil than the Amorites who preceded him, has led Judah into sin with his idols. Therefore, this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says: I am going to bring such a disaster on Jerusalem and Judah that the ears of everyone who hears of it will tingle. I will stretch out over Jerusalem the measuring line used against Samaria and the plumb line used against the house of Ahab. I will wipe out Jerusalem as one wipes a dish, wiping and turning it upside down. I will forsake the remnant of the inheritance and give them into the hands of the enemies. They will be looted and plundered by all their enemies. They have done evil in my eyes and have aroused my anger from the day their ancestors came out of Egypt until this day. Moreover, Manasseh also shed so much innocent blood that he filled Jerusalem from the end to end, beside the sins that he had caused Judah to commit, so that they did evil in the eyes of the Lord. As for the other events of Manasseh's reign, all he did, including the sin he committed, are they not written in the book of annals of kings of Judah. Manasseh rested with his ancestors and was buried in his palace garden. The garden of Uzzah, and Amon his son succeeded him as king. Amon was 22 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 2 years. His mother's name was Meshulemeth, daughter of Aruz. She was from Jotbah. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, as his father Manasseh had done. He followed completely the ways of his father, worshipping the idols his father had worshipped and bowing down to them. He forsook the Lord, the God of his ancestors, and did not walk in obedience to him. Amon's officials conspired against him and assassinated the king in his palace. And then the people of the land killed all who had plotted against King Amon, and they made Josiah his son king in his palace. As for the events of the Amon's reign and what he did, and they do not written in the book of Annals of kings of Judah, he was buried in his tomb in the garden of Uzzah. And Josiah his son succeeded him as king. Chapter 22. Josiah was 8 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 31 years. His mother's name was Jedidah, daughter of Adaiah. She was from Bozkath. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord and followed completely the ways of his father David, not turning aside to the right or to the left. In the 18th year of his reign, King Josiah sent the secretary Shaphan, son of Azaliah, the son of Meshullam, to the temple of the Lord. He said, "Go up to Hilkiah the high priest and have him get ready the money that has been brought into the temple of the Lord, which the doorkeepers have collected from the people. Have them entrusted it to the men appointed to supervise the work of the temple, and have these men pay the workers who repair the temple of the Lord, the carpenters, the builders, and the masons. Also have them purchase timber and dress stone to repair the temple. But they needed not an account for the money entrusted to them. But they need not account for the money they entrusted, because are honest in their dealings." Hilkiah the high priest said to Shaphan the secretary, "I have found the book of the law in the temple of the Lord." He gave it to Shaphan, who wrote it. And then Shaphan the secretary went to the king and reported to him, "Your officials have paid out the money that was in the temple of the Lord, and have entrusted it to the workers and supervisors at the temple." And then Shaphan the secretary informed the king, "Hilkiah the priest has given me a book." And Shaphan read from it in the presence of the king. When the king heard the words of the book of the law, he tore his robes. He gave these orders to Hilkiah the priest, Al-Kahim son of Shaphan, Akbor son of Micaiah, Shaphan the secretary, and Desaiah the king attendant. "Go and inquire of the Lord for me and for the people and for all Judah what is written in this book that has been found. Great is the Lord's anger that burns against us, because those who have gone before us have not obeyed the words of the book, and have not acted in accordance with all that is written that is concerning us." Hilkiah the priest, Ahikam, Akbor, Shaphan, Isaiah went to speak to the prophet Huldah, who was the wife of Shallum, son of Tikvah, the son of Az, keeper of the wardrobe. She lived in Jerusalem in the new quarter. She said to them, "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Tell the man who sent you to me, this is what the Lord says. I'm going to bring disaster on this place and its people according to the place, everything written in the book the king of Judah has read. Because they have forsaken me and burned incense to other gods and aroused my anger by all idols their gods have made. My anger will burn against this place and will not be quenched. Tell the king of Judah who sent you to inquire the Lord, this is what the Lord God of Israel says concerning the words of you heard. Because your heart was responsive, and you've humbled yourself before the Lord, when you heard what I have spoken against this place and its people, that you'll become a curse and be laid waste. And because you tore your robes and wept in my presence, I also have heard you, declares the Lord. Therefore I will gather you to your ancestor I will gather you to your ancestors, and you will be buried in peace. Your eyes will not see all the disasters I am going to bring on this place. So they took their answers back to the king. Chapter 23. Then the king called together all the elders of Judah and Jerusalem. He went up to the temple of the Lord with the people of Judah, the inhabitants of Jerusalem, the priests and the prophets, all the people from the least to the greatest. He read to their hearing all the words of the book of the covenant, which he had been found in the temple of the Lord. The king stood by the pillar and renewed the covenant in the presence of the Lord, to follow the Lord and keep his commands, statutes, and decrees with all his heart and all his soul, thus confirming the words of the covenant written in this book. Then all the people pledged themselves to the covenant. The king ordered Hilkiah the high priest, the priest next in the rank, and the doorkeepers to remove from the temple of the Lord all the articles made from Baal and Asherah and all the starry host. He burned them outside Jerusalem in the fields of Kidron Valley and took the ashes to Bethel. He did away with the idolatrous priests appointed by the kings of Judah to burn incense on the high places of the towns of Judah and the roads around Jerusalem. Those who burned incense to Baal, to the sun and moon, to the constellation, and to the all starry host, he took the Asherah pole from the temple of the Lord to the Kidron Valley outside Jerusalem and burned it there. I ground it and to powder and scattered the dust over the graves of common people. He also tore down the quarters of the male shrine prostitutes that were in the temple of the Lord, the quarters where women did weaving for Asherah. Josiah brought all the priests from the towns of Judah and desecrated the high places from Gibeah to Beersheba, where the priests had burnt incense. He broke down the gateway and the entrance of the gate of Joshua, the city governor, which was on the left of the city gate. Although the priests of the high places did not serve at the altar of the Lord in Jerusalem, they ate unleavened bread with their fellow priests. He desecrated Tophel, which was in the valley of Ben Hinnom, so no one could use it to sacrifice their son or daughter in the fire to Molech. He removed from the entrance to the temple of the Lord the horses that the king of Judah had dedicated to the sun. They were in the court near a room of official named Nathan Melech. Josiah then burned the chariots dedicated to the sun. He pulled down the altars the kings of Judah had erected on the roof near the upper room of Ahaz, the altars Manasseh had built in the two courts of the temple of the Lord. He removed them from there, smashed them in pieces, and threw the rubble in the Kidron Valley. The king also desecrated the high place that was east of Jerusalem on the south of Hill of Corruption. This one Solomon's king of Israel had built for Ashtoreth, the vile goddess of Sidonians, for Chemosh, the vile god of Moab, and for Molech, the detestable god of the people of Ammon. Josiah smashed the sacred stones and cut down the Asherah poles and covered the sites with human bones. Even the altar at the Bethel, the high place made by Jeroboam son of Nebat, who had caused Israel to sin, even that altar and high places he demolished. He burned the high places and grounded it to powder and burned the Asherah pole also. Then Joshua looked around, and when he saw the tombs that were there on the hillside, he had the bones removed from them and burned on the altar to defile it, in accordance to the word of the Lord, proclaimed by the man of God who foretold things. The king asked, "This is what the tombstone I see." The people of the city said, "It marks the tomb of the man of God who came from Judah and pronounced against the altar of Bethel the very things you have done to it. Leave it alone," he said. "Do not let anyone disturb his bones." So they spared his bones and sons and those of the prophet who had come from Samaria. Just as he had done at Bethel, Josiah removed all the shrines, all the high places that the kings of Israel had built in their towns of Samaria, and that aroused the Lord's anger. Josiah slaughtered all the priests of those high levels on the places on the altars and burnt human bones on them. Then went back to Jerusalem. The king gave these orders to all the people: celebrate the Passover of the Lord your God, as it's written in this book of the covenant. Neither in the days of the judges who had led Israel, nor in the days of the king of Israel and the king of Judah had any such Passover been observed. But in the 18th year of King Josiah, this Passover was celebrated to the Lord in Jerusalem. Furthermore, Josiah got rid of the mediums, the spiritists, the household gods, the idols, and all the other detestable things seen in Judah and Jerusalem. This he did to fulfill the requirements of the law written in the book that Hilkiah the priest had discovered in the temple of the Lord. Neither before nor after Josiah was there as a king like him, who turned to the Lord as he did, with all his heart, with all his soul, and with all his strength, in accordance with all the law of Moses. Nevertheless, the Lord did not turn away from the hearts of his fierce anger, which burnt against Judah because of all the Manasseh had done to arouse his anger. So the Lord said, I will remove Judah also from my presence, as I removed Israel's, and I will reject Jerusalem, the city I choose, and this temple about which I said, my name shall be there. As for the other servants of Josiah's reign and all he did, are they not written in the book of the annals of the king of Judah? While Josiah was king, Pharaoh Necho, king of Egypt, went up to Euphrates River to help the king of Assyria. King of Josiah marched out to meet him in battle, but Necho faced him and killed at Megiddo. Josiah's servants brought his body in a chariot from Megiddo to Jerusalem and buried him in his own tomb. And the people of the land took Joash, son of Josiah, and anointed him and made him king in the place of his father. Jehoash was 23 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 3 months. His mother's name was Hamutal, daughter of Jeremiah. She was from Libnah. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, just as his predecessors had done. Pharaoh Necho put him in chains at Riblah in the land of Hamath, so that they might not reign in Jerusalem, and imposed on Judah a levy of 100 talents of silver and a talent of gold. Pharaoh Necho made Eliakim, son of Josiah, king in place of his father Josiah, and changed Eliakim's name to Jehoiakim. But he took Jehoahaz and carried him off to Egypt, and there he died. Joachim paid Pharaoh Necho the silver and gold he demanded. In order to do so, he taxed the land and exacted the silver and gold from the people of the land according to their assessment. Joachim was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 11 years. His mother's name was Zebidah, daughter of Pedaiah. She was from Roma, and he did evil in the eyes of the Lord, just as his predecessor had done. Chapter 24 of 2 Kings. During Jehoiakim's reign, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, invaded the land, and Joachim became his vassal for 3 years. But then he turned against Nebuchadnezzar and rebelled. The Lord sent Babylonian, Aramean, Moabite, and Ammonite raiders against him to destroy Judah. In accordance with the word of the Lord proclaimed by his servants the prophets, surely these things happened in Judah according to the Lord's command, in order to remove them from his presence because of sins of Manasseh and all he had done, including shedding of innocent blood, for he had filled Jerusalem with innocent blood, and the Lord was not willing to forgive. As for the other servant events of Joachim reign and all he did, Are they not written in the book of the annals of kings of Judah? Jehoiakim rested with his ancestors, and Joachim, his son, succeeded him as king. The king of Egypt did not march out of his own country again because of King Babylon. He had taken all his territory and the word of Egypt to Euphrates River. Joachim was 18 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 3 months. His mother's name 3 months. His mother's name was Nehushta, daughter of Elantan. She was from Jerusalem. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father had done. At that time, the officers of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, advanced on Jerusalem and laid siege to it. And Nebuchadnezzar himself came up to the city while his officers were besieging it. Joachim, king of Judah, his mother, his attendants, his nobles, and his officials surrendered to him. In the 8th year of the reign of the king of Babylon, he took Joachim prisoner, as the Lord had declared. Nebuchadnezzar removed the treasures from the temples of the Lord and from the royal palace, and cut up the gold article that Solomon, king of Israel, had made for the Lord, the temple of the Lord. He carried all Jerusalem into exile, and all the officers and fighting men, and all the skilled workers and artisans. A total of 10,000, only the poorest people of the land were left. Nebuchadnezzar took Joachim captive to Babylon. He also took from Jerusalem to Babylon the king's mother, his wives, his officials, and the prominent people of the land. The king of Babylon also deported to Babylon the entire force of 7,000 fighting men, strong and fit for war, and 1,000 skilled workers and artisans. He made Mattaniah, Joachim's uncle's king, in his place, and changed his name to Zedekiah. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 11 years. His mother's name was Hamutal, daughter of Jeremiah. She was from Libnah. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, just as Joachim had done. It was because of the Lord's anger that all this happened to Jerusalem and Judah, and in the end he entrusted them from his presence. Now Zedekiah rebelled against the king of Babylon. Chapter 25. So in the ninth year of Zedekiah's reign, on the 10th year of the 10th month, Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, marched against Jerusalem with his whole army. He encamped outside the city and built siege works all around it. The city was kept under siege until the 11th year of King Zedekiah. By the 19th day of the 4th month of the famine in the city had become so severe that there was no food for people to eat. And then the city was wall broken through, and the whole army fled at night through the gate between the two walls near King's Garden. Though the Babylonians were surrounding the city, they fled towards the Arabah, but the Babylonians' army pursued the king and overtook him in the plains of Jericho. All the soldiers were separated from him and scattered, and he was captured. He was taken to the king of Babylon at Riblah, where sentence was pronounced on him. They killed the sons of Zedekiah before his eyes, and then they put out his eyes, bound him with bronze shackles, and took him to Babylon. On the 7th day of the month of the 5th month, in the 19th year of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, Nebuzaradan, commander of the imperial guard, an official of the king of Babylon, came to Jerusalem. He set fire to the temple of the Lord, the royal palace, and all the houses of Jerusalem. Every important building he burnt down. The whole Babylonian army under the commander of the imperial guard broke down the walls around Jerusalem. Nebuzaradan, the commander of the guard, carried into exile the people who remained in the city, along with the rest of the populace and those who had deserted to the king of Babylon. But the commander left some of the poorest people of the land to work the vineyards and the fields. The Babylonians broke up the bronze pillars, the movable stands, and the bronze sea that were at the temple of the Lord, and they carried the bronze to Babylon. The Babylonians broke up the bronze pillar, the movable stands, and the bronze sea that were temple of the Lord, and they carried the bronze to Babylon. They also took away the pots, shovel, wick trimmers, dishes, and all the bronze articles used in the temple service. The commander of the imperial guard took away the censers and sprinkling bowls, all that were made of pure gold or silver. The bronze from the two pillars, the sea and the movable stands, which Solomon had made for the temple of the Lord, was more than could be weighed. Each pillar was 18 cubits high. The bronze capital on top of one pillar was 3 cubits high and was decorated with network and pomegranates of bronze all around. The other pillar with its network was similar. The commander of the guard took as prisoners Seraniah, the chief priest, Zephaniah, the priest next in the rank, and the 3 doorkeepers. Of those still in the city, he took the officer in charge of fighting men and 5 royal advisors. He also took the secretary, who was chief official in charge of conspirating the people of the land, and 60 the conscripts who were found in the city. Nebuzaradan, the commander, took them all and brought them to the king of Babylon at Riblah. There at Riblah in the land of Hamath, the king had been executed. So Judah went into captivity away from our land. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, appointed Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, to over the people he had left behind in Judah. When all the army officers and their men heard that the king of Babylon had appointed Gedaliah as governor, they came to Gedaliah at Mizpah. Ishmael, son of Nethaniah, Johanan, son of Kareah, Sariah, son of Damum, Jezaniah, the son of the Macandite, and their men. Gedaliah took the oath to reassure them that their men, do not be afraid, for the Babylonian official, he said, settle down in the land and serve the king of Babylon, and it will be well with you. In the 7th month, however, Ishmael, son of Nethaniah, the son of Elishama, who was of royal blood, came with 10 men and assassinated Gedaliah and also men of Judah and the Babylonians who were with him at Mizpah. At this, all the people from at least to the greatest, together with the army officers, fled to Egypt for fear of the Babylonians. In the 37th year of the exile of Joachim, king of Judah, in the year Marduk became king of Babylon, he released Joachim, king of Judah, from prison. He did this on 27th day of the 12th month. He spoke kindly to him and gave him a seat of honor higher than those of other kings who were with him in Babylon. So Joachim put aside his prison clothes and for the rest of his life ate regularly at the king's table. Day by day, the king gave Joachim a regular allowance as long as he lived. God bless. Thank you.
First Chronicles, chapter 1. Adam, Seth, Enosh, Kenan, Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, Noah. The sons of Noah: Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The sons of Japheth: Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras. The sons of Gomer: Ashkenaz, Riphath, and Togarmah. The sons of Javan: Elisha, Tarshish, the Kettites, the Rodanites, the Hamites. The sons of Ham: Cush, Egypt, Put, and Canaan. The sons of Cush: Seba, Havila, Sapta, Rama, and Seteka. Sons of Rama, Sheba and Dainan. Cush was the father of Nimrod, who became a mighty warrior on earth. Egypt was the father of Ludites, Anamites, Lehabites, Naphtuhites, Pathushites, from whom the Philistines came, and Caphrusites. Canaan was the father of Sidon, his firstborn, and of Hittites, Jebusites, Amorites, Gigashites, Hivites, Arkites, Sinites, Havadites, Zemarites, and Amorites. The sons of Shem, Elam, Ashur, Aphazad, Lud, and Aram. The sons of Aram, Uz, Hul, Gether, and Meshech. Aphazad was the father of Shelah, and Shelah was the father of Eber. Two sons were born of Eber. One was named Peleg because in his time the earth was divided. His father was named Kotan. Koktan was the father of Almodad, Shelef, and Zaphamat. Jerah, Hadoram, Uzal, Dika, Obal, Abimael, Sheba, Ophi, Avila, and Jobab. All these were sons of Jotam, Shem, Aphazad, Shelah, Eber, Peleg, Reu, Serug, Nahor, Terah, and Abram. That is Abraham. The family of Abraham, the sons of Abraham, Isaac, and Ishmael, descendants of Hagar. These are the descendants of Nebaioth, the firstborn of Ishmael, Kedah, Abil, Misham, Mishma, Duma, Mishra, Adan, Tema, Jetur, Naphish, and Kedema. These were the sons of Ishmael. The sons born to Keturah, Abram, concubine, Zimra, Joshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shua. The sons of Joshua, Sheba and Dedan. The sons of Midian, Ephah, Epher, Anok, Abida, and Eldah. All these were descendants of Keturah. Abram was the father of Isaac, the sons of Isaac, Esau, and Israel. The sons of Esau, Eliphaz, Reuel, Jeush, Jalam, and Korah. The sons of Eliphaz, Temam, Omar, Zepho, and Gatam, and Kenaz by Timnah, Amalek. The sons of Reuel, Nehan, Zerah, Shama, and Miza. The sons of Seir, Lotan, Shobal, Zibeon, Anna, Dishon, Ezer, and Dishan. The sons of Lotan, Ori, and Homam. Timnah was Lotan's sister. The sons of Shobal, Alvan, Manahath, Eber, Shepho, and Onam. The sons of Zibeon, Ahia and Anna. The sons of Anna, Dishon. The sons of Dishon, Hemdan, Ishban, Ithran, and Keran. The sons of Ezer, Bilhan, Zavan, and Ekan. The sons of Dishan, Uz, and Aran. These were the kings who reigned in Edom before any Israelite king reigned. Bela, the son of Beor, whose city was named Dinah. When Bela died, Jobab, the son of Zerah from Bozrah, succeeded him as king. When Job died, Husham from the land of Temanite succeeded him as king. When Husham died, Hadan, the son of Bedad, who was defeated in Midian in the country of Moab, succeeded him as the king. His city was named Havith. When Hadad died, Samlah from Masreka succeeded him as king. When Samlah died, Shaul from Rehoboth on the river succeeded him as king. When Shaul died, Baal-Hanan, son of Akbor, succeeded him as king. When Baal-Hanan died, Hadad succeeded him as king. His city was named Pau, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, daughter of Matred, and daughter of Mezahab. Hadad also died. The chiefs of Edom were Timnah, Halva, Jether, Oholibama, Ela, Pinon, Kenaz, Teman, Mibzah, Magdiel, and Iram. These were the chiefs of Edom. These were the sons of Israel: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, Dan, Joseph, Benjamin, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. The sons of Judah: Er, Onan, Shelah, and Shelah. These three were born to him by a Canaanite woman, the daughter of Shua. Judah's firstborn was wicked in the Lord's sight, so the Lord put him to death. Judah's daughter-in-law Tamar bore Perez and Zerah to Judah. He had 5 sons in all. The sons of Perez: Hezron and Hamul. The sons of Zerah: Zamri, Ethan, Heman, Kalko, and Darda. 5 in all. The sons of Kami: Asher, who brought trouble on Israel by violating the ban on taking devoted things. The sons of Ethan: Azariah. The sons born to Israel were Jeremiel, Ram, and Caleb. Ram was the father of Aminadab, and Aminadab the father of Nahshon, the leader of the people of Judah. Nahshon was the father of Salmon, Salmon the father of Boaz, Boaz the father of Obed, and Obed the father of Jesse. This was the father of Eliab, his firstborn. The son is Eliab, his firstborn, and the second was Abinadab, the third Shimea, the fourth Nathaniel, and fifth Radai, the sixth Ozem, and the seventh David. Their sisters were Zeruiah and Abigail. Zeruiah's 3 sons were Abishai, Joab, and Asael. Abigail was the mother of Amasa, whose father was Jeda, and the Ishmaelites. Caleb, son of Hezron, had children by his wife Azubah and by Jerioth. These were the sons: Joshua, Shobab, and Adon. When Azubah died, Caleb married Ephraim, who bore him Hur. Hur was the father of Uri, and Uri the father of Beth Baziah. Later, Hezron, when he was 60 years old, married the daughter of Maki, the father of Gilead. He made love to her, and she bore him Segub. Segub was the father of Jai, who controlled 23 towns in Gilead. But Jeshua and Aram captured Havoth Jair, and as well as Kenath with its surrounding settlement, 60 towns. And all these were descendants of Machir, the father of Gilead. After Hezron died in Caleb, Abijah, the wife of Hezron, bore him Ashur, the father of Tekoa. The sons of Jeremiel, the firstborn of Israel: Ram, his firstborn; Bunah, Oren, Ozem, and Ahijah. Jeremiel had another wife whose name was Atara. She was the mother of Onam. The sons of Ram, the firstborn of Jeremiel: Mazah, Jahim, Eker. The sons of Onam: Shammai and Jada. The sons of Shammai: Nadab and Abishur's wife was named Abihai, who bore him Aban and Molid. And the sons of Naban: Seled and Apaim. Seled died without children. The sons of Apaim: Ishi, who was the father of Shesham. Sheshan was the father of Ahalai. The sons of Jada: Shemai's brother, Jer and Jonathan. Jer died without children. The sons of Jonathan: Pelez and Zaza. These were the descendants of Jeremiel. Sheshan and had no sons, only daughters. He had an Egyptian servant named Jerah. Sheshan gave his daughters in marriage to his servant Jerah. She bore him Attai. Attai was the father of Nathan. Nathan the father of Zabad. Zabad the father of Ephlal, the father of Obed, Obed, the father of Jehu, Jehu, the father of Azariah, Azariah, the father of Helez, Helez, the father of Eliasa, Eliasa, the father of Sismai, Sismai, the father of Shalom, Shalom, the father of Jecamiah, Jecamiah, the father of Elishama. The sons of Caleb, the brother of Jeremiah, Mesha, his firstborn, who was the father of Ziph, and his sons Meresha, who was the father of Hebron. The sons of Hebron, Korah, Tapua, Rechem, and Shema. Shema was the father of Rama, and Rama was the father of Jokiam. Rechem was the father of Shimei. The son of Shammai was Maon, and Maon was the father of Beth-Zur. Caleb's concubine Ephah was the mother of Haran, Moza, and Gazez. Haran was the father of Gazez. The sons of Jadai, Regem, Jotham, Jeshan, Pelet, Ephah, and Sham. Caleb's concubine Maacah was the mother of Sheba and Tirana. She also gave birth to Sheap, the father of Madmana, and to Sheva, the father of Macbena and Gibeah. And Caleb's daughter was Aksa. These were the descendants of Caleb. The sons of Hur, firstborn of Ephratah, Shobal, the father of Kiriath Jearim, Salma, the father of Bethlehem, and Hareph, the father of Beth Gader. The descendants of Shobal, the father of Kiriath Jearim, were Ore, Haroi, Hav, the Mathites, and the clans of Kiriath Jearim. The Erites, Puthites, Shomathites, and Mishrites. From these descendants, the Zorathites and Eshtaulites. The descendants of Salma, Bethlehem, and Naphtalites, Atroth, Beth, Joab, have the Manahatharites. The Zorites and the clans of scribes who lived at Jabez. The Tirites, Shimeites, and Sukkadites. These are the Kenites who came from Hamath to the father of Rebekite. These were the sons of David born to him in Hebron. The first was Amon, the second Ahinoam of Jezreel, the second Daniel, the son of Abigail of Carmel. The third Absalom, the son of Maacah, daughter of Tamai, king of Jeshurun. The fourth Adonijah, the son of Haggith. The fifth Shephatiah, the son of Abital. The sixth Ithream by his wife Eglah. The six were born to David in Hebron, where he reigned 7 years and 6 months. David reigned in Jerusalem 33 years, and these were the children born to him there: Shammua, Shobab, Nathan, and Solomon. These four were by Bathsheba, daughter of Amiel. There were also Eba, Elishua, Elipheth, Noga, Nepheg, Japhia, Elishama, Eliada, and Elipheth, 9 in all. All these were the sons of David, besides his sons by his concubines, and Tamar was their sister. Solomon's sons were Rehoboam, Abijah his son, Asa his son, Joshaphat his son, Jehoram his son, Ahaziah his son, Joash his son, Amaziah his son, Azariah his son, Jotham his son, Ahaz his son, Ezekiah his son, Manasseh his son, Amon his son, Josiah his son. The sons of Josiah: Johanan the firstborn, Jehoiakim the second son, Zedekiah the third, Shallum the fourth. The successors of Jehoiakim his son, and Zedekiah. The descendants of Joachim the captive: Shetlil his son, Malkiram, Pedia, Shenazar, Jekamiah, Hoshama, and Nedabiah. The sons of Pedaiah, Zerubbabel and Shimei. The sons of Zerubbabel, Meshulam and Hananiah. Shelomith was their sister. There were also 5 others: Ashuba, Ohel, Berukiah, Asadiah, and Jushab Ibsan. Jushab he said. Of Anah, of Obadiah, and of Shechaniah. The descendants of Shechaniah, Shemahiah, and his sons, Hatush, Igal, Baiah, Neriah, and Shaphat, 6 in all. The sons of Neriah, Elionai, Hikzah, and Azrikam, 3 in all. The sons of Elionai, Hadovia, Eliashib, Pelai, Akub, Johanan, Deliah, and Anani, 7 in all. The descendants of Judah, Perez, Hezron, Kami, Hur, and Shobal. Rehiah's sons of Shobal was the father of Jahath, and Jahath the father of Ahumai and Lahad. These were the clans of Zoratites. These were the sons of Etam, Jezreel, Ishma, and Idbash. The sister was named Hezeloponi. Penuel was the father of Gedor, and Ezer was the father of Husha. These were the descendants of Hud, the firstborn of Ephrathah, the father of Bethlehem. Ashur, the father of Tekoa, had 2 wives, Hela and Nar. Nar bore him Ahuzam, Ephah, Tameni, and Ahashrati. These were the descendants of Naara. The sons of Hela, Zereth, Zohar, Ethan, and Koz, who was the father of Anub and Azubeba, and of the clans of Aharel, son of Harum. Jabez was more honorable than his brothers. His mother named him Jabez, saying, I gave birth to him in pain. Jabez cried out to God of Israel, oh, that you would bless me and enlarge my territory. Let your hand be with me and keep me from harm, so that I will be free from pain. And God granted his request. Caleb, Shuha's brother, was the father of Mehi, who was the father of Eshton. Eshton was the father of Beth Rapha, Beth Paseah, and Tehina, the father of Ir and Nash. These were the men of Reka, the sons of Kenaz, Othniel and Seraiah, the sons of Othniel, Hadad and Meonathai. Meonathai was the father of Ophrah, yeah? Serai, the father of Joab, the father of Ger Harashim. It was called this because its people were skilled workers. The sons of Caleb, son of Jephunneh, Iru, Elah, and Nam. The sons of Elah, Kenaz. The sons of Jahalil, Zipha, Tiria, and Asaril. The sons of Israel, Jetha, Mered, Ephah, and Jelon. One of Mered's wives gave birth to Miriam, Shammai, and Ishba. The father of Eshtemoa, his wife from the tribe of Judah, gave birth to Jared, the father of Gedor, Heber, the father of Soko, and Jekuthiel, the father of Zanoah. These were the children of Pharaoh's daughter Bithia, whom Mered had married. The sons of Hodiah's wife, the sister of Naham, the father of Keilah, the Gamites, and Eshtemoa, the Makadites. The sons of Shimon, Ammon, Rina, Ben Hanan, and Tilon. The descendants of Ishi, Zoheth and Beth Zoheth. The sons of Shelah, son of Judah, the father of Leka, Lada, and the father of Maresha, the clans of the linen workers at Beth Ashbel. Joachim, the men of Kozeba, and Joash Saraph, who ruled in Moab, and Jashubi, Lehem. These records are from ancient times. They were the potters who lived at Netaim and Gedera. They stayed there and worked for the king. The descendants of Simeon: Namuel, Jamin, Jarib, Zerah, and Shaul. Shalom was Shaul's son, Misham, his son, and Mishba, his son. The descendants of Mishma: Hamuel, his son, Zaku, his son, and Shimei, his son. Shimei had 16 sons and 6 daughters, but his brothers did not have many children, so their entire clan did not become as numerous as the people of Judah. They lived in Beersheba, Molada, Hazah, Shua, Bilhah, Ezem, Tolad, Bethuel, Homer, Ziklag, Beth Makboth, Hazah, Susim, Beth Biri, and Sharaim. These were their towns until the reign of David. The surrounding villages were Etam, Ain, Rimmon, Token, and Ashan, 5 towns, and all these villages around these towns as far as Balath. These were their 6 settlements, and they kept genealogical records. Meshobab, Jamlek, Joshua, son of Amaziah, Joel, Jehud, son of Joshibiah, the son of Zeriah, the son of Asiel, also Elinoiah, Jacoba, Jeshobhai, Asai, Adiel, Jesimiel, Benaiah, and Ziza, son of Shiphi, the son of Alon, the son of Jediah, the son of Shimri, the son of Shemaiah. The men listed above by name were leaders of their clans. Their families increased greatly, and they went to the outskirts of Gedor, to the east of the valley, in search of pasture for their flocks. They found rich, good pasture, and the land was spacious, peaceful, and quiet. Some Hamites had lived there formerly. The men whose names were listed came in the days of Ezekiel, king of Judah. They attacked the Hamites in their dwellings, and also the Meunites who were there, and completely destroyed them. It is evident to this day. Then they settled in their place because there was pasture for their flocks, and 500 of these Simeonites, led Patea, Neriah, and Rephaiah, and the Uzziel, sons of Ishi, invaded the hill country of Seir. They killed the remaining Amalekites who had escaped and have lived there to this day. The sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, he was the firstborn, but when he defiled his father's marriage bed, his rights as firstborn were given to the sons of Joseph, the son of Israel, so he could not be listed in the genealogical record in accordance with his birthright. And though Judah was the strongest of his brothers and a ruler came from him, the rights of the firstborn belonged to Joseph. The sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, Anok, Palu, Ezron, and Carmi. These descendants of Joel: Shemaiah his son, Gog his son, Shimei his son, Micah his son, Reah his son, Baal his son, and Beer his son, whom Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, took into exile. Beriah was a leader of Reubenites. They are relative by clans, listed according to their genealogical records. Joel the chief, Zechariah, and Bela son of Azaz, the son of Sheshema, the son of Joel. They settled in the area of Aror, and to Nebo and Baal Meon. To the east, they occupied the land up to the edge of the desert extends to Euphrates River, because their livestock had increased in Gilead. During Saul's reign, they waged war against the Hagrites, who were defeated at their hands. They occupied the dwellings of the Hagrites throughout the entire region east of Gilead. The Gadites lived next to Sham in Bashan as far as Saleka. Joel was the chief was the chief, Shapham the second, then Janai and Shapham in Bishan. Their relatives by family were Mikhail, Meshulam, Sheba, Jerai, Jekanziah, and Eber, 7 in all. These were the sons of Abihail, son of Uri, the son of Jeroah, the son of Gilead, the son of Michael, the son of Shishai, the son of Jedo, the son of Buzai, son of Abdiel, son of Guni, was head of their family. The Gadites lived in Gilead, in Bashan, and its outlying villages, and on all the pasture lands of Sharon, as far as they extended. All these were entered in the genealogical records during the reign of Jotham, king of Judah, and Jeroboam, king of Israel. The Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half tribe of Manasseh had 44,706 men ready for military service, able-bodied men who could handle shield and sword, who could use a bow, and who were trained for battle. They waged war against the Hagrites, Jethro, Napshi, and Nodab. They were helped in fighting them, and God delivered the Hagrites and all their allies into their hands because they cried out to him during the battle. He answered their prayers because they trusted in him. They seized the livestock of the Hagrites, 50,000 camels, 250,000 sheep, and 2,000 donkeys. They took 100,000 people captive, and many others fell slain because the battle was God's, and they occupied the land until the exile. The people of the half tribe of Manasseh were numerous. They settled in the land of Bashan to Baal Imram, that is to Senir, Mount Hermon. These were the heads of their families: Ephah, Ishi, Eliel, Azrael, Jeremiah, Adoviah, and Jadiel. They were brave warriors, famous men, and heads of their families. They were unfaithful to the Lord of their ancestors and prostituted themselves to the gods of the peoples of the land, whom God had destroyed before them. So the God of Israel stirred up the spirit of Pur, king of Assyria, that is Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, who took the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half tribe of Manasseh into exile. He took them to Haila, Habo, Hara, and the river of Gozaz, where they are to this day. The sons of Levi: Jashon, Kohath, and Merari. The sons of Kohath: Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel. The children of Amram: Aaron, Moses, and Miriam. The sons of Aaron: Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. Eleazar was the father of Phinehas. Phinehas was the father of Abishua. Abishua was the father of Buki. Buki the father of Uzi. Uzi the father of Zeriah. Zeriah the father of Merathio. Meraioth the father of Amariah. Amariah the father of Ahitub. Ahitub the father of Zadok. Zadok the father of Ahimaaz. Ahimaaz the father of Azariah. Azariah the father of Johanan. Johanan the father of Azariah. It was he who served the priest in the temple of Solomon built in Jerusalem. Azariah the father of Amariah. Amariah the father of Ahitub. Ahitub the father of Zadok. Zadok the father of Shallum. Shallum the father of Hilkiah. Hilkiah the father of Azariah. Azariah the father of Zeriah, and of Seraiah. Seraiah the father of Jozadak. Jozadak was deported when the Lord sent Judah and Jerusalem into exile by the hand of Nebuchadnezzar. The sons of Levi: Jashon, Kohath, and Merari. These are the names of the sons of Jashon: Libni and Shimei. The sons of Kohath: Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel. The sons of Merari: Mahali and Mushi. These are the clans of the Levites listed according to their fathers. Of Jashon: Libni his son, Jada his son, Zima his son, Joah his son, Iddo his son, Zerah his son, and Jeatheri his son. The descendants of Korah, Abinadab his son, Korah his son, Isi his son, Elkanah his son, Ebiasah his son, Esi his son, Taha his son, Uriel his son, Uzziah his son, Shol his son. The descendants of Elkanah, Masai, Eli, Aimoth, Elkanah his son, Jophai his son, Nahath his son, Eliab his son, Joram his son, Jehoram his son, Elkanah his son, and Samuel his son. The sons of Samuel, Joel the firstborn, and Abijah the second. The descendants of Merari, Mali, Libni his son, Shimei his son, Uzzah his son, Shimea his son, Hagiah his son, and Asaiah his son. These were the men David put in charge of the music in the house of the Lord after the ark came to rest there. They ministered with music before the tabernacle, the tent of meeting, until Solomon built the temple of the Lord in Jerusalem. They performed their duties according to the regulations laid down for them. Here are the men who served together with their sons from the Kohathites. Heman, the musician, the son of Joel, the son of Samuel, the son of Elkanah, the son of Joram, the son of Eliel, the son of Torah, the son of Zuf, the son of Elkanah, the son of Mahath, the son of Amasai, the son of Elkanah, the son of Joel, the son of Azariah, the son of Zephaniah, the son of Toab, the son of Asir, the son of Ebiasaph, the son of Korah, the son of Izar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, the son of Israel, the son, and Ammon's associate Asaph, who served in his right hand. Asaph, the son of Berechiah, the son of Shimei, the son of Michael, the son of Basia, the son of Malchijah, the son of Ethni, the son of Zerah, the son of Adai, the son of Ethan, the son of Zimah, the son of Shimei, the son of Jehath, the son of Jashon, the son of Levi, and from their associates, the Merarites and its left hand. Ethan, son of Kishi, and the son of Abdi, the son of Maluk, the son of Ashabiah, the son of Amaziah, the son of Ilkiah, the son of Amzi, the son of Bani, the son of Sher, the son of Mali, the son of Mushi, the son of Merari, the son of Levi. Their fellow Levites were assigned to all other duties of the tabernacle, the house of God. But Aaron and his descendants were the ones who presented offering on the altar of the burnt offering and on the altar of incense in connection with all that was done in the most holy place, making atonement for Israel in accordance with all that Moses, the servant of God, had commanded. These were the descendants of Aaron: Eleazar his son, Phinehas his son, Abishua his son, Buki his son, Uzi his son, Zeriah his son, Meraioth his son, Amariah his son, Ahitub his son, Zadok his son, and Ahimaaz his son. These were locations of their settlements allotted as their territory. They were assigned to the descendants of Aaron, who were from the Kohathite clan, because the first lot was for them. They were given Hebron in Judah with its surrounding pasture lands, but their fields and villages around the city were given to Caleb, the son of Jephunneh. So the descendants of Aaron were given Hebron, a city of refuge, and Libnah, Joteh, Eshtemoa, Hilan, Debi, Ashan, Juttah, and Bethshemesh, together with their pasture lands. And from the tribe of Benjamin, they were given Gibeon, Geba, Ahmeth, and Ananoth, together with their pasture lands. The total number of towns distributed among the Kohath clans came to 13. The rest of Kohath descendants were allotted 10 towns from the clans of half-tribes of Manasseh. The descendants of Gershon, clan by clan, were allotted 13 towns from the tribe of Issachar, Asher, Naphtali, and from the part of the tribe of Manasseh, that is in Bashan. The descendants of Merari, clan by clan, were allotted 12 towns from the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and Zebulun. So the Israelites gave the Levites these towns and their pasture lands from tribes of Judah, Simeon, Benjamin. They allotted the previous named towns. Some of the Kohathite clans were given as their territory towns from the tribe of Ephraim. In the hill country of Ephraim, they were given Shechem, a city of refuge, and Gezer, Jokmeam, Beth Horon, Aijalon, and Gath Rimmon, together with their pasture lands. And from half the tribe of Manasseh, the Israelites gave Anel and Biliam, together with their pasture lands, to the rest of Kohathites clans. The Gershites received the following from the clan of the half tribe of Manasseh. They received Golan in Bashan and Ashtaroth, together with their pasture lands. From the tribe of Issachar, they received Kedesh, Debrath, and Ramoth and Anim, together with their pasture lands. From the tribe of Asher, they received Mashal, Abdon, Hukon, and Rehob, together with their pasture lands. And from the tribe of Naphtali, they received Kedesh, Galilee, Hamnon, and Kiriath, together with their pasture lands. The Merarites, the rest of the Levites, received the following. From the tribe of Zebulun, they received Jeknoam, Kata, Rimono, and Tabor, together with their pasture lands. From the tribe of Reuben, across the Jordan, the east of Jericho, they received Bezer in the wilderness, Jaza, Kedemo, and Mephat, together with their pasture lands. And from the tribe of Gad, they received Ramoth in Gilead, Mahanaim, Heshbon, and Jaza, together with their pasture lands. The sons of Issachar, Tola, Pua, Jashub, and Shimron, 4 in all. The sons of Tola, Uzi, Raphael, Jeriel, Jamai, Ibsam, and Samuel, heads of their families. During the reign of David, the descendants of Tola listed as fighting men in their genealogy numbered 22,600. The sons of Uzi, Israel, the sons of Israel, Michal, Obadiah, Joel, and Isha. All 5 of them were chiefs. According to their family genealogy, they had that 6,000 men ready for battle. For they had many wives and children. The relatives of fighting men belonging to all the clans of Issachar, as listed in their genealogy, was 87,000 in all. Three sons of Benjamin, Bela, Becher, and Jadiel. The sons of Bela, Isbon, Uziel, and Jamon, and Eri, sons of families, 5 in all. Their genealogical records listed 22,034 fighting men. The sons of Becher, Zamira, Joash, Eliezer, Onihai, Omri, Jeremoth, Abijah, Anathoth, and Alameth. All these were the sons of Becher. Their genealogical records listed the heads of families and 20,200 fighting men. The sons of Jediao, Bilhan, the son of Bilhan, Jeush, Benjamin, Ehud, Kenana, Zedan, Tashishi, and Aishar. All these sons of Jediel were heads of families. There were 17,200 fighting men ready to go out to war. The Shuphites, the Huphites, were descendants of Ir, and the Ushites, the descendants of Asher. Then sons of Naphtali, Haziel, Guni, Jezer, and Shilam, the descendants of Bilhah. The descendants of Manasseh, Israel was his descendant through his Aramean concubine. She gave birth to Machir, the father of Gilead. Machir took a wife from among the Huphites and Shuphites. His sister's name was Maacah. Another descendant was named Zelophehad, who had only daughters. Machir's wife Maacah gave birth to a son named him Peresh. His brother was named Sheresh, and his sons were Ulam and Rechem. The sons of Ulam, Bedan. These were the sons of Gilead, the sons of Machir. The sons of Manasseh, his sister Amaleketh, gave birth to Ishod, Abiezer, and Mala. The sons of Shemida were Eyan, Shechem, Leki, and Eniam. The descendants of Ephraim, Shuleth, Bered his son, Tahat his son, Eliada his son, Tahat his son, Zabad his son, and Shuleth had his son. Ezer and Eliad were killed by the native-born men of Gath. They went down to see their livestock. Their father Ephraim mourned for them many days, and his relatives came to comfort him. Then he made love to his wife again, and he became pregnant. And she became pregnant and gave birth to a son, named him Beriah. because there had been misfortune in his family. His, um, his daughter was Shira, who built Lower and Upper Bethshur, as well as Ezen and Repha. Repha was his son, Resheph his son, Tela his son, Talan his son, Ladan his son, Amihud his son, Elishama his son, Nun his son, and Joshua his son. Their lands and settlement included Bethel and its surrounding villages, Naran to the east, Gezer to its villages and its villages to the west, and Shechem and its villages all the way to Aya and its villages along the borders of the Manasseh, were Shelah, Beth Shahan, Beshantana, Megiddo, and Dor, together with their villages. Together, the descendants of Joseph's sons of Israel lived in those towns. The sons of Asher, Emma, Ishva, Ishvi, and Beriah. The sons of their sister was Sarah. The sons of Beriah, Haber and Malchiel, who was the father of Bizrai. Eber was the father of Japhlet, Shomer, and Hodam, and their sister Shua. The sons of Japhlet, Pasak, Bimla, and Ashvat. These were Japhlet's sons. The sons of Shomer, Ai, Roga, Huba, and Aram. The sons of his brother Helam, Zophar, Ima, Shelesh, and Amal. The sons of Zophar, Shua, Sua, and Hanefa, Shual, Beri, Imran, Bezer, Hod, Shama, Shilash, Ithran, and Bezer. The sons of Jethed, Jephune, Sifa, Pispa, and Ara. The sons of Ula, Ara, Haniel, Rizia, and Rizia. All these were descendants of Asher, heads of families, choice men, brave warriors, and outstanding leaders. The number of men ready for battle, as listed in their genealogy, was 26,000. Benjamin was the father of Bela, his firstborn, Ashbel, the second, Ara, the third, Nora, the fourth, Ara, and Rapha, the fifth. The sons of Bela were Ada, Gerard, Abud, Abishua, Naaman, Ahoa, Gera, Shephuna, and Uram. These were the descendants of Ehu, who were heads of families of those living in Geba, and were deported to Mana. Naaman, Ahijah, and Gera, who deported them, and who was the father of Uzzah, and Ahihud, the sons were born to Shahara in Moab, after he had divorced his wife Hushim and Bara. By his wife Hodesha he had Jobad, Zibiah, Mesha, Malkan, Jehuz, Zekiah, Miram. These were his sons, heads of families. By Hushim he had Abitu and Epal. The sons of Elpa, Eber, Misham, Shemed, who built Ono and Lod with its surrounding villages, and Beriah and Shema, who were the heads of families of those living in Ijon, and who drove out the inhabitants of Gath. Ayo, Shaka, Jeremoth, Zebadiah, Arad, Ede, Miko, Ispa, Joha were the sons of Beriah. Zebadiah, Meshulam, Hizki, Heber, Ishmerai, Izila, and Jobab were the sons of Epal. Jakim, Zikri, Zabdi, Elinai, Ziladai, Eliel, Abidai, Beredai, and Shimrat were the sons of Shimei. Ishpan, Eber, Eliel, Abnon, Ziki, Hanan, Ananiah, Elam, and Athnoiah, Jath, Ipdai, and Penuel were the sons of Shashak. Shamrehai, Sherahiah, Athaliah, Jareshiath, Elijah, and Zikri were the sons of Jeroham. These were the heads of chiefs as listed in their genealogy, and they lived in Jerusalem. Jael, the father of Gibeon, lived in Gibeon. His wife's name was Maacah, and his firstborn son was Abdon, followed by Zur, Kish, Baal, Ner, Nadab, Gedo, Ayo, Zekiah, and Mikloth, who was the father of Shimea. They too lived near their relatives in Jerusalem. Ner was the father of Kish, the father of Saul, the father of Jonathan, Malchi, Shua, Abinadab, and Eshbaal. And the son of Jonathan, Mary Baal, who was the father of Micah. The sons of Micah, Pithol, Melech, Teriah, and Azaz was the father of Joada, was the father of Elamat, Azmat, Zeth, and Zimri was the father of Moza. Moza was the father of Binead, Raph, and his son Eleazar, his son, and Azel, his son. Azel had 6 sons, and these were their names: Akrizam, Bokeru, Ishmael, Shariah, Obadiah, and Hanan. All these were sons of Azel. The sons of his brother Eshek, Ulam, his firstborn, Jeush is the second, Eliphelet the third. The sons of Ulam were brave warriors who could handle the bow. They had many sons and grandsons, 115 in all. All these were the descendants of Benjamin. All Israel was listed in the genealogy. All Israel was listed in the genealogies recorded in the book of the kings of Israel and Judah. They were taken captive into Babylon because of their unfaithfulness. Now the first to settle on their own property in their own towns were some Israelites, priests, Levites, and temple servants. Those from Judah, from Benjamin, and from Ephraim and Manasseh, who lived in Jerusalem, were Uthai, son of Amiud, the son of Omri, the son of Imri, the son of Bani, the descendants of Perez, of Judah, of Shelah, Isaiah the firstborn, his son of the Zerites, Joel. The people of Judah numbered 690. Of Benjamin, Salu, son of Meshulam, the son of Adovai, the son of Asenua, Obidei, son of Joram, Elah, son of Uzi, the son of Mikri, Meshulam, son of Shephatiah, the son of Ruel, the son of Ibnijah. The people of Benjamin, as listed in their genealogy, numbered 956. These were heads of their families. Of priests, Jedaiah, Joriah, Jachin, Azariah, son of Ilkiah, the son of Meshullah, the son of Zadok, the son of Zariah, the son of Ahitub, the official in charge of the house of God, Hadiah, the son of Joram, the son of Pashur, the son of Malchijah, and Masai, the son of Adiel, the son of Azerah, the son of Meshullah, the son of Mashilethmith, the son of Immer. The priests who were heads of families numbered 1,760. They were able men responsible for ministering in the house of God. Of Levites, Shemaiah, the son of Hashbu, the son of Azrikam, the son of Hashabiah, the Amarerite, Bakbakar, Eresh, Gala, Matania, son of Micah, son of Zikri, the son of Asaph, Badiah, of Shemaiah, the son of Galal, the son of Jedub, and Bechariah, the son of Asa, the son of Elkanah, who lived in their villages of the Nepotites. The gatekeepers, Shalub, Abdi, Shalom, Akub, Talmon, Aiman, and their fellow Levites, Shalom the chief, being stationed at the king's gate on the east up to the present. These were the gatekeepers belonging to the camp of the Levites. Shalom, son of Kore, the son of Abiasaph, the son of Korah, and his fellow gatekeepers from his family, Korahites, were responsible for guarding the threshold of the tent, just as their ancestors had been responsible for guarding the entrance to the dwelling of the Lord. In earlier times, Phinehas of Eleazar was the official in charge of the gatekeepers, and the Lord was with him. Zechariah, son of Messiah, was the gatekeeper at the entrance to the tent of meeting. Altogether, those chosen to be gatekeepers at the thresholds numbered 212. They were registered by genealogy in their villages. The gatekeepers had been assigned to their positions of trust by David and Samuel the seer. They and their descendants were in charge of guarding the gates of the house of the Lord, the house called tent of meeting. The gatekeepers were on the four sides, east, west, north, and south. Their fellow Levites in their villages had to come from time to time and share their duties from 7-day period. But there are four principal gatekeepers who were Levites who were entrusted with the responsibility for the rooms and treasuries in the house of God. They would spend the night stationed around the house of God because they had to guard it, and they had charge of charge of the key for opening it each morning. Some of them were in charge of the articles used in the temple service. They counted them when they were brought in and when they were taken out. Others were assigned to take care of the furnishings and all other articles of the sanctuary, as well as the special flour and wine, and their olive oil, incense, and spices. But some of the priests took care of mixing spices. A Levite named Mattiah, with the firstborn of Shiloh the Korite, was entrusted with the responsibility for baking of the offering bread. Some of the Kohathites, their fellow Levites, were in charge of preparing for every Sabbath the bread set out on the table. Those who were musicians, head of Levite families, stayed in the rooms of the temple and were exempt from their duties because they were responsible for the work day and night. All these were heads of Levite families, chiefs, as listed chiefs as listed in their genealogy, and they lived in Jerusalem. Jael, the father of Gibeon, lived in Gibeon. His wife named Maacah, and his firstborn son Abdon, followed by Zukish, Bak, and Nadab, Gedor, Hayo, Zechariah, Mikloth was the father of Shimeon, who two lived near their relatives in Jerusalem. There was the father of Kish, the father of Saul, and Saul the father of Jonathan, Malchishua, Abinadab, and Eshbaal, the son of Jonathan, Merib-Baal, who was the father of Micah. The sons of Micah, Pithon, Melech, Tareah, and Azar. Azar was the father of Jada. Jada was the father of Alemeth, Azmatrep, and Zimri. Zimri was the father of Moza. Moza was the father of Binea, Raphia, his son, Eliasa, his son, and Azel, his son. Azel had 6 sons, and these were their names: Azikam, Bokeru, Shishmael, Shariath, Obadiah, Hanan. These were the sons of Azel. Now the Philistines fought against Israel, and the Israelites fled before them, and many fell dead on the Mount Gilboa. The Philistines were in hot pursuit of Saul and his sons. They killed his sons Jonathan, Abinadab, and Malchishua. The fighting grew fierce around Saul, and when the archers overtook him, they wounded him. Saul said to his armor-bearer, "Draw your sword and run me through. All these uncircumcised fellows will come and abuse me." But his armor-bearer was terrified and would not do it. So Saul took his own sword and fell on it. When the armor-bearer saw that Saul was dead, he too fell on his sword and died. So Saul and his 3 sons died, and all his household died together. When the Israelites in the valley saw that the army had fled, and that Saul and his sons had died, they abandoned their towns and fled, and the Philistines came and occupied them. The next day, when the Philistines came to strip the dead, they found Saul and his sons fallen on Mount Gilboa. They stripped him, took his head and his armor, and sent messengers to the land of Philistines to proclaim the news among their idols and their people. They put his armor in the temple of their gods and hung up his head in the temple of Dagon. When all the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead heard what the Philistines had done to Saul, all their valiant men went and took their bodies, the bodies of Saul and his sons, and brought them to Jabesh. They buried their bones under the great tree in Jabesh, and they fasted 7 days. Saul died because he was unfaithful to the Lord. He did not keep the word of the Lord, and even consulted a medium for guidance, and did not inquire of the Lord. So the Lord put him to death and turned the kingdom over to David, the son of Jesse.
First Chronicles chapter 11. David becomes king over Israel. All Israel came together to David to Hebron and said, "We are you, own flesh and blood. In the past, we even while Saul was king, you were on the one who led Israel on their military campaigns. And the Lord your God said to you, you will shepherd my people Israel, and you will become their ruler. When all the leaders of Israelites had come to King David at the Hebron, he made a covenant with them at Hebron before the Lord, and anointed David king over Israel, as the Lord had promised through Samuel. David and all the Israelites marched to Jerusalem, that is Jebus. The Jebusites who lived there said to David, you will not get in here. Nevertheless, David captured the follower of the Zion, which is the city of David. David said, whoever leads the attack on the Jebusites will become the commander-in-chief. Joab, son of Joel, went up first, and so he received the command. David then took up residence in the fortress, and so it was called the city of David. He built up the city around it, from the terraces to the surrounding wall, while Joab restored the rest of the city. And David became more and more powerful because of the Lord Almighty was with him. These were the chiefs of the David's mighty warriors. They together with all Israel, gave his kingship strong support to extend in over the whole land. As the Lord had promised, this is the list of David's mighty warriors. Jehoram Achmonite was chief of the officers. He raised his spear against 300 men who killed in one attack. Next to him was Ezel, son of the Dodai the Awet, one of the three mighty warriors. He was the David's at Pas Damim when the Philistines gathered there for battles. At the place where there was a field full of barley, the troops of fled from the Philistines, but they took their stand in mighty dales of the field. They defeated it and struck of Philistine down, and the Lord brought about a great victory. Three of that chiefs came down to David to look at the cave of Adullam, while the band of Philistines were encamped in the valley of Ephraim. At the time David was in the stronghold and the Philistine garrison was the Bethlehem. David longed for water and said, "Oh, that one will get me a drink of water from the well near the gate of Bethlehem." So the three broke through the Philistine line, drew water from the well near the gate of the Bethlehem, and carried it back to David. But he refused to drink it. Instead, he poured it out of the Lord. "God forbid that I should do this," he said. Should I drink the blood of these men who were at the risk of their lives? Because they risked their lives to bring it back, David will not drink it. Such were the exploits of the three mighty warriors. Abishai, the brother of Shaul, was the chief of the three. He raised his spear against 300 men who he killed, and so he became a famous as the three. He was dubbed on above the three and became their commander, even though he was not included among them. Ben-Hai, son of the Jondhada, a valiant fighter for Kabzel, performed a great exploit. He struck down Moab's two mightiest warriors. He also went down into a pit of the swollen dam and killed a lion. And he struck down an Egyptian who was 5 pulpits and down tall. Although the Egyptian had a spear like a weaver load in his hand, Benel went against him in a cab. He snatched the spear from the Egyptian hand and killed him with his own spear. Such were the exploits of Ben-Hur, son of the Jehoiada. He too was famous as three mighty warriors. He was held the greater honor than any of the 30, but he was not included among the three, and David put him in charge of his bodyguard. The mighty warriors were Ashabel, the brother of Job, Elnana, son of the Dono from the Bethlehem, Shamal the Alroites, Elegs the Phelonite, Ira, son of Ikrash from the Tekoa, Abishai from Anathon, Sibekai the Ishamtake, Eli of the Olatites, Amalai and the Netophites, Eled, son of the Banan and the Nephashites, Ithai, son of the Rabbi from the Kia in Benjamin, Benai the Piranodites, Uriah from the Rabbis of the Gash, Abel the Abanites, Azmavel and the Anamites, Elaba and the Shalbonites, the son of Hashem and the Gizonites, Jonah, the son of Gans and the Harents, Arden, son of the Sat and the Harites, Elphaz, son of Ur, Epha, the Necharites, Ahid, the Philotites, Zer, the Carmelites, Anai, son of Ezabai, Joel, the brother of Nathan, Machbais of the Gads, Zelt, Ammonites, Anathai, the Bezots, and among the bearer of the Job, son of Jura. Ir, the Erites, Gadal, the Herites, Ur, the Eds, and Zaban, son of Halai. Adonai, son of Shiza, the Reubenites, who were the chiefs of the Reubenites, the 30 with them. Anna, son of Makai, Jophathats, the Matanites, Uzai, the Ashalzats, and Shammai, the giants of the son of Othams, the Arabites. Jediah, the son of Shemai, his brother Joan, the Tizites, the Ezel, the Massive, the Jerai, the Chauvin, and the son of Elmai. Ithmael, the Moabites, Elnai, the Obai, and the Jazel, the Mezobai. War of warriors joined David. These were the men who came to David at Ziklag while he was banished from the presence of Saul, son of Kish. They were among the warriors who helped him in battles. They were armed with bows and were able to shoot arrows or to sling stones right hand or left hand. They were related of Saul from the tribe of Benjamin. Ashlai, the chief, and Joash the son of Shammah the Gibeon, and Pel the son of Azmaith, Belkar, Jehu, and another died, and the Ishmael the Gibeon, and a mighty warrior among the that who were the leader of that. Jeremiah, Johanna, Josabad, and Jedediah, Elozai, Jeromath, Beath, Jamal, and the Shephathites, the Aaronfites, Elkites, Ishmael, Azael, Zoel, Jashobeth, and Korahites, and the Joel, the Zebadon of the son of the Johanan from the Geb. Some guides defense to David at his stronghold in the wilderness. They were brave. They were brave warriors, ready for battle and able to handle the shield and spear. Their faces were the face of lions, and they were as swift as gazelle in the mountains. Ezel was the chief. Obadiah the second in command, Ezab the third, Ishmana the fourth, Jeremiah the fifth, Atma the sixth, Elen the seventh, Johan the eighth, Ezabad the ninth, Jeremiah the 10th, and Maccaban the 11th. These guardians were army commanders. The least was the march for hundreds and the greatest for thousands. It was there who crossed the Jordan in the first month, when it was overflowing all its banks, and they put flights everywhere, leaving the valleys to the east and to the west. Other Benjamites and some men from Judah also came to David in his stronghold. David went out to meet them and said to them, "If you have come to me in peace to help me, I am ready for you to join me. But if you have come to betray me in my enemies, when my hands are free from violence, my God, may the God of our ancestors see it and judge you." Then the Spirit came on Amasai, chief of 30, and he said, We are yours, David. We are with you, son of Jesse. Success to you, and success to those who help you, for your God will help you. So David received them and made them leaders of his little bands. Some of tribes of Manasseh defeated to David when he went in Philistine to fight against Saul. He and his men did not help the Philistine because after consultation the rulers sent him away. They said, "It will cost us over heads if he desert to his master Saul." When David went to Ziklag, these were the men of Manasseh who defeated to him: Adnah, Zabad, Jedil, Michael, Josabed, Elmad, Ezilvai, leaders of unit of thousands of Manasseh. They helped David against raiding bands, for all of them who were brave warriors, and those were commanders in his army. Day after day, men came to help David until he had gathered a great army. like the army of God. Those are the numbers of the men armed for battle who came to David and Rehoboam to turn Saul's kingdom to him, as the Lord he said. From Judah carrying shield and spear, 6,800 armed for battle. From Simeon, warriors ready for battle, 7,100. From Levi, 4,600, including Joan, leader of the family of Aaron, with 3,700 men, and Zadok the brave young warrior with 22 officers from his family. From Benjamin's Saul tribe, 3,000, most of whom had remained loyal to Saul's house until then. From Ephraim, brave warriors famous in their own clan, 20,800. From the tribe of Manasseh, designed and by name of to come and make David king, 8,000. From Issachar, men who understood to time and knew what Israel should do, 200 chiefs with all their relatives under their command. From Zebulun, experienced soldiers prepared for battle with every type of weapon to help David with undivided loyalty, 50,000. From Naphtali, 1,000 officers together with 37,000 men carrying shield and spear. From Dan, ready for battle, 28,600. From Isha, experienced soldiers prepared for battle, 40,000. And from east of the Jordan, from Reuben, Gad, and the half tribe of Manasseh, armed with every type of weapon, 120,000. All these were fighting men who volunteered to serve in ranks. They came to Ab full of determined to make David king over all Israel. All the rest of the Israelites were also one mind to make David king. Then the men spent 3 days there with David, eating and drinking, for their family had supplied provision of them. Also their neighbors from as far away as Isaac, Zebulun, and the family came bringing food on donkeys, camels, mules, and oxen. They were plentiful supply of flour, fig cakes, raisin cakes, wine, olive oil, cattle, and sheep. For there was joy in Israel. David conferred with each of his side, the commander of thousands and commander of hundreds. He then said to whole assembly of Israel, if it seem good to you, and if it seem well with the Lord our God, let us send word far and wide to the rest of our people throughout the territories of Israel, and also to the priests and Levites who are with them in those towns and pasture lands to come and join us. Let us bring the ark of our God back to us, for we did not inquire of it during the reign of Saul. The whole assembly agreed to do this because it seemed right to all the people. So David assembled all Israelites from the Sheol River in Egypt to Lebanon to bring the ark of God from Kiriath Jearim. David and all Israel went to Bahar of Judah, Kiri to bring up from there the ark of God to the Lord, who is enthroned between the cherubim, the ark that is called by the name. They moved the ark of God from Abinadab's house on the new cart with Uzzah and Hur guiding it. David and all the Israelites were celebrating with all their might before God, with songs and with harps, lantern, timbrels, cymbals, and trumpets. When they came to the stretch of flood on Kingdom, Uzzah reached out his hand and started the ark. Before the oxen stamped, the Lord's hand burned against Uzzah, and he struck him down because he had put his hand on the ark. So he died there before God. Then David was angry because the Lord wanted the blood broken out against Uzzah, and to this day that place is called Perez Uz. David was afraid of God that day, and asked, "How can I even bring the ark of God to me?" He did not take the ark to be with him in the city of David. Instead, he took it to the house of Obed-Edom and Gittites. The ark of God remains with family of Obed-Edom in his house for 3 months, and the Lord blessed his household and everything he had.
First Chronicles chapter 14. Now Hiram king of Tyre sent messengers to David among with cedar logs, stone masons and carpenters to build a palace for him. And David knew that the Lord had established him a king over Israel, and that his kingdom had been highly exalted for the sake of the people Israel. In Jerusalem, David took more wives and became the father of more sons and daughters. These are the names of the children born to him there: Shammua, Shobab, Nathan, Solomon, Ibhar, Elishua, Elpet, Nepheg, Japhia, Elishama, Biliadam, and Eliphabet. David defeats the Philistines. When the Philistines heard that David had been anointed king over all Israel, they went up in full force to search for him. But David heard about it and went out to meet them. Now the Philistines had come and raided the valley of Rephaim. So David inquired of God, "What shall I go and attack the Philistines? Will you deliver them into my hands?" The Lord answered him, "Go, I will deliver them into your hands." So David and his men went up to Baal Perazim, and there he defeated them. He said, "As waters break out, God has broken out against my enemies by my hand." So that place was called Baal Perazim. The Philistines had abandoned, and David gave orders to burn them in the fire. Once more the Philistines raided the valley. So David inquired of God again, and God answered him, "Do not go directly after them, but circle around them and attack them in front of the poplar trees. As soon as you hear the sound of marching in the tops of the poplar trees, move out to the battle, because that will mean God has gone out in front of you to strike the Philistine army." So David did as God commanded him, and they struck down the Philistine army and the way from Gibeon to Gaza. So David's fame spread throughout every land, and the Lord made all the nations fear him. Chapter 15, the ark brought to Jerusalem. After David had constructed a building for himself in the city of David, he prepared a place for the ark of God and pitched a tent for it. Then David said, "No one but the Levites may carry the ark of God, because the Lord chose them to carry the ark of the Lord and to minister before him forever." David assembled all Israel in Jerusalem to bring up the ark of the Lord to the place he had prepared for it. He called together the descendants of Aaron and the Levites from the descendants of Kohath, Uriel the leader and 120 relatives. From the descendants of Merari, Azariah the leader of 220 relatives. From the descendants of Gershon, Joel the leader and 130 relatives. From the descendants of Elizapham, Shemaiah the leader and 200 relatives. From the descendants of Hebron, Eliad the leader of 80 relatives. From the descendants of Huziel, Aminadab the leader and 112 relatives. Then David summoned Zadok and Abiathar the priest and Uriel, Azariah, Joel, Shemaiah, Eliel, and Aminadab the Levites. He said to them, "You are the heads of the Levitical families. You and your fellow Levites are to consecrate yourselves and bring up the ark of the Lord, the God of Israel, to the place I have prepared for it. It was because you, the Levites, did not bring it up the place time that the Lord your God broke out in anger against us. We did not inquire of him about how to do it in the prescribed way." So the priests and Levites consecrated themselves in order to bring up the ark of the Lord, the God of Israel. And the Levites carried the ark of God with the poles on their shoulders, as Moses had commanded in accordance with the word of the Lord. David told the leaders of the Levites to appoint their fellow Levites as musicians to make a joyful sound with musical instruments, that's lyres, harps, and cymbals. So the Levites appointed Haman, son of Joel, from his relatives, Asaph, son of Berechiah, and from their relatives, the Merarites, Ethan, son of Cushaiah, and with them, their relatives next in rank, Zechariah, Jaziel, Shemiramoth, Jehiel, Uni, Eliab, Benaiah, Maaseiah, Mutithia, Elipelehu, Mikneiah, Obed-Edom, and Jael, the gatekeepers. The musician Heman, Asaph, and Ethan were to sound the bronze cymbals. Zechariah, Jaziel, Shemiramoth, Jehiel, Uni, Eliab, Maaseiah, and Benaiah were to play the lyres according to Alamoth, and Matithia, Elipheleu, Mikneiah, Obed-Edom, Jael, and Azariah were to play the harps directed according to Sheminith. Kenaiah, the head Levite, was in charge of the singing. That was his responsibility because he was skillful at it. Berechiah and Elkanah were to be doorkeepers for the ark. Shebaniah, Joshaphat, Nathanael, Amasai, Zechariah, Benaiah, and Eleazar the priest were to blow trumpets before the ark of God. Obed-Edom and Jehiah were also to be doorkeepers for the ark. So David and the elders of the Israel and the commanders of the units of 1,000 went to bring up the ark of the covenant of the Lord from the house of Obed-Edom with rejoicing, because God had helped the Levites who were carrying the ark of the covenant of the Lord. 7 bulls and 7 rams were sacrificed. Now David was clothed in a robe of fine linen, as were all the Levites who were carrying the ark, and as were the musician and Kenaiah, who was in charge of the singing of the choirs. David also wore a linen ephod. So all Israel brought up the ark of the covenant of the Lord with shouts, with the sounding of rams, horns, and trumpets, and cymbals, and the playing of lyres and harps. As the ark of the covenant of the Lord was entering the city of David, Michal, daughter of Saul, watched from a window. And when she saw King David dancing and celebrating, she despised him in her heart. Chapter 16, ministry before the ark. They brought the ark of the God and set it inside the tent that David had pitched for it. And they presented burnt offering and fellowship offering before God. After David had finished sacrificing the burnt offering and fellowship offering, he blessed the people in the name of the Lord. Then he gave a loaf of bread, a cake of dates, and a cake of raisins to each Israelite man and woman. He appointed some of the Levites to minister before the ark of the Lord to extol, thank, and praise the Lord, the God of Israel. Asaph the chief, and the next to him in rank were Zechariah, then Jaziel, Shemiramoth, Jehiel, Mattithiah, Eliab, Benaiah, Obed, Edom, and Jael. They were to play the lyres and harps, Asaph, and to sound the cymbals, and Benaiah, Jaziel, the priests, were to blow the trumpets regularly before the ark of the covenant. That day, David first appointed Asaph and associates to give praise to the Lord to his manner. Give praise to the Lord, proclaim his name. Make known among the nations what he has done. Sing to him, sing praise to him. Tell all these wonderful acts. Glory in his holy name. Let the hearts of those who seek the Lord rejoice. Look to the Lord and his strength. Seek his faith always. Remember the wonders he has done, his miracles and the judgment he pronounced. You, his servant, the descendants of Israel, his chosen ones of the children of Jacob, is the Lord our God. His judgment are in all earth. He remembers his covenant forever, the promise he made for 1,000 generations, the covenant he made with Abraham, the oath he swore to Isaac. He covenanted it to Jacob as a decree. To Israel as an everlasting covenant. To you I will give the land of Canaan as the portion you will inherit. When they were but few in number, few indeed, and strangers in need, they wandered from a nation to nation, from one kingdom to another. He allowed no one to oppress them. For their sake he rebuked kings. Do not touch my anointed ones. Do my prophets no harm. Sing to the Lord all the earth. Proclaim his salvation day after day. Declare his glory among the nations, his marvelous deeds among all peoples. For great is the Lord and most worthy of praise. He is to be feared among all gods. For all the gods of the nations are idols, but the Lord made the heavens. Splendor and majesty are before him. Strength and joy are in his dwelling place. Ascribe to the Lord, all you families of nations. Ascribe to the Lord glory and strength. Ascribe to the Lord the glory due his name. Bring an offering and come before him. Worship the Lord in the splendor of his holiness. Tremble before him, all the earth. The word is firmly established. It cannot be moved. Let the heavens rejoice. Let the earth be glad. Let them say among the nations, the Lord reigns. Let the sea resound and all that is in it. Let the fields be jubilant and everything in them. Let the trees of the forest sing. Let them sing for joy before the Lord, for he comes to judge the earth. Give thanks to the Lord for his good, and his love endures forever. Cry out, save us, God our Savior. Gather us and deliver us from the nations, that we may give thanks to your holy name. And glory be in your praise. Praise be to the God of Israel, from everlasting to everlasting. Then all the people said amen and praised the Lord. David left Asaph and his associates before the ark of the covenant of the Lord to minister there regularly according to each day's requirements. He also left Obed-Edom and the 68 associates to minister with them. Obed-Edom, son of Jeduthun, and also Hosea were gatekeepers. David left Zadok the priest of his fellow priests before the tabernacle of the Lord at the high place in Gibeon to present burnt offering to the Lord on the altar of burnt offering regularly, morning and evening, in accordance with everything written in the law of the Lord, which he had given Israel. With them were Heman and Jeduthun, and the rest were chosen and designated by name to give those to the Lord. For his love endures forever. Heman and Jeduthun were responsible for the sounding of the trumpets and cymbals and for the playing of the other instruments for sacred song. The sons of Jeduthun were stationed at the gate. Then all the people left each of their own home, and David returned home to bless his family. Chapter 17. After David was settled in his place, he said to Nathan the prophet, "Here I am, living in a house of cedar." While the ark of the covenant of the Lord is unattended, Nathan replied to David, "Whatever you have in mind, do it, for God is with you." But that night the word of God came to Nathan, saying, "Go and tell my servant David, this is what the Lord says. You are not the one who is building me a house to dwell in. I have not dwelled in the house from the day I brought Israel up out of Egypt to this day. I have moved from one tent site to another, from one dwelling place to another. Wherever I have moved with all the Israelites, did I ever say to any of their leaders, whom I commanded to shepherd my people, why have you not built me a house of cedar? Now then, tell my servant David, this is what the Lord Almighty said. I took from you the pasture, from tending the flock, and appointed you the ruler of my people Israel. I have been with you wherever you have gone, and have cut off your enemies from before you. Now will make your name like the names of the greatest men on earth, and I will provide a place for my people Israel, and will plant them to that they can have a home of their own and no longer to be disturbed. Wicked people will not oppress them anymore, and they did at the beginning. And I've done every since and time I appointed leaders over my people Israel, and I will also subdue all your enemies. I declare to you that the Lord will build a house for you. When your days are over and you go to be with your ancestors, I will raise up your offspring to succeed you, one of your own sons, and I will establish his kingdom. Is the one who will build a house for me, and I will establish his throne forever. I will be his father, and he will be my son. I will never take my love away from him, as I took it from your predecessor. I will set him over my house and my kingdom forever. His throne will be established forever. Nathan reported to David all the words of the entire Revelations. Verse 16, David's prayer. Then King David went in and sat before the Lord, and he said, Who am I, Lord God? What is my family, that you have brought me this far? And were not enough in your sight, my God? Why have you spoken about the future of the house of your servant? You, Lord God, have looked on me as though I were the most exalted of men. What more can David say to you for honoring your servant? For you know your servant, Lord. For the sake of the servant and according to your will, you have done this great thing and made known all these great promises. There is no one like you, Lord. There is no God but you, as we have heard with our own ears. And who is like your people Israel, the one nation on earth whose God went out to redeem a people for himself, and to make a name of yourself, and to perform great and awesome wonders by driving out nations from before your people, whom you redeemed from Egypt. You made your people Israel your very own forever, and you, Lord, have become their God. And now, Lord, let the promise you have made concerning your servant and his house be established forever. Do as you promised, so that it will be established that your name will be great forever. Then people will say, the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, is Israel's God, and the house of your servant David will be established before you. You, my God, have revealed to your servant that you will build a house for him. So your servant has found courage to pray to you. You, Lord, our God, you have promised these good things to your servant. Now you have been pleased to bless the house of your servant, that it may continue forever in your sight. For you, O Lord, have blessed it, and it will be blessed forever. Chapter 18. In the course of time, David defeated the Philistines and subdued them, and he took Gath and its surrounding villages from the control of Philistines. David also defeated the Moabites, and they became subject to him and brought him tribute. Moreover, David defeated Hadaziza, king of Zobah, in the vicinity of Hamath. When he went up to the monument at the Euphrates River, David captured 1,000 of his chariots, 7,000 charioteers, and 20,000 foot soldiers. He hamstrung all but 100 of the chariot horses. When the army of Damascus came to help Hadadezer, king of Zobah, David struck down 22,000 of them. He put garrison in the Aramean kingdom of Damascus, and the Arameans became subject to him and brought him tribute. The Lord gave David victory wherever he went. David took the gold shield carried by the officers of Hadadezer and brought them to Jerusalem from Teba and Kun towns that belonged to Hadadezer. David took a great quantity of bronze, which Solomon used to make the bronze sea, the pillars, and various bronze articles. When Tou, king of Hamath, heard that King David had defeated the entire army of Hadadezer, king of Zobah, He sent his son Hadoram to King David to greet him and congratulate him on his victory in battle over Hadadezer, who had been at war with Tou. Hadoram brought all kinds of articles of gold, of silver, and of bronze. King David dedicated these articles to the Lord as he had done the silver and gold had taken from all these nations: Edom and Moab, the Ammonites, and the Philistines, and Amalek. Abishai, son of Zeruiah, struck down 18,000 Edomites in the Valley of Salt. He put garrisons in Edom, and all the Edomites became subject to David. The Lord gave David victory wherever he went. David's officials. David reigned over all Israel, doing that he was just right for all the people. Joab, son of Zeruiah, was over the army. Jehoshaphat, son of Ahilud, was recorder. Zadok, son of Ahitub, and Ahimelech, son of Abiathar, were priests. Shavsha was secretary. Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, was over the Kerethites and Pelethites, and David's sons were chief officials at the king's side.
Chapter 19. In the course of time, Nahash, king of Ammonites, died, and his son succeeded him as king. David thought, I will show kindness to Hanan, son of Nahash, because his father showed kindness to me. So David sent a delegation to express his sympathy to Hanan concerning his father. When David's envoys came to Hanan in the land of Ammonite to express sympathy to him, the Ammonites commander said to Hanan, do you think David is honoring your father by sending you envoys to you to express sympathy? Haven't his envoys came to you only to explore and spy out the country and overthrow it? So Hanan seized David's envoys, shaved them, cut off their garments at the buttocks, and sent them away. When someone came and told David about the men, he sent messengers to meet them, for they were greatly humiliated. The king said, stay at Jericho till your birds have grown and till your beards have grown, and then come back. When the Ammonites realized that they had become obnoxious to David, Hanan and the Ammonites sent 1,000 talents of silver to hire chariots and charioteers from Aram Naharaim, Aram, Makkah, and Zobah. They hired that 2,000 chariots and charioteers, as well as the king of Makkah with his troops, who came and camped near Madeba, while the Ammonites were mustered from their towns and moved out for battle. On hearing this, David sent Joab out with the entire army of fighting men. The Ammonites came out and drew up with a battle formation at the entrance to their city, while the king who had come were by themselves in the open country. Joab saw that there were battle lines in front of him and behind him, so he selected some of the best troops in Israel and deployed them against the Arameans. He put the best of the men under the command of Abishai, his brother, and they were deployed against the Ammonites. Joab said, if the Arameans are too strong for me, then you are to rescue me. But if the Ammonites are too strong for you, then I will rescue you. Be strong and let us fight bravely for our good, for our people and the cities of our God. The Lord will do what is good in his sight. Then Joab and the troops with him advanced to fight the Arameans, and they fled before him. When the Ammonites realized that the Arameans were fleeing, they too fled before his brother Abishai and went inside the city. So Joab went back to Jerusalem. After the Arameans saw that they had been routed by Israel, they sent messengers and had Arameans brought from beyond the Euphrates River, with Shofak, the commander of Hadadezer's army, leading them. When David was told of this, he gathered all Israel and crossed the Jordan. He advanced against them and formed his battle lines opposite them. David formed his lines to meet the Arameans in battle, and they fought against him. But they fled before Israel And David killed 70,000 of their charioteers and 40,000 of their foot soldiers. He also killed Shofak, the commander of their army. When the vassals of Hadadezer saw that they had been routed by Israel, they made peace with David and became subject to him. So the Arameans were not willing to help the Ammonites anymore. The capital of Rabbah. Chapter 20. In the spring, at the time when kings go off to war, Joab led out the armed forces. He led west the land of the Ammonites and went to Rabbah and besieged it. But David remained in Jerusalem. Joab attacked Rabbah and left it in ruins. David took the crown from the head of their king. Its weight was found to be a talent of gold, and it was set with precious stones, and it was placed on David's head. He took a great quantity of land from the city and brought out the people who were there, consigning them to labor with saws and with iron picks and axes. David did this to all the Ammonite towns. Then David and his entire army returned to Jerusalem, war with the Philistines. In the course of time, war broke out with the Philistines at Gaza. At that time, Shibbekai the Hushathites killed Sippai, one of the descendants of the Rephaites, and the Philistines were subjugated. In another battle with the Philistines, Elhanan, son of Jair, killed Lami, the brother of Goliath the Gittite, who had a spear with a shaft like weaver's rod. In still another battle which took place at Gath, there was a huge man with 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot, 24 in all. He also was succeeded from Rapha. When he taunted Israel, Jonathan, son of Shimea, David's brother, killed him. These were descendants of Rapha in Gath, and they fell at the hands of David and his men. David counts the fighting men. Chapter 21. Satan rose up against Israel and incited David to take a census of Israel. So David said to Joab and the commanders of the troops, "Go and count Israelites from the Beersheba to Dan, then report back to me so that I may know how many there are." But Joab replied, "May the Lord multiply his troops 100 times over. May my lord the king, and they not all my lord's subjects. Why does my lord want to do this? Why should he bring guilt on Israel?" The king's word, however, overruled Joab. So Joab left and went throughout Israel, and then came back to Jerusalem. Joab reported the number of the fighting men to David in all Israel. There were 1,100,000 men who could handle a sword, including 470,000 in Judah. But Joab did not include Levi and Benjamin in the numbering because the king's command was repulsive to him. This command was also evil in the sight of God, so he punished Israel. Then David said to God, "I have sinned greatly by doing this. Now I beg you, take away the guilt of your servant. I have done a very foolish thing." The Lord said to Gad, David's seer, "Go and tell David, this is what the Lord says. I am giving you 3 options. Choose one of them for me to carry out against you." So Gad went to David and said to him, "This is what the Lord says. Take your choice. Take your choice. 3 years of famine, 3 months of being swept away before your enemies with their swords overtaking you, or 3 days of the sword of the Lord, days of plague in the land, with the angel of the Lord ravaging every part of Israel. Now then, decide now how I should answer the one who sent me." David said to God, "I am in deep distress. Let me fall into the hand of the Lord, for his mercy is very great." Verse 13, David said to God, "I am in deep distress. Let me fall into the hands of the Lord, for his mercy is very great, but do not let me fall into human hands. So the Lord sent a plague on Israel, and 7,000 men of Israel fell dead. And God sent an angel to destroy Jerusalem. But as the angel was doing so, the Lord saw it and relented concerning the disaster and said to the angel who was destroying the people, Enough, enough, withdraw your hand. The angel of the Lord was then standing at the threshing floor at Araunah the Jebusite. David looked up and saw the angel of the Lord standing between heaven and earth with a drawn sword in his hand extended over Jerusalem. Then David and the elders, clothed in sackcloth, fell face down. David said to God, Was it not I who ordered the fighting men to be counted? I, the shepherd, have sinned and done wrong. These are but sheep. What have they done, Lord my God? Let your hand fall on me and my family, but do not let this plague remain on your people. David built an altar. Then the angel of the Lord ordered God to tell David to go up and build an altar to the Lord on the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite. So David went up in obedience to the word that God had spoken in the name of the Lord. While Araunah was threshing wheat, he turned and saw and the angel, his four sons who were with him, hid themselves. Then David approached, and when Araunah looked and saw him, he left the threshing floor and bowed down before David with his face to the ground. David said to him, Let me have the site of your threshing floor so that I can build an altar to the Lord, that the plague on the people may be stopped. Sell it to me at the full price. Araunah said to David, Take it, let my lord the king do whatever pleases him. Look, I will give the oxen for the burnt offering, the threshing sledges for the wood, and the wheat for the grain offering. I will give all this. But King David replied to Araunah, No, I insist on paying the full price. I will not take for the Lord what is yours, or sacrifice a burnt offering that cost me nothing. So David paid Araunah 600 shekels of gold for the site. David built an altar to the Lord there and sacrificed burnt offerings and fellowship offerings. He called on the Lord, and the Lord answered him with fire from heaven on the altar of the burnt offering. Then the Lord spoke to the angel, and he put his sword back into the sheath. At the time when David saw that the Lord had answered him on the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite, he offered sacrifice there. The tabernacle of the Lord, which Moses had made in the wilderness, and the altar of burnt offering were at times on the high place of Gibeon. But David could not go before it to inquire of God, because he was afraid of the sword of the angel of the Lord. Chapter 22. Then David said, The house of the Lord God is to be here, and also the altar of burnt offering for the Israel, preparations for the temple. So David gave orders to assemble the foreigners residing in Israel, and from among them he appointed stone cutters to prepare dressed stone for building the house of God. He provided a large amount of iron to make nails for the doors of the gateways and for the fittings, and more bronze than could be weighed. He also provided more cedar logs than could be counted, for the Sidonians and Tyrians had brought large numbers of them to David. David said, My son Solomon is young and inexperienced, and the house to be built for the Lord should be of great magnificence and fame and splendor in the sight of all the nations. Therefore I will make preparation for it. So David made extensive preparation before his death. Then he called for his son Solomon and charged him to build a house for the Lord, the God of Israel. David said to Solomon, My son, I had it in my heart to build a house for the name of the Lord my God, But this word of the Lord came to me. You have shed much blood and you have fought many wars. You are not to build a house for my name, because you have shed much blood on the earth in my sight. But you will have a son who will be a man of peace and rest, and I will give him rest from all his enemies on every side. His name will be Solomon, and I will grant Israel peace and quiet during his reign. He is the one who will build a house for my name. He will be as my son, and I will be his father, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom over Israel forever. Now, my son, the Lord be with you, and may you have a success and build the house of the Lord your God, as he said you would. May the Lord give you discretion and understanding when he puts you in command over Israel, so that you may keep the law of the Lord your God. Then you will have success if you are careful to observe the decrees and laws that the Lord gave Moses for Israel. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or discouraged. I have taken great pains to provide for the temple of the Lord 100,000 talents of gold, 1,000,000 talents of silver, quantities of bronze and iron too great to be weighed, and wood and stone. And you may add to them, you have many workers, stone cutters, masons and carpenters, as well as those skilled in every kind of work, in gold and silver, bronze and iron, craftsmen beyond number. Now begin the work, and the Lord be with you. Then David ordered all the leaders of Israel to help his son Solomon. He said to them, "Is not the Lord your God with you? And has he not granted you rest on every side? For he has given the inhabitants of the Lord into my hands, and the land is subject to the Lord and to his people. Now devote your heart and soul to seeking the Lord your God. Begin to build the sanctuary of the Lord God, so that you may bring the ark of the covenant the ark of the covenant of the Lord and sacred articles belonging to God into the temple that will be built for the name of the Lord."
Yes. Chapter 23. When David was old and full of years, he made his son Solomon king over Israel. He also gathered together all the leaders of Israel, as well as the priests, Levites. The Levites, 30 years old or more, were counted, and the total number of men were 38,000. David said, "Of these, 24,000 are to be in charge of the work of the temple of the Lord, and 6,000 are to be officials and judges. 4,000 are to be gatekeepers and 4,000 are to praise the Lord with the musical instruments. In all, I have provided for the purpose." David separated the Levites into divisions corresponding to the sons of Levi. Gershon, Kohath, and Merari belonged to the Gershons, Ladan and Shimei. The sons of Laban, Jehiel the first, Zedam and the Joel, 3 in all. The sons of Shimei, Shelomoth, Hazil, and Aram, 3 in all. These were the heads of the families of Laban. And the sons of Shimei, Jahath, Ziza, Jehu, and Beriah. These are the sons of Shimei, 4 in all. Jahath was the first, and Ziza and the second. But Jeush and Beriah did not have many sons, so they were counted as one family with one as signet. The sons of Kohath, Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel, 4 in all. The sons of Amram, Aaron and Moses. Aaron was set apart, he and his descendants forever, to consecrate the most holy things, to offer sacrifices before the Lord, to minister before him, and to pronounce blessings in his name. The sons of Moses, the man of God, were counted as part of the tribe of Levi. The sons of Moses, Gershom and Eleazar. The descendant of Gershom, Shubal was the first. The descendants of Eleazar, Rehabiah was the first. Eleazar had no other sons, but the sons of Rehoboam were very numerous. The sons of Israel,
Shelomith was the first. The sons of Hebron, Jeriah the first, Amariah the second, Jahaziel the third, and the Jechamian the fourth. The sons of Uzziel, Micah the first, and Isaiah the second. The sons of Merari, Mahil and Mushi. The sons of Mahil, Eliezer and Kish. Eliezer died without having sons. He had only daughters, their cousins. The sons of Kish married them. The sons of Mush, Muli, Eda, and Jerimoth, three in all. These were the descendants of Levi of their families, the heads of the families as they were registered under the names of and counted individually, that is, the works of 20 years old or more, who served in the temple of the Lord. For David had said, since the Lord, the God of Israel, had granted rest to the people and has come to dwell in Jerusalem forever, the Levite no longer need to carry the tabernacle or of the articles used in the service. According to the last instruction of David to the last instruction of David, the Levites were counted from those 20 years old or more. The duty of the Levites was to help Aaron's descendants in the service of the temple of the Lord, to be in charge of the courtyards, the side rooms, the purification of all sacred things, and the performance of other duties as the house of God. They were in charge of the bread set on the table, the special flour, the grain offering, the thin loaves and made without yeast, the baking and the mixing, and all measurements of quantity and size. They were also to stand every morning to think and praise the Lord. They were to do the same in evening, and whenever burnt offerings were presented to the Lord in Sabbaths, at the new moon feasts, and at its appointed festival, they were to serve before the Lord regularly in the proper number and in the way proceeded from them. And so Levites carried out their responsibility for the tent of the meeting, for the holy place, and under their relatives, the descendants of Aaron, for the service of the temple of the Lord. Chapter 24. These were the divisions of descendants of Aaron. The sons of Aaron were Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. But Nadab and Abihu died before their father did, and they had sons. Eleazar and Ithamar served as the priest with the help of Zadok, a descendant of Eleazar, and Ahimelech, a descendant of Ithamar. David separated them into division of the appointed order of the ministry. A large number of leaders were found among Eleazar's descendants, that among Ithamar, and they were divided according to 16 heads of families, and from Eleazar's descendants, and from Eleazar's descendants, and 8 heads of families from Ithamar's descendants. They divided them impartially by casting lots, for there were officials of the sanctuary and officials of God among the descendants of both Eleazar and Ithamar. The scribe Shimei, son of Nathaniel, a Levite, recorded their names in the presence of the king and the officials. Zadok the priest, Ahimelech, son of Abiathar, and the heads of families of the priests and of the Levites, one family being taken from Eleazar and the one from Ithamar. The first lot fell to Jehoiarib, the second of Jedeah, the third of Aram, the fourth of Sihoriam, the fifth of Malchijah, the sixth of Mijami, the seventh of Akos, the eighth of Habijah, the ninth of Yeshua, the 10th of Shekinah, the 11th of Eliashib, the 12th of Jakim, the 13th of Upa, the 14th to Jeshebiah, the 15th to Bilgah, the 16th to Himra, the 17th to Eleazar, the 18th to Apizez, the 19th to Pedathiah, the 20th to Jehezkel, the 21st to Jakin, the 22nd to Gamul, the 23rd to the Leah, and the 24th to Maziah. This was the appointed order of the ministry when they entered the temple of the Lord, according to the regulation prescribed for them by their ancestors Aaron, as the Lord, the God of Israel, had commanded him. As for the rest of the descendants of Levi, from the sons of Amram, Shubel; from the sons of Shubel, Jediah. As for Rehabiah, from the sons of Isaiah the first; from the Israelites, Lomoth. From the sons of Shelomoth, Jadea. The sons of Hebron, Jireh the first, Amariah the second, Jahazil the third, and Jechamian the fourth. The son of Uzil, Micah. From the sons of Micah, Shamil. The brother of Micah, Ishada. From the sons of Isaiah, Zachariah. The sons of Merari, Malish, and Mush. The sons of Jahazil, Beno. The sons of Miriam, from Jaziah, Beno, Shama, Zakul, and Ibri. From Mahil, Eliezer, who had no sons. From Kish, the son of Kish, Jeharmil. And the sons of Mush, Mahil, Eda, and Jeremoth. These were the Levites according to the families. They also casted lots just as the Levites, the relatives that the descendants of Aaron did, in the presence of King David and of Zadok and Hilk, and the heads of the families of the priests and of the Levites. The families of the oldest brother were treated the same as those of the youngest. Chapter 25. David together with the commanders of the army set apart some of the sons of Asaph, Eman, and Jethum from the ministry of prophesying, according to by harps, lays, and cymbals. Here is the list of the men who performed the service. From the sons of Asaph, Zakul, Joseph, Nathaniel, and Asariel. The sons of Asaph were under the supervision of Asaph, who prophesied under the king's supervision. As for the Jedun, from the sons of Gedaliah, Zeri, Jesahiah, Shimei, Asabei, and Matithiah. 6 in all under the supervision of their Judam, who prophesied using the harp in thanking and praising the Lord. As for Heman, from the sons of Bukiah, Mataniah, Uzil, Shubel, and Jeremoth, Ananiah and Anani, Eliada, Gidalt, and Romantiezer, Josbekasha, Malot, Odir, and Mahazod. All these were the sons of Eman the king's seer. They were given him through the promises of God to exalt him. God gave a man 14 sons and 3 daughters. All these men were under the supervision of their father for the music of the temple of the Lord, with cymbal rites and harps for the ministry of the house of God. Asaph, Jedud, and Eman were under the supervision of the king, along with their relatives of all of them trained and skilled in music for the Lord. They numbered 288. Young and old alike teacher as well as student cast lots for their duties. The first lot, which was for Asaph, fell to Joseph, his sons and relatives. The second to Gadiel, him and his relatives and sons. The third to Zakul, his sons and relatives. The fourth to Izar, his sons and relatives. The fifth to Nathaniel, his sons and relatives. The sixth to Bukiah, his sons and relatives. The seventh to Jesariah, his sons and relatives. The eighth to Jeshaiah, his sons and relatives. The ninth to Mataniah, his sons and relatives. The 10th to Shimei, his sons and relatives. The 11th to Azariah, his sons and relatives. The 12th to Ashabiah, his sons and relatives. The 13th to Shubal, his sons and relatives. The 14th to Mattithiah, his sons and relatives. The 15th to Jeremoth, his sons and relatives. The 16th to Ananiah, his sons and relatives. The 17th to Jashabikash, his sons and relatives. The 18th to Ananiah, his sons and relatives. The 19th to Malothi, his sons and relatives. The 20th to Aliad, his sons and relatives. The 21st to Orith, his sons and relatives. The 22nd to Gadia, his sons and relatives. The 23rd to Mahazioth, his sons and relatives. The 24th to Romantiezer, his sons and relatives. The division of the gatekeepers from Korehat's Meshamiah, son of Kore, one of the sons of Asaph. Mesharamiah had sons: Zachariah the first, Jadil the second, Zebardiah the third, Jadaniel the fourth, Elam the fifth, Jeonan the sixth, and Eliahonia the seventh. Obed-Edom also had sons: Shamaniah the firstborn, Jeozabad the second, Johar the third, Saka the fourth, Nathaniel the fifth, Amaniel the sixth, Issachar the seventh, and Peulethai the eighth. For God had blessed Edom's sons. Shamaniah also had sons who were leaders in the father's family because they were very capable men. The sons of Shamaniah, Othni, Raphael, Obed, and Elizabad. His relatives Eliu and Semakai were also able men. All these were descendants of Obed-Edom. They and their sons and their relatives were capable men with the strength to do the work, descendants of Obed-Edom. 62 in all. Shalaniah had sons and relatives who were able men, 18 in all. Osa the Meralite had sons. Shimri the first, although he was not the firstborn, his father had appointed him the first. Ilkim the second, Tabaliah the third, and Zachariah the fourth. The sons and relatives of Hosea were 13 in all. The divisions of the gatekeepers through their leaders had duties for ministering in the temple of the Lord, just as their relatives had. Lots were cast for each gate, according to their families, young and old alike. The lot for east gate fell to Shelemiah. Then lots were cast for the sons, Zechariah, a wise counselor, and the lot for the north gate fell to him. The lot for the south gate fell to Obed-Edom, and lot for the storehouse fell to his sons. The lots for the west gate and the Sheketh gate on the upper road fell to Shuppim and Hosea. God was alongside of the guard. There were 6 Levites a day on the east, 4 a day on the north, 4 a day on the south, and 2 at a time at the storehouse. As for the court to the west, there were 2 at the court itself. There were divisions of the gatekeepers who were descendants of Kohar and Meral. Their fellow Levites were in charge of treasuries of the house of God and treasuries of the dedicated things. The descendants of Ladan, who were Gershonites through Ladan, and who were heads of families belonging to Ladan, and the Gershonites were Jehiel, the sons of Jehiel, Zedam and his brother Joel. They were in charge of the treasuries of the temple of the Lord, from the Amorites, the Israelites, the Hebronites, and the Uzerites. Shubel, a descendant of Gershon, son of Moses, was the official in charge of the treasury. His relatives through Eleazar, Rehabiah's sons, Shajiah as his son, Joram his son, Zikil his son, and Zelomit his son. Shelomit and his relatives were in charge of all the treasuries from the dedicated things dedicated by the king, by the heads of families who were the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds, and by other army commanders, some of the plunder taken in battle by they dedicated for the repair of the temple of the Lord, and everything dedicated by Samuel the seer, and by Saul son of Kish, Abeniah son of Ner, and Joab son of Zeul, and all the other dedicated things were in the care of Shelomith in his relatives. From the east, Israelites, Kenaniah and his sons were assigned duties away from the temple as officials and judges over Israel. From the Hebronites, Ashabiah and his relatives, 1,700 able men, were responsible in Israel, west of the Jordan, for all the work of the Lord and for the king's service. As for the Hebronites, Jeriah was their chief according to the genealogical records of their families. In the 14th year of David's reign, such was made in the records, and capable men among the Hebronites were found at Jazer in Gilead. Jeriah and the 2,700 relatives who were able men and heads of families, and King David put them in charge of the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half tribe of Manasseh, for every matter pertaining to God and for the affair of the king. chapter 27. This is the list of the Israelites, heads of families, commanders of thousand and commanders of hundred, and their officers who served the king in all the concern the army divisions that were on duty month by month throughout the year. Each division consisted of 24,000 men. In charge of the first division for the first month was Jasobeam, son of Zadil. There were 24,000 men in his division. He was a descendant of Pezir and chief of all the army officers for the first month. In charge of the division for the second month was Dodiah. The Ohat Milcot was the leader of his division. There were 24 men in his division. The third army commander for me, you are not to build a house for my name, because the third month was Benad, son of Jehudiah the priest. He was chief, and there were 24,000 men in division. This was the Benai, who was a mighty warrior among the 30 and was over 30. His son Amizadab was in charge of the division. For the fourth month was Ashael, the brother of Joab. His son Zabadiah was his successor. There were 24,000 men in division. For the fifth month was the commander Shamhut the Israelite. There were 24,000 men in division. For the sixth month was Iral, the son of Akesh, the Tekoite. There were 24,000 men in division. The seventh for the seventh month was Els, the Pelonite, and Ephraimite. There were 24,000 men in division. For the eighth month, the CBK, the Hushitites, Zerahite. There were 24,000 men in division. For the ninth month was Abiezer and Anathodia, a Benjamite. There were 24,000 men in division. For the 10th month was Mahalia, the Netophathia, Hazerahite. There were 24,000 men in division. For the 11th month, the Benia, the Pila, Tonia, and an Ephraimite. There were 24,000 men in division. For the 12th month at Heldia, the Netophiat, from the family of Othniel. There were 24,000 in division. The leaders of the tribes of Israel, over the Rebenites, Eliezer, son of Zikil. Over the Simonites, Shephatiah, son of Makkah. Over Levi, Ashabiah, son of Kemul. Over Aaron, Zadok. Over Judah, Heliu, a brother of David. Over Issachar, Omri, son of Michael. Over Zebulun, Ishmael, son of Obadiah. Over Naphtali, Jeremoth, son of Azariah. Over the Ephraimites, Hoshea, son of Azaziah. Over half the tribe of Manasseh, Joel, son of Padilla. Over half tribe of Manasseh in Gilead, Edo, son of Zechariah. Over Benjamin, Jasiel, son of Abner. Over Dan, Azariah, son of Jeroham. These were the leaders of the tribes of Israel. David did not take number of the men 20 years old or less, because the Lord had promised to make Israel as because the Lord had promised to make Israel as numerous as the stars in the sky. Joab, son of Zerubbabel, began to count the men but did not finish. God's wrath came on Israel on account of his numbering, and the number was not entered in the book of the annals of King David. As Mavei, son of Adiel, was in charge of the royal storehouse, Jonathan, son of Uzziel, was in charge of the storehouse in the outlying districts in the towns, the villages and the watchtowers. Israel, son of Caleb, was in charge of the workers who farmed the land. Shimei the Lamite was in charge of the vineyards. Zabid the Shephamite was in charge of the produce of the vineyards for the wine vats. Baal-Anan the Gedilit was in charge of the olive and sycamore fig trees in the western foothills. Joash was in charge of the supplies of olive oil. Shithriah, the Shalonite, was in charge of the herds grazing in Shalom. Shaphat, son of Adlai, was in charge of the herds in the valleys. Obil Ishmaelite was in charge of the camels. Jedil, the Moronite, was in charge of the donkeys. Jaziz, the Agralite, was in charge of the flocks. All these were the officials in charge of King David's property. Jonathan, David's uncle, was a counselor, a man of insight and a scribe. Jehiel, son of Achmoin, took care of the king's sons. Adidopel was the king's counselor. Ushashai, the Archite, was the king's confidant. Topel was succeeded by Jehoiada, the son of Beniah, and by Abiad. Joab was commander of the royal army. Chapter 28. David summoned all the officials of Israel to assemble at Jerusalem, the officers over the tribes, the commanders over the division in the service of the king, the commanders over 1,000, commanders over the hundreds, and the officials in charge of all property and livestock belonging to the king and his sons, together with the palace officials, the warriors, and all the brave fighting men. King David rose to his feet and said, "Listen to me, my fellow Israelites, my people. I had it in my heart to build a house as a place of rest for the ark of the covenant of the Lord, for the footstool of our God, and I made plans to build it, but said to me, you are not to build a house for my name, because you are a warrior and have shed blood. Yet the Lord, the God of Israel, chose me from my whole family to be king over Israel forever. He chose Judea as leader, and from the tribe of Judah he chose my family, and from my father's sons he was pleased to make me king over all Israel, of all my sons. And the Lord has given me many. He has chosen my son Solomon to sit on the throne of the king of the Lord over Israel. He said to me, Solomon, your son is the one who will build my house and courts, for I have chosen him to be my son, and I will be his father. I will establish his kingdom forever if he is unswerving in carrying out my commands and laws, as is being done at this time. So now I charge you in the sight of all and of the assembly of the Lord, and in the hearing of our God, be careful to follow all the commandments of the Lord your God, that you may possess the good land and pass it on as inheritance to your descendants forever. And you, my son Solomon, acknowledge the God of your father and serve him with all-hearted devotion and with a willing mind, for the Lord searches every heart and understands every desire and every thought. If you seek him, he will be found by you, but if you forsake him, he will reject you forever. Consider now, for the Lord has chosen you to build a house of the sanctuary. Be strong and do the work. Then David gave his son Solomon the plans for the portico of the temple, its building to storerooms, its upper parts, its inner rooms, and the place of the atonement. He gave him the plans of all the Spirit had put in his mind for the courts of the temple of the Lord, and all the surrounding rooms, for the treasury of the temple of God, and for the treasuries for the dedicated things. He gave him instruction for the divisions of the priest and Levites, and for all the work of serving in the temple of the Lord, as well as for all the articles to be used in the art service. He designated the weight of gold for all the gold articles to be used in various kinds of service, and the weight of silver for all the silver articles to be used in various kinds of service, the weight of gold for the gold lampstands and their lamps, with the weight for each lampstand its lamps, and the weight of silver for each silver lampstands and its lamps according to the use of each lamps, the weight of gold for each table for consecrated bread, the weight of silver for the silver tables, the weight of pure gold for the forks, sprinkling bowls, and pitchers, the weight of gold for each gold dish, the weight of silver for each silver dish, and the weight of the refined gold for the altar of incense. He also gave him the plan of the chariot, that is, the cherubim of gold that spread their wings and overshadow the ark of the covenant of the Lord. All this David said, I have been written as a result of the Lord's hand on me, and he enabled me to understand all the details of the plan. David also said to Solomon, his son, be strong and courageous, and do the work. Do not be afraid or discouraged, for the Lord your God, my God, is with you. He will not fail you or forsake you until all the work of the service of the temple of the Lord is finished. The divisions of the priests and the Levites are ready for all the work on the temple of God, and every willing person skilled in any craft will help you in all the work. The officials and all the people will obey your every command. Verse 20, chapter 29. The King David said to the whole assembly, my son Solomon, the one whom God has chosen, is young and inexperienced. The task is great, because this palatial structure is not for man, but for the Lord God. With all my resources I have provided for the temple of my God: gold for the gold work, silver for the silver, bronze for the bronze, iron for the bronze, and wood for the wood, as well as onyx for the settings, toxin, stones of various colors, and all kinds of fine stone and marble, all of these in large quantities. Besides, in my devotion to the temple of my God, I now give my personal treasury of gold and silver for the temple of my God. Over and above everything, I have provided for this holy temple 3,000 talents of gold of Oriphar, and 7,000 talents of refined silver, for the overlaying of the walls of the building, for the work of the gold work and the silver work, and for all the work to be done by the craftsmen. Now, who is willing to consecrate themselves to the Lord today? Then the leaders of the families, the officers of the tribes of Israel, the commanders of the 1,000, the commanders of the hundreds, and the officials in charge of the king's work gave willingly. They gave toward the work on the temple of God 5,000 talents and 10,000 darics of gold, 10,000 talents of silver, 18,000 of talents of bronze, and 100,000 talents of iron. Anyone who had precious stones gave them to the treasury of the temple of the Lord in the courtesy of Jehiel the Gershonian. The people rejoiced at the willing response of their leaders, for they had given freely and wholeheartedly to the Lord. David the king also rejoiced greatly. David praised the Lord in the presence of the whole assembly, saying, praise be to you, Lord, the God of our father Israel, from everlasting to everlasting. Yours, Lord, is the greatest, and the power and the glory and the majesty and the splendor, for everything in heaven and on earth is yours. Yours, Lord, is the kingdom. You are exalted as head over all. Wealth and honor come from you. You are the ruler of all kinds. In your hands are strength and power to exalt and give strength to all. Now, our God, we give you thanks and praise your glorious name. My people, that we should be able to give as generous as this. Everything comes from you, and we have given you only what comes from your hand. We are foreigners and strangers in your sight, as well as were all our ancestors. Our days on earth are like a shadow without hope. Lord our God, all this abundance that we have provided for the building, you are a temple for your holy name, comes from your hand, and all of its belongings to you. I know, my God, that you test the heart and are pleased with the integrity. All these things I have given willingly and with honest intent, and now I have seen with joy how willing your people who are here have given to you. Lord, the God of our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, keep these desires and thoughts in the hearts of your people forever, and keep their hearts loyal to you, and give my son Solomon the wholehearted devotion to keep your commands, statutes and decrees, and to do everything to build the palatial structure for which I have provided. Then David said to the whole assembly, praise the Lord your God. So they all praised the Lord, the God of their fathers. They bowed down, prostrating themselves before the Lord and the king. Sacrifices up to the Lord presented burnt offerings to him. 1,000 bulls, 1,000 rams, and 1,000 male lambs, together with their drink offerings and other sacrifices in abundance for all Israel. They ate and drank with great joy in the presence of the Lord that day. Then they acknowledged Solomon, son of David, as the king, a second time anointing him before the Lord to be ruler and Zadok to be priest. So Solomon sat on the throne of the Lord as king in the place of his father David. He prospered, and all Israel obeyed him, all the officials and warriors, as well as all the king David's son, pledged their submission to the king Solomon. The Lord highly exalted Solomon in the sight of all Israel and bestowed on him royal splendor, such as no king over Israel ever had before the death of David. David, son of Jesse, was king over all Israel. He ruled over Israel 40 years, 7 in Hebron and 33 in Jerusalem. He died at a old age, having enjoyed long life, wealth, and honor. His son Solomon succeeded him as the king. As for the events of King David's reign, from beginning to end, they are written in the records of Samuel the seer, the records of Nathan the prophet, and the records of Gad the seer. Verse 30. Together with the details of his reign and power and the circumcision that surrounded him and Israel and the kingdoms of all the other lands. That marks the end of 1 Corinthians.
Second Corinthians chapter 1. Solomon, son of David, established himself firmly over his kingdom, for the Lord his God was with him and made him exceedingly great. Then Solomon spoke to all Israel, to the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds, to the judges and to all the leaders in Israel, the heads of families. And Solomon and the whole assembly went to the high place of Gibeon, for God's tent of meeting was there, which Moses the Lord's servant had made in the wilderness. Now David had brought up the ark of God from Kiriath Jearim to the place he had prepared for it, because he had pitched a tent for it in Jerusalem. But the bronze altar that Bezalel, son of Uri, the son of Hur, and had made was a Gibeon in front of the tabernacle of the Lord. So Solomon and the assembly inquired of him there. Solomon went up to the bronze altar before the Lord in the tent of meeting and offered 1,000 burnt sacrifice offerings on it. That night God appeared to Solomon and said to him, "Ask for whatever you want me to give you." Solomon answered God, "You have shown great kindness to David my father, and have made me king in his place. Now, Lord God, let your promise to my father David be confirmed, for you have made me a king over people who are innumerous as the dust of the earth. Give me wisdom and knowledge, and I may lead these people, for who is able to govern this great people of yours?" God said to Solomon, "Since this is your heart desires, and you have not asked for wealth, possessions, or honor, nor for death of your enemies, and since you have not asked for a long life, but for wisdom and knowledge to govern my people over whom I have made you king, therefore wisdom and knowledge will be given you, and I will also give you wealth, possession, and honor, such as no king who was before you ever had, and none after you will have." Then Solomon went to Jerusalem from the high place of Gibeon, from before the tent of meeting, and he reigned over Israel. Solomon accumulated chariots and horses. He had 1,400 chariots and 12,000 horses, which he kept in the chariot cities and also with him in Jerusalem. The king made silver and gold as common in Jerusalem as stones, and cedar as plentiful as sycamore fig tree in the foothills. Solomon's horses were imported from Egypt and from Kue. The royal merchants purchased them from Kue and at the current price. They imported a chariot from Egypt for 600 shekels of silver and a horse for 150. They also exported them to all the kings of the Hittite and of the Arameans. Chapter 2. Solomon gave orders to build a temple for the name of the Lord and the royal palace for himself. He conscripted 70,000 men as carriers and 80,000 as stone cutters in the hills and 3,600 as foremen over them. Solomon sent this message to Hiram, king of Tyre. Send me cedar logs as you did for my father David when you sent him cedar to build a palace to live in. Now I am about to build a temple for the name of the Lord my God and to dedicate it to him for burning fragrant incense before him, for setting out the consecrated bread regularly, and for making burnt offering every morning and evening on the Sabbaths, at the new moons and at the appointed festivals of the Lord our God. This is the lasting ordinance for Israel. The temple I am going to build will be great because our God is greater than all other gods. But who is able to build a temple for him, since the heavens, even the highest heavens, cannot contain him? Who then am I to build a temple for him, except as a place to burn sacrifices before him? Send me, therefore, a man skilled to work in gold and silver, bronze and iron, and in purple, crimson, and blue yarn, and experienced in the art of engraving, to work in Judah and Jerusalem with my skilled workers, whom my father David provided. Send me also cedar, juniper, and algum logs from Lebanon, for I know that your servants are skilled in cutting timber there. My servant will work with yours to provide me with plenty of lumber, because the temple I build must be large and magnificent. I will give you servants and woodsmen who cut the timber, 20,000 cores of ground wheat, 20,000 cores of barley, 20,000 baths of wine, and 20,000 baths of olive oil. Hiram, king of Tyre, replied by letter to Solomon, because the Lord loves his people, he has made you their king. And Hiram added, praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, who made heaven and earth. He has given King David a wise son, endued with intelligence and discernment, who will build a temple for the Lord and a palace for himself. I am sending you Huram-Abi, a man of great skill, whose mother was from Dan and whose father was from Tyre. He is trained to work in gold and silver, bronze and iron, stone and wood, and with purple and blue and crimson yarn and fine linen. He is experienced in all kinds of engraving and can execute any design given to him. He will work with your skilled workers and with those of my lord David your father. Now let my lord send his servants and wheat and barley and the olive oil and wine he promised, and he will cut all the logs from Lebanon that you need and will float them at rafts by sea down to Joppa. You can then take them up to Jerusalem. Solomon took a census of all the foreigners residing in Israel after the census his father David had taken, and they were found to be 153,600. He assigned 70,000 of them to be carriers and 80,000 to be stone cutters in the hills, with 3,600 foremen over them to keep the people working. Chapter 8. Then Solomon began to build the temple of the Lord in Jerusalem on Mount Moriah, where the Lord had appeared to his father David. It was on the threshing floor of Araunah, the Jebusite, the place provided by David. He began building on the second day of the second month in the 4th year of his reign. The foundation Solomon laid for building the temple of God was 60 cubits long and 20 cubits wide, using the cubit of the old standard. The portico at the front of the temple was 20 cubits long across the width of the building and 20 cubits high. He overlaid the inside with pure gold. He paneled the main hall with juniper and covered it with fine gold and decorated it with palm tree and chain designs. He adorned the temple with precious stones, and the gold he used was gold of Pavium. He overlaid the ceiling beams, door frames, walls, and doors of the temple with gold, and he carved cherubim on the walls. He built the most holy place, its length corresponding to the width of the temple, 20 cubits long and 20 cubits wide. He overlaid the inside with 600 talents of fine gold. The gold nails weighed 50 shekels. He also overlaid the upper parts with gold. For the most holy place, he made a pair of sculptured cherubim and overlaid them with gold. The total wingspan of the cherubim was 20 cubits. One wing of the first cherub was 5 cubits long and touched the temple wall, while its other wing, also 5 cubits long, touched the wing of the other cherub. Similarly, one wing of the second cherub was 5 cubits long and touched the other temple wall, and its other wing, also 5 cubits long, touched the wing of the first cherub. The wings of these cherubim extended 20 cubits. They stood on their feet facing the main hall. He made the curtain of blue, purple, and crimson yarn and fine linen with cherubim worked into it. For the front of the temple, he had 2 pillars, which together were 35 cubits long, each with a capital 5 cubits high. He made interwoven chains and put them on top of the pillars. He also made 100 pomegranates and attached them to the chains. He erected the pillars in the front of the temple, one to the south and one to the north. The one to the south he named Jachin, and the one to the north Boaz. Chapter 4. He made a bronze altar 20 cubits long, 20 cubits wide, and 10 cubits high. He made the sea of the cast metal circular in shape, measuring 10 cubits from rim to rim and 5 cubits high. He took a line of 30 cubits to measure around it. Below the rim, figures of bulls encircled it, 10 to a cubit, and bulls were cast in 2 rows in one piece with the sea. The sea stood on 12 bulls, facing north, 3 facing west, 3 facing south, and 3 facing east. The sea rested on top of them, and their hindquarters were toward the center. It was a handbreadth in thickness, and its rim was like the rim of a cup, like a lily blossom. It held 3,000 baths. He then made 10 basins for washing and placed 5 on the south side and 5 on the north. In them, the things to be used for the burnt offering were rinsed by the sea, was to be used by the priest for washing. He made 10 gold lampstands according to the specifications for them, and placed them in the temple, 5 on the south side and 5 on the north. He made 10 tables and placed them in the temple, 5 on the south side and 5 on the north. He also made 100 gold sprinkling bowls. He made a courtyard of the priest and the large court and the doors for the court, and overlaid the doors with bronze. He placed the sea on the south side at the southeast corner, and Huram also made the pots and shovels and sprinkling bowls. So Huram finished the work he had undertaken for King Solomon in the temple of God. The 2 pillars, the 2 bowl-shaped capital on top of the pillars, and the 2 sets of network decorating the 2 bowl-shaped capital on top of the pillar. The 400 pomegranates for the 2 seats of network, 2 rows of pomegranates for each network, decorating the bowl-shaped capital on top of the pillars. The stands with the basins, the sea, and the 12 bulls under it. The pots, shovels, meat forks, and all related articles. All the objects that Huram-Abi made for King Solomon for the temple of the Lord were of polished bronze. The king had them cast in clay molds and in the plain of the Jordan between Succoth and Zarethan. All these things that Solomon made amounted to so much that the weight of the bronze could not be calculated. Solomon also made all the furnishings that were in God's temple, the golden altar, the table on which was the bread of the presence, the lampstand of pure gold with their lamps to burn in front of the inner sanctuary and prescribed, the gold floral work and lamps and tongues, they were solid gold, the pure gold wick trimmers, sprinkling bowls, dishes, and censers, and the gold doors of the temple, the inner doors of the most holy place, and the doors of the main hall.
Second Chronicles chapter 5. When all the work Solomon had done for the temple of the Lord was finished, he brought in the things his father David had dedicated, the silver and gold and all furnishings that he placed them on the treasuries of God's temple. The ark brought to the temple. Then Solomon summoned to Jerusalem the elders of Israel, all the heads of the tribes and the chiefs of the Israelite families, to bring up the ark of the Lord's covenant from Zion, the city of David. And all the Israelites came together to the king in the time of the festival in the 7th month. When all the elders of Israel had arrived, the Levites took up the ark, and they brought up the ark of the tent of the meeting and all the sacred furnishings in it. The Levitical priests carried them up, and King Solomon and the entire assembly of Israel that had gathered about him were before the ark, sacrificing so many sheep and cattle that they could not be recorded or counted. The priest then brought the ark of the Lord's covenant to its place in the inner sanctuary of the temple, the most holy place, and put it beneath the wing of the cherubim. The cherubim spread their wings over the place of the ark and covered the ark and its carrying poles. These poles were so long that their ends extending from the ark could be seen from in front of the inner sanctuary, but not from outside the holy place, and they are still there today. There was nothing in the ark except the 2 tablets that Moses had placed in it at Horeb, where the Lord made a covenant with the Israelites from after they came out of Egypt. The priests then withdrew from the holy place, all the priests who were there, and consecrated themselves regardless of their divisions. All the Levites who were musicians, Asaph, Heman, Jeduthun, and their sons and relatives, stood on the east of the altar, dressed in fine linen and playing cymbals, harps, and lyres. They were accompanied by 120 priests sounding trumpets. The trumpeters and musicians joined in unison to give praise and thanks to the Lord. Accompanied by trumpets, cymbals, and other instruments, the singers raised their voices in praise to the Lord and sang, "He is good, his love endures forever." The temple of the Lord was filled with a cloud, and the priests could not perform their service because of the cloud, for the glory of the Lord filled the temple of God. Chapter 6. Then Solomon said, "The Lord has said that he would dwell in dark cloud. I have built a magnificent temple for you, a place for you to dwell in forever." While the whole assembly of Israel was standing there, the king turned around and blessed them. Then he said, "Praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, who with his hand has fulfilled what he promised with his mouth to my father David. For he said, 'Since the day I brought my people out of Egypt, I have not chosen a city in any tribe of Israel to have a temple built so that my name might be there, nor have I chosen anyone to be a ruler over my people Israel. But now I have chosen Jerusalem for my name to be there, and I have chosen David to rule my people Israel.' My father David had it in his heart to build a temple for the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. But the Lord said to my father David, 'You did well to have it in your heart to build a temple for my name. Nevertheless, you are not the one to build the temple, but your son, your own flesh and blood. He is the one who will build the temple for my name.' The Lord has kept The Lord has kept the promise he made. I have succeeded David my father, and now I sit in the throne of Israel, just as the Lord promised, and I have built the temple for the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. There I have placed the ark, in which is the covenant of the Lord that is made with the people of Israel. Solomon's prayer of dedication. Then Solomon stood before the altar of the Lord in front of the whole assembly of Israel and spread out his hands. Now he had made a bronze platform, 5 cubits long, 5 cubits wide, and 3 cubits high, and had placed it in the center of the outer court. He stood on the platform and then knelt down before the whole assembly of Israel and spread out his hands toward heaven. He said, Lord, the God of Israel, there is no God like you in heaven or on earth. You who keep your covenant of love with your servants who continue wholeheartedly in your way. You have kept your promise to your servant David, my father. With your mouth you have promised, and with your hand you will fulfill it, as it is today. Now, Lord, the God of Israel, keep for your servant David, my father, the promises you made to him when you said, you shall never fail to have a successor to sit before me in the throne of Israel, if only your descendants are careful in all they do to walk before me according to my law, as you have done. And now, Lord, the God of Israel, let your word that you promised your servant David come true. But will God really dwell on earth with humans? The heavens, even the highest heavens, cannot contain you. How much less is the temple I have built? Yet, Lord my God, give attention to your servant's prayer and his plea for mercy. Hear the cry and the prayer that your servant is praying in your presence. May your eyes be opened toward this temple day and night, this place of which you said you would put your name there. May you hear the prayer your servant prays towards this place. Hear the supplications of your servant and your people Israel when they pray towards this place. Hear from heaven, your dwelling place, and where you hear, forgive. When anyone wrongs their neighbor and is required to take an oath, and they come and swear the oath before your altar in this temple, then hear from heaven and act. Judge between your servants, condemning the guilty and bringing down on their hands what they have done, and vindicating the innocent by treating them in accordance with their innocence. When your people Israel have been defeated by an enemy because they have sinned against you, and when they turn back and give praise to your name, praying and making supplication before you in this temple, then hear from heaven and forgive the sins of your people Israel, and bring them back to the land you gave to them and their ancestors. When the heavens are shut up and there is no rain because your people have sinned against you, and when they pray towards this temple and give praise to your name and turn from their sin because you have afflicted them, then hear from heaven and forgive the sin of your servants, your people Israel. Teach them the right way to live and send rain on the land you gave your people for an inheritance. When famine or plague comes to the land, or blight or mildew, locusts or grasshoppers, or when enemies besiege them in any of their cities, whatever disaster or disease they may come, and when a prayer or plea is made by anyone among your people Israel, being aware of their afflictions and pains, and spreading out their hands towards this temple, then hear from heaven, your dwelling place, forgive and deal with everyone according to all they do, since you know their hearts. For you alone know the human heart, so that they will fear you and walk in obedience to you in all time they live in the land that you gave their ancestors. As for the foreigner who does not belong to your people Israel, but has come from a distant land because of your great name and your mighty hand and your outstretched arm, when they come and pray towards this temple, then hear from heaven, your dwelling place. Do whatever the foreigner asks of you, so that all the peoples of the earth may know your name and fear you, as do your own people Israel, and may know that this house I have built bears your name. When your people go to war against their enemies, wherever you send them. And when they pray to you towards this city you have chosen and the temple I have built for your name, then hear from heaven and pray and their plea and uphold their cause. When they sin against you, for there is no one who does not sin, and you become angry with them and forgive them over the enemy, who takes them captive to a land far away or near, and if they have a change of heart in the land where they are held captive, and repent and plead with you in the land of the captivity, and say, we have sinned, and we have gone wrong and acted wickedly. And if they turn back to you with all their heart and soul in the land of the captivity where they were taken, and pray toward the land you gave their ancestors, toward the city you have chosen, and toward the temple I have built for your name, then from heaven, your dwelling place, hear their prayer and their pleas, and uphold their cause, and forgive your people who have sinned against you. Now, my God, may your eyes be open and your ears attentive to the prayers offered in this place. Now arise, Lord God, and come to your resting place, you and the ark of your might. May your priests, Lord God, be clothed with salvation. May your painful people rejoice in your goodness. Lord God, do not reject your anointed one. Remember the great love promised to David, your servant. The dedication of the temple, chapter 7. When Solomon finished praying, fire came from heaven and consumed the burnt offering and the sacrifices, and the glory of the Lord filled the temple. The priests could not enter the temple of the Lord because the glory of the Lord filled it. When all the Israelites saw the fire coming down and the glory of the Lord above the temple, they knelt on the pavement with their faces to the ground, and they worshipped and gave thanks to the Lord, saying, He is good, His love endures forever. Then the king and all the people offered sacrifices before the Lord. And King Solomon offered a sacrifice of 22,000 head of cattle and 120,000 sheep and goats. So the king and all the people dedicated the temple of God. The priests took their positions, as did the Levites with the Lord's musical instruments, which King David had made for praising the Lord, and which were used when he gave thanks, saying, His love endures forever. Opposite the Levites, the priests blew their trumpets, and all the Israelites were standing. Solomon consecrated the middle part of the courtyard in front of the temple of the Lord, and there he offered burnt offerings and the fat of the fellowship offerings, because the bronze altar he had made could not hold the burnt offerings, the grains offerings, and the fat portions. So Solomon observed the festival at that time for 7 days, and all Israel with him, a vast assembly, people from Lebo Hamath to the Wadi of Egypt. On the 18th day they held an assembly, for they had celebrated the dedication of the altar for 7 days, and the festival for 7 days more. On the 23rd day of the 7th month, he sent the people to their homes, joyful and glad in heart, for the good things the Lord had done for David and Solomon and for his people Israel. The Lord appears to Solomon. When Solomon had finished the temple of the Lord and the royal place, and had succeeded in carrying out all he had in mind to do in the temple of the Lord and his own palace, the Lord appeared to him at night and said, I have heard your prayer and have chosen this place for myself as a temple for sacrifices. When I shut up the heavens so that there is no rain, or command locusts to devour the land, or send a plague among my people, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven, and I will forgive their sins and will heal their land. Now my eyes will be opened and my ears attentive to the prayers offered in this place. I have chosen and consecrated this temple so that my name may be there forever. My eyes and my heart will always be there. As for you, if you walk before me faithfully as David your father did, and do all that I command and observe my decrees and laws, I will establish your royal throne as I covenanted with David your father. And I said, you shall never fail to have a successor to rule over Israel. But if you turn away and forsake the decrees and commands I have given you, and go off to serve other gods and worship them, then I will uproot Israel from my land, which I have given them, and will reject this temple I have consecrated for my name. I will make it a byword and an object of ridicule among all peoples. This temple will become a heap of rubble. All who passes by will be appalled and say, why has the Lord done such a thing to this land and to this temple? People will answer, because they have forsaken the Lord, the God of their ancestors, who brought them out of Egypt, and have embraced their gods, worshipping and serving them. That is why he brought all the disaster on them. Chapter 8, Solomon's other activities. At the end of the 20 years, during which Solomon built the temple of the Lord and his own palace, Solomon rebuilt the villages that Hiram had given him. He settled Israelites in them. Solomon then went to Hamath, Zobah, and captured it. He also built up Tadmor in the desert and all the store cities he had built in Hamath. He rebuilt Upper Beth Horon and Lower Beth Horon as fortified cities with walls and with gates and bars, as well as Baalath and all his store cities, and all the cities for the chariots and for the horses. Whatever he desired to build in Jerusalem, in Lebanon, and throughout his territory, he ruled. There was still people left from the Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. These people are not Israelites. Solomon conscripted the descendants of all people remaining in the land whom the Israelites had not destroyed to serve as slave labor, as it is to this day. But Solomon did not make slaves of the Israelites for his work. They were his fighting men, commanders of his captains, and commanders of his chariots and charioteers. They were also King Solomon's chief officials, 250 officials supervising the men. Solomon brought Pharaoh's daughter up from the city of David to the palace he built for her, for he said, my wife must not live in the palace of David, king of Israel, because the places the ark of the Lord has entered are holy. On the altar of the Lord that he had built in front of the portico, Solomon sacrificed burnt offerings to the Lord according to the daily requirement from the offerings commanded by Moses for the Sabbaths, the new moons, and the 3 annual festivals, the festival of the unleavened bread, the festival of weeks, and the festival of the tabernacles. In keeping with the ordinance of his father David, he appointed the divisions of the priests for their duties, and the Levites to lead the praise and to assist the priests according to each day's requirement. He also appointed the gatekeepers by divisions for the various gates, because this was what David, the man of God, had ordered. They did not deviate from the king's commands to the priest or to the Levites in any matter, including that of the treasuries. All Solomon's work was carried out from the day of foundation of the temple of the Lord was laid until its completion. So the temple of the Lord was finished. Then Solomon went to Ezion, Geber, and Eliath on the coast of Edom. And Hiram sent his ships commanded by his own men, sailors who knew the sea. These, with Solomon's men, sailed to Ophir and brought back 450 talents of gold, which they delivered to King Solomon. The queen of Sheba visits Solomon in chapter 9. When the queen of Sheba heard of Solomon's fame, she came to Jerusalem to test him with hard questions. Arriving with a very great caravan with camels carrying spices, large quantities of gold, and precious stones, she came to Solomon and talked with him about all she had on her mind. Solomon answered all her questions. Nothing was too hard for him to explain to her. When the queen of Sheba saw the wisdom of Solomon, as well as the palace he had built, the food on his table, the sitting of his officials, the attending servants in their robes, the cupbearers in their robes, and the burnt offerings he made at the temple of the Lord, she was overwhelmed. She said to the king, the report I had in my own country about your achievements and your wisdom is true. But I did not believe all they said until I came and saw with my own eyes. Indeed, not even half of the greatness of your wisdom was told me. You have far exceeded the report I had. Now, how happy your people must be. How happy your officials who continually stand before you and hear your wisdom. Praise be to the Lord your God, who has delighted in you and placed you on his throne as king to rule for the Lord your God. Because of the love of your God for Israel and his desire to uphold them forever, he has made you king over them to maintain justice and righteousness. Then she gave the king 120 talents of gold, large quantities of spices, and precious stones. There had never been such spices as those the queen of Sheba gave to Solomon. These servants of Hiram and the servants of Solomon brought gold from Ophir. They also brought algum wood and precious stones. The king used the algum wood to make steps for the temple of the Lord and for the royal palace, and to make harps and lyres for the musicians. Nothing like them had ever been seen in Judah. King Solomon gave the queen of Sheba all she desired and asked for. He gave her more than she had brought to him. Then she left and returned with her retinue to her own country. Solomon's splendor, verse 13. The weight of the gold that Solomon received yearly was 666 talents, not including the revenues brought in by merchants and traders. Also, all kings of Arabia and the governors of the territories brought gold and silver to Solomon. King Solomon made 200 large shields of hammered gold. 600 shekels of hammered gold went into each shield. He also made 300 small shields of hammered gold with 300 shekels of gold in each shield. The king put them in the palace of the forests of Lebanon. Then the king made a great throne covered with ivory and overlaid it with pure gold. The throne had 6 steps, and a footstool of gold was attached to it. On both sides of the seat were armrests with a lion standing beside each of them. 12 lions stood on the 6 steps, one at either end of each step. Nothing like it had ever been made for any other kingdom. All King Solomon's goblets were gold, and all the household articles in the palace of the forests of Lebanon were pure gold. Nothing was made of silver, because silver was considered of little value in Solomon's day. The king had a fleet of trading ships manned by Hiram's servants. Once every 3 years it returned, carrying gold, silver, and ivory, and apes and baboons. King Solomon was greater in riches and wisdom than all the other kings of the earth. All the kings of the earth sought audience with Solomon to hear the wisdom God had put in his heart. Year after year, everyone who came brought a gift, articles of silver and gold, and robes, weapons and spices, and horses and mules. Solomon had 4,000 stalls of horses and chariots and 12,000 horses, which he kept in the chariot cities and also with him in Jerusalem. He ruled over all kings from the Euphrates River, from the Euphrates River to the land of the Philistines, as far as the border of Egypt. The king made silver as common in Jerusalem as stones, and cedar as plentiful as sycamore fig trees in the foothills. Solomon's horses were imported from Egypt and from all other countries. Solomon's death, verse 29. As for the other servants of Solomon's reign from beginning to end, are they not written in record of Nathan the prophet, in the prophecy of Ahijah the Shilonite, and the visions of Iddo the seer concerning Jeroboam son of Nebat? Solomon reigned in Jerusalem over all Israel 40 years. Then he rested with his ancestors and was buried in the city of David his father. And Rehoboam, his son, succeeded him as king. Chapter 10. Israel rebels against Rehoboam. Rehoboam went to Shechem, for all Israel had gone there to make him king. When Jeroboam, son of Nebat, heard this, he was in Egypt, where he had fled from King Solomon. He returned from Egypt. So they sent for Jeroboam, and he and all Israel went to Rehoboam and said to him, "Your father put a heavy yoke on us, but now lighten the harsh labor and the heavy yoke he put on us, and we will serve you." Rehoboam answered, "Come back to me in 3 days." So the people went away. The king Rehoboam consulted the elders who had served his father Solomon during his lifetime. "How would you advise me to answer these people?" he asked. They replied, if you will be kind to these people and please them and give them a favorable answer, they will always be your servants." But Rehoboam rejected the advice the elders gave him and consulted the young men who had grown up with him and were serving him. He asked them, "What's your advice? How should we answer these people who say to me, 'Lighten the yoke your father put on us'?" The young men who had grown up with him replied, "The people have said to you, 'Your father had put a heavy yoke on us, but make your yoke lighter.' Now tell them, 'My little finger is thicker than my father's waist. My father laid on you a heavy yoke. I will make it even heavier. My father scourged you with whips. I will scourge you with scorpions." 3 days later, Jeroboam and all the people returned to Rehoboam as the king had said, "Come back to me in 3 days." The king answered them harshly, rejecting the advice of the elders. He followed the advice of the young men and said, "My father made your yoke heavy. I will make it even heavier. My father scourged you with whips. I will scourge you with scorpions." So the king did not listen to the people, for this turn of events was from God to fulfill the word of the Lord, the Lord had spoken to Jeroboam, son of Nebat, through Ahijah the Shilonite. When all Israel saw what the king refused to listen to them, they answered the king, "What share do we have in David? What part in Jesse's son? To your tents, Israel. Look after your own house, David." So all the Israelites went home. But as for the Israelites who were living in the towns of Judah, Rehoboam still ruled over them. King Rehoboam sent out Adoniram, who was in charge of forced labor, but the Israelites stoned him to death. King Rehoboam, however, managed to get into his chariot and escape to Jerusalem. So Israel has been in rebellion against the house of David to this day. Chapter 11. When Rehoboam arrived in Jerusalem, he mustered Judah and Benjamin, 180,000 able young men, to go to war against Israel and to regain the kingdom of Rehoboam. But this word of the Lord came to Shemaiah, the man of God. "Say to Rehoboam, son of Solomon, king of Judah, and to all Israel in Judah and Benjamin, this is what the Lord says. Do not go up to fight against your fellow Israelites. Go home, every one of you, for this is my doing." So they obeyed the words of the Lord and turned back from the marching against Jeroboam. Rehoboam forfeits Judah. Rehoboam lived in Jerusalem and built up towns for defense in Judah: Bethlehem, Etam, Tekoa, Bethzar, Zoko, Adulam, Gath, Merasha, Ziph, Adoriam, Lachish, Azekah, Zorah, Aijalon, and Hebron. These were fortified cities in Judah and Benjamin. He strengthened their defenses and put commanders in them with supplies of food, olive oil, and wine. He put shields and spears in all cities and made them very strong. So Judah and Benjamin were his. The priests and Levites from all their districts throughout Israel sided with him. The Levites even abandoned their pastoral lands and pastoral lands and property and came to Judah and Jerusalem, because Jeroboam and his sons had rejected them as priests of the Lord. When he appointed his own priest for the high places and for the goat and the calf idols he made, those from every tribe of Israel who set their hearts on seeking the Lord, the God of Israel, followed the Levites to Jerusalem to offer sacrifices to the Lord, the God of their ancestors. They strengthened the kingdom of Judah and supported Rehoboam, son of Solomon, 3 years, following the ways of David and Solomon during this time. Rehoboam's family, verse 18. Rehoboam married Mahalath, who was the daughter of David's son Jerimoth, and of Abihail, the daughter of Jesse's son Eliab. She bore him sons, Jeush, Shemariah, and Zaham. Then he married Maacah, daughter of Absalom, who bore him Abijah, Ati, Ziza, and Shelomith. Rehoboam loved Maacah, daughter of Absalom, more than any of his other wives and concubines. In all, he had 18 wives and 60 concubines, 28 sons and 60 daughters. Rehoboam appointed Abijah, son of Maacah, as crown prince among his brothers in order to make him king. He acted wisely, dispersing some of his sons throughout the districts of Judah and Benjamin, and all the fortified cities. He gave them abundant provisions and took many wives with them. Chapter 12. Shishak attacks Jerusalem. After Rehoboam's position as king was established and he had become strong, he and all Israel with him abandoned the law of the Lord. Because they had been unfaithful to the Lord, Shishak, king of Egypt, attacked Jerusalem in the 5th year of King Rehoboam, with 1,200 chariots and 60,000 horsemen and the innumerable troops of Libyans, Sukkites, and Cushites that came with him from Egypt. He captured the fortified cities of Judah and came as far as Jerusalem. Then the prophet Shemaiah came to Rehoboam and to the leaders of Judah who had assembled in Jerusalem for fear of Shishak, and he said to them, "This is what the Lord says, you have abandoned me, therefore I now abandon you to Shishak." The leaders of Israel and the king humbled themselves and said to the Lord, and said, "The Lord is just." When the Lord saw that they humbled themselves, this word of the Lord came to Shemaiah: "Since they have humbled themselves, I will not destroy them, but will soon give them deliverance. My wrath will not be poured out on Jerusalem through Shishak. They will, however, become subject to him, so that they may learn the difference between serving me and serving the kings of other lands." When Shishak, king of Egypt, attacked Jerusalem, he carried all the treasures of the temple of the Lord and the treasures of the royal palace. He took everything, including the gold shields Solomon had made. So King Rehoboam made bronze shields to replace them and assigned these to the commanders of the guard on duty at the entrance to the royal palace. Whenever the king went to the Lord's temple, the guards went with him, bearing the shields, and afterward they returned them to the guard room. Because Rehoboam humbled himself, the Lord's anger turned from him, and he was not totally destroyed. Indeed, there was some good in Judah. King Rehoboam established himself firmly in Jerusalem and continued as king. He was 41 years old when he became king, and he reigned 17 years in Jerusalem, the city the Lord had chosen out of all the tribes of Israel in which to put his name. His mother's name was Naamah. She was an Ammonite. He did evil because he had not set his heart on seeking the Lord. As for the events of Rehoboam's reign, from beginning to end, they are not written in the records of Shemaiah the prophet and of Iddo the seer that deal with the genealogies. There was continual warfare between Rehoboam and Jeroboam. Rehoboam rested with his ancestors and was buried in the city of David, and Abijah, his son, succeeded him as king. Abijah, king of Judah, chapter 13. In all 18 years of the reign of Jeroboam, Abijah became king of Judah, and he reigned in Jerusalem 3 years. His mother's name was Maacah, a daughter of Uriel of Geber. There was war between Abijah and Jeroboam. Abijah went into battle with an army of 400,000 able fighting men, and Jeroboam drew up a battle line against him with 800,000 able troops. Abijah stood on Mount Zemarium in the hill country Ephraim and said, "Jeroboam and all Israel, listen to me. Don't you know that the Lord, the God of Israel, has given the kingship of Israel to David and their descendants forever by a covenant, the covenant of salt? Yet Jeroboam, son of Nebat, an official of Solomon, son of David, rebelled against his master. Some worthless scoundrels gathered around him and opposed Rehoboam, son of Solomon, when he was young and indecisive and not strong enough to resist them. And now you plan to resist the kingdom of the Lord, which in his hands of David's descendants. You are indeed a vast army and have with you the golden calves that Jeroboam made to be your gods. But didn't you drive out the priests of the Lord, the sons of Aaron, and the Levites, and make priests of your own as the people of the other lands do? Whoever comes to consecrate himself with a young bull and 7 arms may become a priest of what are not gods. As for us, the Lord is our God, and we have not forsaken him. The priests who serve the Lord are sons of Aaron, and the Levites assist them. Every morning and evening they present burnt offerings and fragrant incense to the Lord. They set out the bread on the ceremonially clean table and light the lamps on the gold lampstand every evening. We are observing the requirements of the Lord our God, but you have forsaken him. God is with us. He is our leader. His priests with their trumpets will sound the battle cry against you. People of Israel, do not fight against the Lord, the God of your ancestors, for you will not succeed. Now Jeroboam had sent troops around to the rear, so that while he was in front of Judah, the ambush was behind them. Judah turned and saw that they were being attacked at both front and rear. Then they cried out to the Lord. The priests blew their trumpets, and the men of Judah raised the battle cry. At the sound of their battle cry, God routed Jeroboam and all Israel before Abijah and Judah. The Israelites fled before Judah, and God delivered them into their hands. Abijah and his troops inflicted heavy losses on them, so that there were 500,000 casualties among Israel's able men. The Israelites were subdued on that occasion, and the people of Judah were victorious because they relied on the Lord, the God of their ancestors. Abijah pursued Jeroboam and took from him the towns of Bethel, Jeshanah, and Ephraim with their surrounding villages. Jeroboam did not reign power during the time of Abijah, and the Lord struck him down and he died. But Abijah grew in strength. He married 14 wives and had 22 sons and 16 daughters. The other event of Abijah's reign, what he did and what he said, are written in the annotations of the prophet Iddo. Chapter 14. And Abijah rested with his ancestors and was buried in the city of David. Asa, his son, succeeded him as king, and all his days the country was at peace for 10 years. Asa, king of Judah, verse 2. Asa did what was good and right in the eyes of the Lord his God. He removed the 14 altars and the high places, smashed the sacred stones, and cut down the Asherah poles. He commanded Judah to seek the Lord, the God of their ancestors, and to obey his laws and commands. He removed the high places and incense altars in every town in Judah, and the kingdom was at peace under him. He built up the fortified cities of Judah, since the land was at peace. No one was at war with him during those years, for the Lord gave him rest. Let us build up these towns, he said to Judah, and put walls around them, with towers, gates, and bars. The land is still ours, because we have sought the Lord our God. We sought him, and he has given us rest on every side. So they built and prospered. Asa had an army of 300,000 men from Judah, equipped with large shields and with spears, and 280,000 from Benjamin, armed with small shields and with bows. All these were brave fighting men. Zerah the Cushite marched out against them with an army of thousands upon thousands and 300 chariots, and came as far as Maresha. Asa went out to meet him, and they took up battle positions in the valley of Zephathah near Maresha. Then Asa called to the Lord his God and said, Lord, there is no one like you to help the powerless against the mighty. Help us, Lord our God, for we rely on you, and in your name we have come against this vast army. Lord, you are our God. Do Do not let Mare's portals prevail against you. The Lord struck down the Cushites before Asa and Judah. The Cushites fled, and Asa and his army pursued them as far as Gerar. Such a great number of Cushites fell that they could not recover. They were crushed before the Lord and his forces. The men of Judah carried off a large amount of plunder. They destroyed all the villages around Gerar, for the terror of the Lord had fallen on them. They looted all the villages, since there were much plunder there. They also attacked the camps of the herders and carried off droves of sheep and goats and camels. Then they returned to Jerusalem.
Chapter 15 of 2nd Chronicles. The Spirit of God came on Azariah, son of Oded. He went out to meet Asa and said to him, "Listen to me, Asa, and all Judah and Benjamin. The Lord is with you when you are with him. If you seek him, he will be found by you. But if you forsake him, he will forsake you. For a long time Israel was without the true God, without a priest to teach, and without the law. But in their distress, they turned to the Lord, the God of Israel, and sought him, and he was found by them. In those days, it was not safe to travel about, for all the inhabitants of the land were in great turmoil. One nation was being crushed by another, and one city by another, because God was troubling them with every kind of distress. But as for you, be strong and do not give up, for your work will be rewarded." When Asa heard these words and the prophecies of Azariah, son of Oded the prophet, he took courage. He removed the detestable idols from the whole land of Judah and Benjamin, and from the town he had captured in the hills of Ephraim. He repaired the altar of the Lord that was in front of the portico of the Lord's temple. Then he assembled all Judah and Benjamin, and the people from Ephraim, Manasseh, and Simeon who had settled among them, for large numbers had come over to him from Israel when they saw that the Lord his God was with him. They assembled at Jerusalem in the 3rd month of the 15th year of Asa's reign. At that time they sacrificed to the Lord 700 head of cattle and 7,000 sheep and goats from the plunder they had brought back. Verse 12. They entered into a covenant to seek the Lord, the God of their ancestors, with all their heart and soul. And all who would not seek the Lord, the God of Israel, were to be put to death, whether small or great, man or woman. They took an oath to the Lord with loud acclamation, with shouting, with trumpets and horns. All Judah rejoiced about the oath, because they had sown it wholeheartedly. They sought God eagerly, and he was found by them. So the Lord gave them rest on every side. Verse 16. King Asa also deposed his grandmother Maacah from her position as queen mother, because she had made a repulsive image for the worship of Asherah. Asa cut it down and broke it up and burned it in the Kidron Valley. Although he did not remove the high places from Israel, Asa's heart was fully committed to the Lord all his life. He brought into the temple of God the silver and gold and the articles that he and his father had dedicated. There was no more war until the 35th year of Asa's reign. Chapter 16, Asa's last years. In the 36th year of Asa's reign, Baasha, king of Israel, went up against Judah and fortified Ramah to prevent anyone from leaving or entering the territory of Asa, king of Judah. Asa then took the silver, gold out of treasuries and of the Lord's temple and of his own palace, and set it to Ben-Hadad, king of Aram, who was ruling in Damascus. Verse 3. Let there be a treaty between me and you, he said, as there was between my father and your father. See, I am sending you silver and gold. Now break your treaty with Baasha, king of Israel, so he will withdraw from me. Ben-Hadad agreed with King Asa and sent the commanders of his forces against the towns of Israel. They conquered Ijon, Dan, Abel-Maim, and all the store cities of Naphtali. When Baasha heard this, he stopped building Ramah and abandoned his work. Then King Asa brought all the men of Judah, and they carried away from Ramah the stones and timber Baasha had been using. With them he built up Geba and Mizpah. Verse 7. At that time, Hanani the seer came to Asa, king of Judah, and said to him, "Because you are relied on the king of Aram and not on the Lord your God, the army of King Aram has escaped from your hand. Were not the Cushites and Libyans a mighty army with great numbers of chariots on horsemen? Yet you relied on the Lord, he delivered them into your hand. For the eyes of the Lord range throughout the earth to strengthen those whose hearts are fully committed to him. You have done a foolish thing, and from now on you will be at war." Verse 10, Asa was angry with the seer because of this. He was so enraged that he put him in prison. At the same time, Asa brutally oppressed some of the people. The events of Asa's reign from beginning to the end are written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. In the 39th year of his reign, Asa was afflicted with a disease in his feet. Though his disease was severe, even in his illness, he did not seek help from the Lord, but only from the physicians. Then in the 41st year of his reign, Asa died and rested with his ancestors. They buried him in the tomb that he had cut out for himself in the city of David. They laid him on a bier covered with spices and various blended perfumes, and they made a huge fire in his honor. Chapter 17, Jehoshaphat, king of Judah. Jehoshaphat, his son, succeeded him as king and strengthened himself against Israel. He stationed troops in all the fortified cities of Judah and put garrisons in Judah and in the towns of Ephraim that his father Asa had captured. The Lord was with Jehoshaphat because he followed the ways of his father David before him. He did not consult the Baals. But sought the God of his father and followed his commandments rather than the practices of Israel. The Lord established the kingdom under his control, and all Judah brought gifts to Jehoshaphat, so that he had great wealth and honor. His heart was devoted to the ways of the Lord. Furthermore, he removed the high places of Asherah poles from Judah. In the 3rd year of his reign, he sent his officials Ben-Hail, Obadiah, Zechariah, Nathanael, and Micaiah to teach in the towns of Judah. With them were certain Levites, Shemaiah, Nethaniah, Zebadiah, Asahel, Shamiramoth, Jehonathan, Adonijah, Tobijah, and Tob-Adonijah, and the priests of Elishama and Jehoram. They taught throughout Judah, taking with them the book of the law of God. They went around to all the towns of Judah and taught the people. The fear of the Lord fell on all the kingdoms of the land surrounding Judah, so that they did not go to war against Jehoshaphat. Verse 11, some Philistines brought Jehoshaphat gifts and silver as tribute, and the Arabs brought him flocks, 7,700 rams and 7,700 goats. Jehoshaphat became more and more powerful. He built forts and store cities in Judah and had large supplies in the town of Judah. He also kept experienced fighting men in Jerusalem. Their enrollment by families was as follows. From Judah, commanders of units of 1,000, Adnah the commander with 300,000 fighting men. Next, Jehonahan the commander with 280,000. Next, Amaziah, son of Zikri, who volunteered himself for the service of the Lord with 200,000. From Benjamin, Eliada, a valiant soldier with 200 men, armed with bows and shield. Next, Jehozabad with 180 men armed for battle. These were the men who served the king, beside those he stationed in the fortified cities throughout Judah. Chapter 18, Micaiah prophecies against Ahab. Now Jehoshaphat had great wealth and honor, and he allied himself with Ahab by marriage. Some years later, he went down to see Ahab in Samaria, Ahab slaughtered many sheep and cattle for him and the people with him and urged him to attack Ramoth-Gilead. Ahab, king of Israel, asked Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, "Will you go with me against Ramoth-Gilead?" Jehoshaphat replied, "I am as you are, and my people as your people. We will join you in the war." But Jehoshaphat also said to the king of Israel, "First seek the counsel of the Lord." So the king of Israel brought together the prophets, 400 men, and asked them, "Shall we go to war against Ramoth-Gilead, or shall I not?" "Go," they answered, "for God will give it into the king's hand." But Jehoshaphat asked, "Is there no longer a prophet of the Lord here whom we can inquire of?" The king of Israel answered Jehoshaphat, "There is still one prophet through whom we can inquire of the Lord, but I hate him because he never prophesies anything good about me, but always bad. He is Micaiah, son of Imlah." "The king should not say such a thing," Jehoshaphat replied. So the king of Israel called one of his officials and said, "Bring Micaiah, son of Imlah, at once." Dressed in their royal robes, the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, were sitting on their throne at the threshing floor by the entrance of the gate of Samaria, with all the prophets prophesying before them. Now Zedekiah, son of Kenana, made iron horns, and he declared, "This is what the Lord says. With this you will go the Arameans until they are destroyed." All other prophets were prophesying the same thing. "Attack Ramoth-Gilead and be victorious," they said, "for the Lord will give it into the king's hand." The messenger who had gone to summon Micaiah said to him, "Look, the other prophets without exemption are predicting success for the king. Let your word agree with theirs and speak favorably." But Micaiah said, "As surely as the Lord lives, I can tell only what my God says." When he arrived, the king asked him, "Micaiah, shall we go to war against Ramoth-Gilead, or shall I not? Attack and be victorious," he answered, "for they will be given into your hand." The king said to him, How many times must I make you swear to tell me nothing but the truth in the name of the Lord?" Then Micaiah answered, "I saw all Israel scattered on hills like sheep without a shepherd. And the Lord said, These people have no master. Let each one go home in peace." The king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, "Didn't I tell you that he never prophesies anything good about me, but only bad?" Micaiah continued, "Therefore hear the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting in his throne with all the multitudes of heaven standing on his right hand and on his left. And the Lord said, Who will entice Ahab, king of Israel, into attacking Ramoth-Gilead and go to his death there?" One suggested this and another that. Finally, a spirit came forward, stood before the Lord and said, "I will entice him." "By what means?" the Lord asked. "I will go and be a deceiving spirit in the mouths of all his prophets," he said. "You will succeed in enticing him," said the Lord. "Go and do it." So now the Lord has put a deceiving spirit in the mouths of these prophets of yours. The Lord has decreed disaster for you. Then Zedekiah, son of Kenana, went up and slapped Micaiah in the face. "Which way did the spirit from the Lord go when he went from me to speak to you?" he asked. Micaiah replied, You will find out on the day you go to hide in an inner room." The king of Israel then ordered, "Take Micaiah and send him back to Ammon, the ruler of the city, and to Joash, the king's son, and say, This is what the king says. Put this fellow in prison and give him nothing but bread and water until I return safely." Micaiah declared, "If you ever return safely, the Lord has not spoken through me." Then he added, "Mark my words, all you people." Verse 28, Ahab killed at Ramoth-Gilead. So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, went up to Ramoth-Gilead. The king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, "I will enter the battle in disguise, but you wear your royal robes." So the king of Israel disguised himself and went into battle. Now the king of Aram had ordered his chariot commanders, "Do not fight with anyone, small or great, except the king of Israel." When the chariot commanders saw Jehoshaphat, they thought, "This is the king of Israel." So they turned to attack him. But Jehoshaphat cried out, and the Lord helped him. God drew them away from him. For when the chariot commanders saw that he was not the king of Israel, they stopped pursuing him. But some drew his bow at random and hit the king of Israel between the breastplate and the scale armor. The king told the chariot driver, "Wheel around and get me out of the fighting. I've been wounded." All day long the battle raged, and the king of Israel propped himself in his chariot facing the Arameans until evening. Then at sunset he died.
Chapter 19 of 2nd Chronicles. When Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, returned safely to his palace in Jerusalem, Jehu the seer, the son of Hanani, went out to meet him and said to the king, "Should you help the wicked and love those who hate the Lord? Because of these the wrath of the Lord is on you. There is, however, some good in you, for you have rid the land of the Asherah poles and have set your heart on seeking God." Jehoshaphat lived in Jerusalem, and he went out again among the people from Beersheba to the hill country of Ephraim, and turned them back to the Lord, the God of their ancestors. He appointed judges in the land in each of the fortified cities of Judah. He told them, "Consider carefully what you do, because you are not judging for mere mortals, but for the Lord, who is with you whenever you give a verdict. Now let the fear of the Lord be on you. Judge carefully, for with the Lord our God there is no injustice or partiality or bribery." In Jerusalem also, Jehoshaphat appointed some of the Levites, priests, and heads of Israelite families to administer the law of the Lord to settle disputes, and they lived in Jerusalem. He gave them these orders: "You must serve faithfully and wholeheartedly in the fear of the Lord. In every case that comes before you from your people who live in the cities, whether bloodshed or other concern of the Lord, commands, decrees, or regulations, you are to warn them not to sin against the Lord, otherwise his wrath will come on you and your people. Do this, and you will not sin. Amariah the chief priest will be over you in any matter concerning the Lord, and Zebediah son of Ishmael, the leader of the tribe of Judah, will be over you in any matter concerning the king, and the Levites will serve as officials before you. Act with courage, and may the Lord be with those who do well." Chapter 20. After this, the Moabites and Ammonites with some of the Meunites came to wage war against Jehoshaphat. Some people came and told Jehoshaphat, "A vast army is coming against you from Edom, from the other side of the Dead Sea. It is already in Hazezon Tamar, that is, engaging." Alarmed, Jehoshaphat resolved to inquire of the Lord, and he proclaimed a fast for all Judah. The people of Judah came together to seek help from the Lord. Indeed, they came from every town in Judah to seek him. Then Jehoshaphat stood up in the assembly of Judah and Jerusalem at the temple of the Lord in front of the new courtyard and said, "Lord, the God of our ancestors, are you not the God who is in heaven? You are rule over all the kingdoms of the nations. Power and mighty are in your hands, and no one can withstand you. Our God, did you not drive out the inhabitants of this land before your people Israel and give it forever to the descendants of Abraham your friend? They have lived in it and have built in it a sanctuary for your name, saying, 'If calamity comes upon us, whether the sword of judgment or plague or famine, we will stand in your presence before this temple that bears your name and will carry out to you in our distress, and you will hear us and save us.' But now here are men from Ammon, Moab, and Mount Seir, whose territory you will not allow Israel to invade when they come from Egypt." So they turned away from them and did not destroy them. "See how they are repaying us by coming to drive to drive us out of the position he gave us as an inheritance. Our God, will you not judge them? For we have no power to face this vast army that is attacking us. We do not know what to do, but our eyes are on you. All the men of Judah, with their wives and children, little ones, stood there before the Lord. Then the Spirit of the Lord came on Jahaziel, son of Zechariah, the son of Benaiah, the son of Jeiel, the son of Mattaniah, a Levite and descendant of Asaph, as he stood in the assembly. He said, "Listen, King Jehoshaphat, and all who live in Judah and Jerusalem. This is what the Lord says to you. Do not be afraid or discouraged because of this vast army, for the battle is not yours, but God's. Tomorrow march down against them. They will be climbing up by the pass of Ziz, and you will find them at the end of the gorge in the desert of Jeruel. You will not have to fight this battle. Take up your positions, stand firm, and see the deliverance the Lord will give you. Judah and Jerusalem, do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. Go out to face them tomorrow, and the Lord will be with you." Jehoshaphat bowed down with his face to the ground, and all the people of Judah and Jerusalem fell down in worship before the Lord. Then some Levites from Kohathites and Korahites stood up and praised the Lord, the God of Israel, with a very loud voice. Early in the morning they left for the desert of Tekoa. As they set out, Jehoshaphat stood and said, "Listen to me, Judah and people of Jerusalem. Have faith in the Lord your God and you will be upheld. Have faith in his prophets and you will be successful." After consulting the people, Jehoshaphat appointed men to sing to the Lord and to praise him for the splendor of his holiness as they went out at the head of the army, saying, "Give thanks to the Lord, for his love endures forever." As they began to sing and praise the Lord, set ambushes against the men of Ammon and Moab and Mount Seir, who were invading Judah, and they were defeated. The Ammonites and Moabites rose up against the men from Mount Seir to destroy and annihilate them. After they finished slaughtering the men from Seir, they helped to destroy one another. When the men of Judah came to the place that overlooks the desert and looked toward the vast army, they saw only dead bodies lying on the ground. No one had escaped. So Jehoshaphat and his men went to carry off their plunder, and they found among them a great amount of equipment and clothing, and also articles of value, more than they could take away. There was so much plunder that it took 3 days to collect it. On the 4th day, they assembled in the valley of Beraka, where they praised the Lord. This is why it is called the valley of Beraka to this day. Then led by Jehoshaphat, all the men of Judah and Jerusalem returned joyfully to Jerusalem, for the Lord had given them cause to rejoice over their enemies. They entered Jerusalem and went to the temple of the Lord with harps and lyres and trumpets. The fear of God came on all the surrounding kingdoms when they heard how the Lord had fought against the enemies of Israel. And the kingdom of Jehoshaphat was at peace, for his God had given him rest on every side. So Jehoshaphat reigned over Judah. He was 35 years old when he became king of Judah, and he reigned in Jerusalem 25 years. His mother's name was Azubah, daughter of Shilhi. He followed the ways of his father Asa and did not stray from them. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord. The high places, however, were not removed, and the people still had not set their hearts on the God of their ancestors. The other events of Jehoshaphat's reign, from beginning to end, are written in the annals of Jehu, son of Hanani, which are recorded in the book of the kings of Israel. Later, Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, made an alliance with Ahaziah, king of Israel, whose ways were wicked. He agreed with him to construct a fleet of trading ships. After these were built at Ezion Gaber, Eleazar son of Maresha, prophesied against Jehoshaphat, saying, "Because you have made an alliance with Ahaziah, the Lord will destroy what you have made." The ships were wrecked and were not able to set sail to trade. Chapter 21. Then Jehoshaphat rested with his ancestors and was buried with them in the city of David. And Jehoram, his son, succeeded him as king. Jehoram's brother, the son of Jehoshaphat, were Azariah, Jehiel, Zechariah, Azaruhu, Michael, and Shephatiah. All these were sons of Jehoshaphat, king of Israel. Their father had given them many gifts of silver and gold and articles of value, as well as fortified cities in Judah. But he had given the kingdom of Jeroham because he was his firstborn son. When Jeroham established himself firmly over his father's kingdom, he put all his brothers to the sword along with some of the officials of Israel. Jeroham was 32 years old when he became king. He reigned in Jerusalem 8 years. He followed the ways of the kings of Israel, as the house of Ahab had done, for he married a daughter of Ahab. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord. Nevertheless, because of the covenant the Lord had made with David, the Lord was not willing to destroy the house of David. He had promised to maintain a lamp for him and his descendants forever. In the time of Jehoram, Edom rebelled against Judah and set up its own king. So Jehoram went there with his officers and all his chariots. The Edomites surrounded him and his chariot commanders, but he rose up and broke through by night. To this day, Edom has been in rebellion against Judah. Libnah revolted at the same time, because Jehoram had forsaken the Lord, the God of his ancestors. He had also built high places on the hills of Judah and had caused the people of Jerusalem to prostitute themselves and had led Judah astray. Jehoram received a letter from Elijah the prophet, which said, "This is what the Lord, the God of your father David says. You have not followed the ways of your father Jehoshaphat or of Asa, king of Judah, but you have followed the ways of the kings of Israel, and you have led Judah and the people of Jerusalem to prostitute themselves, just as the house of Ahab did. You have also murdered your own brothers, members of your own family, men who were better than you. So now the Lord is about to strike your people, your sons, your wives, and everything that is yours with a heavy blow. You yourself will be very ill with a lingering disease of the bowels until the disease causes your bowels to come out." The Lord aroused against Jehoram and the hostility of the Philistines and of the Arabs who lived near Cushites. They attacked Judah, invaded it, and carried off all the goods found in the king's palace, together with his sons and wives. Not a son was left to him except Ahaziah, the youngest. After all this, the Lord afflicted Jehoram with an incurable disease of bowels. In the course of time, at the end of the second year, bowels came out because of the disease, and he died in great pain. His people made no funeral fire in his honor, as they had for his people made no funeral fire in his honor, as they had for his predecessors. Jehoram was 32 years old when he became a king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 8 years. He passed away to no one's regret and was buried in the city of David, but not in the tombs of the kings. 22. The people of Jerusalem made Ahaziah, Jehoram's youngest son, king in his place, since the raiders who came with the Arabs into the camp had killed all the elder sons. So Ahaziah, son of Jehoram, king of Judah, began to reign. Ahaziah was 22 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 1 year. His mother's name was Athaliah, a granddaughter of Omri. He too followed the ways of the house of Ahab, for his mother encouraged him to act wickedly. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, as the house of Ahab had done. For after his father's death, they became his advisers to his undoing. He also followed their counsel when he went with Joram, son of Ahab, king of Israel, to wage war against Hazael, king of Aram, at Ramoth. The Arameans wounded Joram, so he returned to Jezreel to recover from the wounds they had inflicted on him at Ramoth in his battle with Hazael, king of Aram. Then Ahaziah, son of Jehoram, king of Judah, went down to Jezreel to see Joram, son of Ahab, because he had been wounded. Through Ahaziah's visit to Joram, God brought about Ahaziah downfall. When Ahaziah arrived, he went out with Joram to meet Jehu, son of Nimshi, whom the Lord had anointed to destroy the house of Ahab. While Jehu was executing judgment on the house of Ahab, he found the officials of Judah and the sons of Ahaziah's relatives who had been attending Ahaziah, and he killed them. He then went in search of Ahaziah, and his men captured him while he was hiding in Samaria. He was brought to Jehu and put to death. They buried him, for they said he was a son of Jehoshaphat, who sought the king with all his heart. So there was no one in the house of Ahaziah powerful enough to retain the kingdom. When Athaliah, the mother of Ahaziah, saw that her son was dead, she proceeded to destroy the whole royal family of the house of Judah. But Jehosheba, the daughter of King Jehoram, took Joash, son of Ahaziah, and stole him away from among the royal princes who were about to be murdered, and put him and his nurse in a bedroom, because Jehosheba, the daughter of King Jehoram and wife of the priest of Jehoiada, was Ahaziah's sister. She hid the child from Athaliah so she could not kill him. He remained hidden with them at the temple of God for 6 years, while Athaliah ruled the land.
Second Chronicles chapter 23. The 7th year, Jehoiada showed his strength. He made a covenant with the commanders of units of 100. Azariah, son of Jeroham, Ishmael, son of Jehohanan, Azariah, son of Obed, Maaseiah, son of Adaiah, and Elishaphat, son of Zikri. They went throughout Judah and gathered the Levites and the heads of Israelite families from all the towns. When they came to Jerusalem, the whole assembly made a covenant with the king at the temple of God. Jehoiada said to them, "The king's son shall reign, as the Lord promised concerning the descendants of David. Now, this is what you are to do. A third of you priests and Levites who are going on duty on the Sabbath are to keep watch at the doors. A third of you at the royal palace, and a third at the foundation gate, and all the others are to be in the courtyards of the temple of the Lord. No one is to enter the temple of the Lord except the priests and Levites on duty. They may enter because they are consecrated, but all the others are to observe the Lord's command not to enter. The Levites are to station themselves around the king, each with the weapon in hand. Anyone who enters the temple is to be put to death. Stay close to the king wherever he goes." The Levites and all the men of Judah did just as Jehoiada the priest ordered. Each one took his men, those who were going on duty on the Sabbath and those who were going off duty, for Jehoiada the priest had not released any of the divisions. Then he gave the commanders of units of 100 the spears and the large and small shield that had belonged to King David and that were in the temple of God. He stationed all the men, each with his weapon in his hand, around the king, near the altar and the temple, from the south side to the north side of the temple. Jehoiada and his sons brought out the king's son and put the crown on him. They presented him with a copy of the covenant and proclaimed him king. They anointed him and shouted, "Long live the king!" When Athaliah heard the noise of the people running and cheering the king, she went to them at the temple of the Lord. She looked, and there was the king, standing by his pillar at the entrance. The officers and the trumpeters were beside the king, and all the people of the land were rejoicing and blowing trumpets. The musicians with their instruments were leading the praises. Then Athaliah tore her robes and shouted, "Treason! Treason!" Jehoiada the priest sent out the commanders of units of 100 who were in charge of the troops and said to them, "Bring her out between the ranks and put to the sword anyone who follows her." For the priests had said, "Do not put her to death at the temple of the Lord." So they seized her as she reached the entrance of the house gate on the palace grounds, and they put her to death. Jehoiada then made a covenant that he, the people, and the king would be the Lord's people. All the people went to the temple of Baal and tore it down. They smashed the altars and idols and killed Matan, the priest of Baal, in front of the altars. Then Jehoiada placed the oversight of the temple of the Lord in the hands of the Levitical priests, to whom David had made assignment in the temple, to present the burnt offering of the Lord as written in the law of Moses, with rejoicing and singing, as David had ordered. He also stationed gatekeepers at the gates of the Lord's temple, so that no one who was in any way unclean might enter. He took with him the commanders of hundreds, the nobles, the rulers of the people, and all the people of the land, and brought the king down from the temple of the Lord. They went into the palace through the upper gate and seated the king on the royal throne. All the people of the land rejoiced, and the city was calm because Athaliah had been slain with the sword. Joash repairs the temple. Joash was 7 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 40 years. His mother's name was Zibiah. She was from Beersheba. Joash did what was right in the eyes of the Lord all the years of Jehoiada the priest. Jehoiada chose 2 wives for him, and he had sons and daughters. Sometimes later, Joash decided to restore the temple of the Lord. He called together the priests and Levites and said to them, "Go to the towns of Judah and collect the money due annually from all Israel to repair the temple of your God. Do it now. But the Levites did not act at once. Therefore, the king summoned Jehoiada the chief priest and said to him, "Why haven't you required the Levites to bring in from Judah and Jerusalem the tax imposed by Moses and servants of the Lord and by the assembly of Israel for the tent of the covenant law?" Now the sons of that wicked woman, Athaliah, had broken into the temple of God and had used even its sacred objects for the Baals. As the king commands, a chest was made and placed outside at the gate of the temple of the Lord. A proclamation was then issued in Judah and Jerusalem that they should bring to the Lord the tax that Moses, the servant of the Lord, had required of Israel in the wilderness. All the officials and all the people brought their contribution gladly, dropping them into the chest until it was full. Whenever the chest was brought in by the Levites to the king's official, and they saw that there was a large amount of money, the royal secretary and the officer of the chief priest will come and empty the chest and carry it back to its place. They did this regularly and collected a great amount of money. The king and Jehoiada gave it to those who carried out the work required for the temple of the Lord. They hired masons and carpenters to restore the Lord's temple, and also workers in iron and bronze to repair the temple. The men in charge of the work were diligent, and the repairs progressed under them. They built the temple of the Lord according to its original design and reinforced it. When they had finished, they brought the rest of the money to the king and Jehoiada, and with it they made articles of the Lord's temple, articles for the service and for the burnt offering, and also dishes and other objects of gold and silver. As long as Jehoiada lived, burnt offerings were presented continually on the temple of the Lord. Now Jehoiada was old and full of years, and he died at the age of 130. He was buried with the kings in the city of David because of the good he had done in Israel for God and his temple, the wickedness of Joash. After the death of Jehoiada, the officials of Judah came and paid homage to the king, and he listened to them. They abandoned the temple of the Lord, the God of their ancestors, and worshipped Asherah poles and idols. Because of their guilt, God's anger came on Judah and Jerusalem. Although the Lord sent prophets to the people to bring them back to him, and though they testified against them, they would not listen. Then the Spirit of the Lord came to Zechariah, son of Jehoiada, the priest. He stood before the people and said, "This is what the Lord says. Why do you disobey the Lord's command? You will not prosper because you have forsaken the Lord. He has forsaken you." But they plotted against him, and by order of the king, they stoned him to death in the courtyard of the Lord's temple. King Joash did not remember the kindness Zechariah's father Jehoiada had shown him, but killed his son, who said as he lay dying, "May the Lord see this and call you to account." At the turn of the year, the army of Aram marched against Joash. It invaded Judah, Jerusalem, and killed all the leaders of the people. They sent all the plunders to the king in Damascus. Although the Aramean army had come with only a few men, the Lord delivered into their hands a much larger army, because Judah had forsaken the Lord, the God of their ancestors. Judgment was executed on Joash. When the Arameans withdrew, they left Joash severely wounded. His officials conspired against him and for murdering the son of Jehoiada the priest, and they killed him in his bed. So he died and was buried in the city of David, but not in the tomb of the king. Those who conspired against him were Zabad, son of Shimeah, an Amorite woman, and Jehozabad, son of Shimrith, a Moabite woman. The account of his sons, the many prophecies about him, and the record of the restoration of the temple of the Lord are written in the annotations in the book of the Kings, and Amaziah his son succeeded him as the king. Amaziah king of Judah. Amaziah was 25 years old when he became king. He reigned in Jerusalem 29 years. His mother's name was Jehoadan. She was from Jerusalem. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, but not wholeheartedly. After the kingdom was firmly in his control, he executed the official who had murdered his father the king. Yet he did not put their children to death, but acted in accordance with what is written in the law, in the book of Moses, where the Lord commanded, "Parents shall not be put to death for their children, nor children be put to death for their parents. Each will die for their own sin." Amaziah called the people of Judah together and assigned them according to their families to commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds for all Judah and Benjamin. He then mustered those 20 years old more and found that there were 300,000 men fit for military service, able to handle the spear and shield. So he also hired 100,000 fighting men from Israel for 100 talents of silver. But a man of God came to him and said, Your Majesty, those troops from Israel must not march with you, for the Lord is not with Israel, not with any of the people of Ephraim. Even if you go and fight courageously in battle, God will overthrow you before the enemy, for the Lord has the power to help or to overthrow. Amaziah asked the man of God, But what about the 100 talents I paid for those Israelites' troops? The man of God answered, The Lord can give you much more than that. So Amaziah dismissed the troops who had come to him from Ephraim and sent them home. They were furious with Judah and left for home in a great rage. Amaziah then marshaled his strength and led his army to the valley of Salt, where he killed 10,000 men of Seir. The army of Judah also captured 10,000 men alive, took them to the top of a cliff, and threw them down, so that all were dashed to pieces. Meanwhile, the troops that Amaziah had sent back and had not allowed to take part in the war raided towns belonging to Judah from Samaria to Beth Haron. They killed 3,000 people and carried off great quantities of plunder. When Amaziah returned from slaughtering the Edomites, he brought back the gods of the people of Seir. He set them up as his own gods, bowed down to them, and burned sacrifice to them. The anger of the Lord burned against Amaziah, and he sent a prophet to him, who said, Why do you consult these people gods, which could not save their own people from your hand? While he was still speaking, the king said to him, Have we appointed you as an advisor to the king? Stop. Why be struck down? So the prophet stopped but said, I know that God has determined to destroy you, because you have done this and have not listened to my counsel. After Amaziah, king of Judah, consulted his advisors, he sent this challenge to Jehoash, son of Jehoaz, the son of Jehu, the king of Israel. Come, let us face each other in battle. But Jehoash, king of Israel, replied to Amaziah, king of Judah, this soul in Lebanon sent a message to a cedar in Lebanon. Give your daughter to my son in marriage. Then a wild beast in Lebanon came along and trampled the thistle underfoot. You say to yourself that you have defeated Edom, and now you are arrogant and proud, but stay at home. Why ask for trouble and cause your own downfall, and that of Judah also? Amaziah, however, will not listen, for God so worked that he might deliver them into the hands of Jehoash, because they sought the gods of Edom. So Jehoash, king of Israel, attacked. He and Amaziah, king of Judah, faced each other at Beth Shemesh in Judah. Judah was routed by Israel, and every man fled to his home. Jehoash, king of Israel, captured Amaziah, king of Judah, the son of Joash, the son of Ahaziah, at Beth Shemesh. Then Joash brought him to Jerusalem and broke down the walls of Jerusalem from the Ephraim gate to the corner gate, a section about 400 cubits long. He took all the gold and silver and all the articles found in the temple of the Lord, and had been in the care of Obed-Edom, together with the palace treasures and the hostages, and returned to Samaria. Amaziah, son of Joash, king of Judah, lived for 15 years after the death of Joash, son of Jehoaz, king of Israel. As for the other events of Amaziah's reign, from beginning to end, are they not written in the book of the king of Judah and Israel? From that time that Amaziah turned away from following the Lord, they conspired against him in Jerusalem, and he fled to Lachish, but they sent men after him to Lachish and killed him there. He was brought back by horse and was buried with his ancestors in the city of Judah. Uzziah, king of Judah. Then all the people of Judah took Uzziah, who was 16 years old, and made him king in the palace in place of his father Amaziah. He was the one who rebuilt Elath and restored it to Judah after Amaziah rested with his ancestors. Uzziah was 16 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 52 years. His mother's name was Jechaliah. She was from Jerusalem. He did what was right in the house of the Lord, just as his father Amaziah had done. He sought God during the days of Zechariah, who instructed him in the fear of God, as long as he sought the Lord. God gave him success. He went to war against Philistines and broke down the walls of Gath, Janeth, and Ashdod. He then rebuilt towns near Ashdod and elsewhere among the Philistines. God helped him against the Philistines and against the Arabs who lived in Gah and Gabal and against the Meunites. The Amorites brought tribute to Uzziah, and his fame spread as far as the border of Egypt because he had become very powerful. Uzziah built towers in Jerusalem at the corner gate, at the valley gate, and at the angle of the wall, and he fortified them. He also built towers in the wilderness and dug many cisterns, because he had much livestock in the foothills and in the plain. He had people working in his field and vineyards in the hills and in the fertile lands, for he loved the soil. Uzziah had a well-trained army ready to go out by divisions according to their numbers, as mastered by Jael the secretary. And Manasseh the officer under the direction of Hananiah, one of the royal officers. The total number of family leaders over the fighting men was 2,600. Under his command was an army of 300,000 and 307,500 men, trained for war, a powerful force to support the king against his enemies. Uzziah provided shields, spears, helmets, coats of armor, bows, and slingstones for the entire army. In Jerusalem, he made devices invented for use on the towers and on the corner defenses so that the soldier could shoot arrows and hurl large stones from the walls. His fame spread far and wide, and was greatly helped until he became powerful. But after Uzziah became powerful, his pride led to his downfall. He was unfaithful to the Lord, his God, and he entered the temple of the Lord to burn incense on the altar of incense. Azariah the priest was with 80 other courageous priests of the Lord followed him in. They confronted the king Uzziah and said, "It is not right for you, Uzziah, to burn incense to the Lord. That is for the priests, the descendants of Aaron, who have been consecrated to burn incense. Leave the sanctuary, for you have been unfaithful, and you will not be honored by the Lord God." Uzziah, who had a censer in his hand ready to burn incense, became angry while he was raging at the priests in their presence before the incense altar in the Lord's temple. Leprosy broke out on his forehead. When Azariah's chief priest and all the other priests looked at him, they saw he had leprosy on his forehead. So they hurried him out. Indeed, he himself was eager to live because the Lord had afflicted him. King Uzziah had leprosy until the day he died. He died in a separate house, leprous, and burned from the temple of the Lord. Jotham, his son, had charge of the place and governed the people of the land. The other events of Uzziah's reign, from beginning to end, are recorded by the prophet Isaiah, son of Amos. Uzziah rested with his ancestors and was buried near them in a cemetery that belonged to the kings. For the people said he had leprosy. And Jotham his son succeeded him as king.
Second Chronicles 27. Yeah. Jotham, king of Judah. Jotham was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 16 years. His mother's name was Jerusha, daughter of Zadok. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father Uzziah had done. But unlike him, he did not enter the temple of the Lord. The people, however, continued their corrupt practices. Jotham rebuilt the upper gate of the temple of the Lord and did extensive work on the wall of the hill of Ophel. He built towns in the hill country of Judah and forts and towers in the wooded areas. Jotham waged war against the king of the Ammonites and conquered them. That year, the Ammonites paid him 100 talents of silver, 10,000 cors of wheat, and 10,000 cors of barley. The Ammonites brought him the same amount also in the second and third year. Jotham grew powerful because he walked steadfastly before the Lord his God. The other events in Jotham's reign, including all his wars and all other things he did, are written in the book of the kings of Israel and Judah. He was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 16 years. Jotham rested with his ancestors and was buried in the city of David. And Ahaz, his son, succeeded him as king. Chapter 28, Ahaz, king of Judah. Ahaz was 20 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 16 years. Unlike David, his father, he did not do what was right in the eyes of the Lord. He followed the ways of kings of Israel and also made idols for worshiping the Baals. He burned sacrifices in the valley of Ben-Him and sacrificed his children in the fire, engaging in the detestable practices of the nations of the Lord had driven out before the Israelites. He offered sacrifices and burned incense at the high places on the hilltops and under every spreading tree. Therefore, the Lord his God delivered him into the hands of the king of Aram. The Arameans defeated him and took many of his people as prisoners and brought them to Damascus. He was also given into the hands of the king of Israel, who inflicted heavy casualties on him. In one day, Pekah, the son of Remaliah, killed 120,000 soldiers in Judah because Judah had forsaken the Lord, the God of their ancestors. Ziri, an Ephraimite warrior, killed Messiah, the king's son, as he became the officer in charge of the palace, and Elkanah second to the king. The men of Israel took captive from their fellow Israelites who were from Judah 200,000 wives, sons, and daughters. They also took a great deal of plunder, which they carried back to Samaria. But a prophet of the Lord named Oded was there, and he went out to meet the army when it returned to Samaria. He said to them, "Because the Lord, the God of your ancestors, was angry with Judah, he gave them into your hand, but you have slaughtered them in a range that reaches to heaven. And now you intend to make the men and women of Judah and Jerusalem your slaves. But aren't you also guilty of sins against the Lord your God? Now listen to me. Send back your fellow Israelites you have taken as prisoners, for the Lord's fierce anger rests on you." Then some of the leaders in Ephraim, Azariah son of Jehonan, Berechiah son of Mishelmoth, Jezekiah son of Shalom, and Amas son of Halai, confronted those who were arriving from the war. "You must not bring those prisoners here," they said, "or we'll be guilty before the Lord. Do you intend to add to our sin and guilty? For our guilt is already great, and this Pharaoh's anger rests on Israel. So the soldiers gave up the prisoners and plunder in the presence of the officials and all the assembly. The men designated by name took the prisoners, and from the plunder they clothed all who were naked. They provided them with clothes and sandals, food and drink, and healing balm. All those who were weak they put on donkeys. They took them back to their fellow Israelites at Jericho, the city of Psalms, and returned to Samaria. At the time King Ahaz sent to the kings of Assyria for help. The Edomites had again, while the Philistines in the Negev of Judah. They captured and occupied Beth Shemesh, Ahlon and Gedroth, as well as Soko, Tina and Gimzo with their surrounding villages. The Lord had humbled Judah because of Ahaz, king of Israel, for he had promoted wickedness in Judah and had been most unfaithful to the Lord. Tilath-Pileser, king of Assyria, came to him, but he gave him trouble instead of help. Ahaz took some of the things from the temple of the Lord and from the royal palace and from the officials and presented them to the king of Assyria, but that did not help him. In his time of trouble, King Ahaz became even more unfaithful to the Lord. He offered sacrifices to the gods of Damascus who had defeated him, for he thought, since the gods of the kings of Aram have helped them, I will sacrifice to them so they will help me. But they were his downfall and the downfall of all Israel. Ahaz gathered together the furnishings from the temple of God and cut them in pieces. He shut the doors of the Lord temple and set up altars at every street corner in Jerusalem. In every town in Judah he built high places to burn sacrifices to other gods and arouse the anger of the Lord, the God of his ancestors. The other events of his reign and all his ways from beginning to end are written in the book of Kings of Judah and Israel. Ahaz rested with his ancestors and was buried in the city of Jerusalem, but he was not placed in the tombs of the kings of Israel, and Hezekiah his son succeeded him. Chapter 29, Hezekiah purifies the temple. Hezekiah was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 29 years old. His mother's name was Abijah, daughter of Zechariah. He did what was right in the house of the Lord, but as his father David had done. In the first month of the first year of his reign, he opened the doors of the temple of the Lord and repaired them. He brought in the priests and Levites, assembled them in the square on the east side, and said, "Listen to me, Levites, concentrate yourselves now and concentrate the temple of the Lord, the God of your ancestors. Remove all defilement from the sanctuary. Our parents were unfaithful. They did evil in the eyes of the Lord our God and forsook him. They turned their faces away from the Lord's dwelling place and turned their backs on him. They also shut the doors of the portico and put out the lamps. They did not burn incense or present any burnt offerings at the sanctuary to the God of Israel. Therefore the anger of the Lord has fallen on Judah and Jerusalem. He has made them an object of dread and horror and scorn, as you can see with your own eyes. This is why our fathers are fallen by the sword, and why our sons and daughters and our wives are in captivity. Now I intend to make a covenant with the Lord, the God of Israel, so that his Pharaoh's anger will turn away from us. My sons, do not be negligent now, for the Lord has chosen you to stand before him and serve him, to minister before him and to burn incense." Then these Levites set to work from the Kohathites, Mahath, son of Amasai, and Joel, son of Azariah. From the Merarites, Kish, son of Adi, and Azari, son of Jehalel. From the Gershonites, Joah, son of Zimah, and Eden, son of Joah. From the descendants of Elizaphan, Shimri, and Jeiel. From the descendants of Asaph, Zechariah, and Mattaniah. From the descendants of Heman, Jeiel, and Shimei. From the descendants of Dathan, Shemaiah, and Uziel. When they had assembled their fellow Levites and consecrated themselves, they went in to purify the temple of the Lord as the king had ordered, following the word of the Lord. The priest went into the sanctuary of the Lord to purify it. They brought out to the courtyard of the Lord's temple everything unclean that they found in the temple of the Lord. The Levites took it and carried it out to Kidron Valley. They began the consecration of the first day of the first month, and by the 8th day of the month, they reached the portico of the Lord. For 8 more days, they consecrated the temple of the Lord itself, finishing on the 16th day of the first month. Then they went into King Hezekiah and reported, "We have purified the entire temple of the Lord. The altar of burnt offering with all its utensils, and the table for setting out the consecrated bread with all its articles. We have prepared and consecrated all the articles that King Uzziah removed in his faithfulness while he was king. They are now in front of the Lord's altar." Early the next morning, King Hezekiah gathered the city of officials together and went up to the temple of the Lord. They brought 7 bulls, 7 rams, 7 male lambs, and 7 male goats as a sin offering for the kingdom, for the sanctuary, and for Judah. The king commanded the priests, the descendants of Aaron, to offer this on the altar of the Lord. So they slaughtered the bulls, and the priests took the blood and splashed it against the altar. Next, they slaughtered the lambs and splashed their blood against the altar. Then they slaughtered the lambs and splashed their blood against the altar. The goats for the sin offering were brought before the king and the assembly, and they laid their hands on them. The priests then slaughtered the goats and presented their blood on the altar for a sin offering to atone for all Israel, because the king had ordered the burnt offering and the sin offering for all Israel. He stationed the Levites in the temple of the Lord with cymbals, harps, and lyres in the way prescribed by David and Gad the king's seer and Nathan the prophet. This was commanded by the Lord through his prophets. So the Levites stood ready with David's instruments, and the priests with their trumpets. Hezekiah gave the order to sacrifice the burnt offering on the altar. As the offering began, singing to the Lord began also, accompanied by trumpets and the instruments of David, king of Israel. The whole assembly bowed in worship while the musicians played and the trumpets sounded. All this continued until the sacrifice of the burnt offering was complete. When the offerings were finished, the king and everyone present with him knelt down and worshipped. King Hezekiah and his officials ordered the Levites to praise the Lord with the words of David and of Asaph the seer. So they sang praises with gladness and bowed down and worshipped. Then Hezekiah said, "You have now dedicated yourself to the Lord. Come and bring sacrifices and thank offerings to the temple of the Lord." So the assembly brought sacrifices and thank offerings, and all whose hearts were willing brought burnt offerings. The number of burnt offerings the assembly brought was 70 bulls, 100 rams, and 200 male lambs, all of them for burnt offerings to the Lord. The animals consecrated as sacrifices amounted to 600 bulls and 3,000 sheep and goats. The priests, however, were too few to skin all the burnt offerings. So their relatives, the Levites, helped them until the task was finished and until other priests had been consecrated, for the Levites had been more conscientious in consecrating themselves than the priests had been. There were burnt offerings in abundance, together with the fat of the fellowship offerings and the drink offerings that accompanied the burnt offerings. So the service of the temple of the Lord was reestablished. Hezekiah and all the people rejoiced at what God had brought about for his people, because it was done so quickly. Chapter 30, Hezekiah celebrates the Passover. Hezekiah sent word to all Israel and Judah, and also wrote letters to Ephraim and Manasseh, inviting them to come to the temple of the Lord in Jerusalem and celebrate the Passover to the Lord, the God of Israel. The king and his officials and the whole assembly in Jerusalem decided to celebrate the Passover in the second month. They had not been able to celebrate it at the regular time because not enough priests had consecrated themselves, and the people had not assembled in Jerusalem. The plan seemed right both to the king and to the whole assembly. They decided to send a proclamation throughout Israel from Beersheba to Dan, calling the people to come to Jerusalem and celebrate the Passover to the Lord, the God of Israel. It had not been celebrated in large numbers according to what was written. At the king's command, couriers went throughout Israel and Judah with letters from the king and from his officials, which read, "People of Israel, return to the Lord, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, that he may return to you who are left, who have escaped from the hand of kings of Assyria. Do not be like your parents and your fellow Israelites, who are unfaithful to the Lord, the God of their ancestors, so that he made them an object of horror, as you see. Do not be naked as your ancestors were. Submit to the Lord. Come to his sanctuary, which he has consecrated forever. Serve the Lord your God, so that his fierce anger will turn away from you. If you return to the Lord, then your fellow Israelites and your children will be shown compassion by their captors and will turn to this land. For the Lord your God is gracious and compassionate. He will not turn his face from you if you turn to him." The couriers went from town to town in Ephraim and Manasseh as far as Zebulun, but people scorned and ridiculed them. Nevertheless, some from Asher, Manasseh, and Zebulun humbled themselves and went to Jerusalem. Also in Judah, the hand of God was on the people to give them unity of mind to carry out what the king and his officials had ordered, following the word of the Lord. A very large crowd of people assembled in Jerusalem to celebrate the festival of unleavened bread in the second month. They removed the altars in Jerusalem and cleared away the incense altars and threw them into the Kidron Valley. They slaughtered the Passover lamb on the 14th day of the second month. The priests and the Levites were ashamed and consecrated themselves and brought burnt offerings to the temple of the Lord. Then they took up their regular position as prescribed in the law of Moses, the man of God. The priests splashed against the altar the blood handed to them by the Levites. Since many in the crowd had not consecrated themselves, the Levites had to kill the Passover lambs for all those who are not ceremonially clean and could not consecrate their lambs to the Lord. Although most of the many people who came from Ephraim, Manasseh, Issachar, and Zebulun had not purified themselves, yet they ate the Passover, contrary to what was written. But Hezekiah prayed for them, saying, "May the Lord, who is good, pardon everyone who sets their heart on seeking God and the God of their ancestors, even if they are not clean according to the rules of the sanctuary." And the Lord heard Hezekiah and healed the people. The Israelites who were present in Jerusalem celebrated the festival of unleavened bread for 7 days with great rejoicing, while the Levites and priests praised the Lord every day with resounding instruments, dedication to the Lord. Hezekiah spoke encouraging to all the Levites who showed good understanding of the service of the Lord. For the 7 days they ate their assigned portion and offered fellowship offerings and praised the Lord, the God of their ancestors. The whole assembly then agreed to celebrate the festival 7 more days. So for another 7 days they celebrated joyfully. Hezekiah, king of Judah, provided 1,000 bulls and 7,000 sheep and goats for the assembly, and the officials provided them with 1,000 bulls and 10,000 sheep and goats. A great number of priests consecrated themselves. The entire assembly of Judah rejoiced along with the priests and Levites and all who had assembled from Israel, including the foreigners who had come from Israel and also those who resided in Judah. There was great joy in Jerusalem, for since the days of Solomon, son of David, king of Israel, there had been nothing like this in Jerusalem. The priests and the Levites stood to bless the Lord, the people, and God heard them, for their prayers reached heaven, his holy dwelling place. Amen.
Second Chronicles chapter 31. When all this had ended, the Israelites who were there went out to the towns of Judah, smashed the sacred stones and cut down the Asherah poles. They destroyed the high places and the altars throughout Judah and Benjamin, in the Ephraim and Manasseh. After they had destroyed all of them, the Israelites returned to their own towns and to their own property. Contributions of worship. Hezekiah assigned the priests and Levites to divisions, each of them to their duties as priests or Levites, to offer burnt offerings and fellowship offerings, to minister, to give thanks, and to sing praises at the gates of the Lord's dwelling. The king contributed from his own possessions from the morning and evening burnt offerings and for the burnt offerings on Sabbaths, at the new moon and the appointed festivals as written in the law of the Lord. He ordered the people living in Jerusalem to give the portion due the priests and Levites. They could devote themselves to the law of the Lord. As soon as the order went out, the Israelites generously gave the first fruits of their grain, new wine, olive oil, and honey, and all that the fields produce. They brought a great amount, a tithe of everything. The people of Israel and Judah, who lived in the towns of Judah, also brought a tithe of their herds and flocks, and the tithe of the holy things dedicated to the Lord their God. And they piled them up in heaps. They began doing this in the 3rd month and finished in the 7th month. When Hezekiah and his officials came and saw the heaps, they praised the Lord and blessed his people Israel. Hezekiah said the priests and Levites about the heaps, and Azariah the chief priest, the family of Zadok, answered, "Since the people began to bring their contributions to the temple of the Lord, we have had enough to eat and plenty to spare, because the Lord has blessed his people, and his great amount is left over." Hezekiah gave orders to prepare the storerooms in the temple of the Lord, and this was done. Then they faithfully brought in their contributions, tithes, and dedicated gifts. Conaniah, a Levite, was the overseer in charge of these things, and his brother Shimei was next in rank. Jehiel, Azaziah, Nahath, Asahel, Jerimoth, Jozabad, Eliel, Ismakiah, Mahath, Benaniah were assistants of Conaniah and Shimei, his brother. All these served up by appointment of King Hezekiah and Azariah, the official in charge of the temple of God. Kor, son of Imnah, the Levite, keeper of the east gate, was in charge of the freewill offerings given to God, distributing the contributions made to the Lord, and also the consecrated gifts. Eden, Imiamin, Jeshua, Shemamiah, Amariah, and Shechaniah assisted him faithfully in the towns of the priests, distributing to the fellow priests according to their divisions, old and young alike. In addition, they distributed to the males 3 years old or more, or more, whose names were recorded in the geological records. Uh, all, all who would enter the temple of the Lord to perform their daily duties of various tasks according to their responsibilities and their divisions. All they distributed to the priests enrolled by family in the geological records, and likewise the Levites 20 years old or more, according to their responsibilities and their divisions. They included all the little ones, the wives and sons, and the sons and daughters of the whole community, listed in these geological records, for they were faithful in consecrating themselves. All the priests and descendants of Aaron who lived in the farmlands around their towns, or in any other town, men who were designated by name to distribute portions to every male among them, and to all who were recorded in the genealogies of the Levites. This is what Hezekiah did throughout Judah.
the tenancies of the city of David. He also made large numbers of weapons and shields. He appointed military officers over the people and assembled them before him in the square at the city gate and encouraged them with these words: "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or discouraged because of the king of Assyria and the vast army with him, for there is a greater power with us than with him. With him is only the arm of the flesh, but with us is the Lord our God to help us and to fight our battles." And the people gained confidence from what Hezekiah the king of Judah said. Later then, Sennacherib king of Assyria and all his forces were laying siege to Lachish. He sent his officials to Jerusalem with this message to Hezekiah king of Judah and all the people of Judah who were there. This is what Sennacherib king of Assyria says: "On what are you basing your confidence, that you remain in Jerusalem under siege? When Hezekiah says, 'The Lord our God will save us from the hand of the king of Assyria,' he is misleading you to let you die of hunger and thirst. Did not Hezekiah himself remove these God's high places and altars, saying to Judah and Jerusalem, 'You must worship before one altar and burn sacrifice on it'? Do you not know what I and my predecessors have done to all the people of the other lands? Were the gods of those nations ever able to deliver their land from my hand? Who of all the gods of this nation that my predecessors destroyed has been able to save his people from me? How then can your God deliver you from my hand? Now do not let Hezekiah deceive you and mislead you like this. Do not believe him, for no God of any nation or kingdom has been able to deliver his people from my hand or the hand of my predecessors. How much less will your God deliver you from my hand?" Sennacherib officers spoke further against the Lord God and against his servant Hezekiah. The king also wrote letters ridiculing the Lord, the God of Israel, and saying this against him: "Just as the gods of the people of the other lands did not rescue their people from my hand, so the God of Hezekiah will not rescue his people from my hand." Then they called out in Hebrew to the people of Jerusalem who were on the wall, to terrify them and make them afraid in order to capture the city. They spoke about the God of Jerusalem as they did about the gods of the other people of the world, the work of human hand. King Hezekiah and the prophet Isaiah, son of Amos, cried out in prayer to heaven about this, and the Lord sent an angel who annihilated all the fighting men and the commanders and officers in the camp of the Assyrian king. So he withdrew to his own land in disgrace. And when he went into the temple of his God, some of his sons, his own flesh and blood, cut him down with a sword. So the Lord saved Hezekiah and the people of Jerusalem from the hand of Sennacherib king of Assyria and from the hand of all others. He took care of them on every side. Many brought offering to Jerusalem, and for the Lord, many brought offering to Jerusalem for the Lord and variable gifts to Hezekiah king of Judah. From then on, he was highly regarded by all nations. Hezekiah's pride, success, and death. In those days, Hezekiah became ill and was at the point of death. He prayed to the Lord, who answered him and gave him miraculous signs. But Hezekiah's heart was proud, and he did not respond to the kindness shown to him. Therefore, the Lord's wrath was on him and on Judah and Jerusalem. Then Hezekiah repented of the pride of his heart, as did the people of Jerusalem before the Lord's wrath did not come on them during the days of Hezekiah. Hezekiah was very great, wealth and honor, and he made treasuries of his silver and gold, and for his precious stones, spices, shield, and all kind of valuables. He also made buildings to store the harvest of grain, new wine, and olive oil. He made stores for various kinds of cattle and pens for the flocks. He built villages and acquired great number of flock and hand. For God had given him very great riches. It was Hezekiah who blocked the upper outlet of the Gihon spring and channeled the water down to the west side of the city of David. He succeeded in everything he undertook. But when envoys were sent by the rulers of Babylon to ask him about the miraculous sign that had occurred in the land, God left him to test him and to know everything that was in his heart. The other event of Hezekiah's reign and his act of devotion are written in the vision of the prophet Isaiah, son of Amos, in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. Hezekiah rested with his ancestors and was buried in the hill where the tombs of David's descendants are. All the Judah and the people of Jerusalem honored him when he died, and Manasseh his son succeeded him as king. Manasseh, king of Judah. Chapter 33. Manasseh was 12 years old when he became king. He reigned in Jerusalem 55 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, following the detestable practices of the nation of the Lord had driven out before the Israelites. He rebuilt the high places of his father Hezekiah. He rebuilt the high places his father Hezekiah had demolished. He also erected altars to the Baals and made Asherah's poles. He bowed down to all Star's hosts and worshipped them. He built altars in the temple of the Lord, of which the Lord said, "My name will remain in Jerusalem forever." In both courts of the temple of the Lord, he built altars to all the Starry host. He sacrificed his children in the fire in the valley of Ben Hinnom, practicing divination and witchcraft, sought omen and consulted medium and spiritists. He did much evil in the eyes of the Lord, arousing his anger. He took the image he had made and put it in God's temple, of which God had said to David and his son Solomon, "In this temple and in Jerusalem, which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, I will put my name forever. I will not again make them fit of the Israelites live there, land I assigned to your ancestors, if only they will be careful to do everything I command them concerning all the laws, decrees, and regulations given through Moses." But Manasseh led Judah and the people of Jerusalem astray, so that they did more evil than the nations the Lord had destroyed before the Israelites. The Lord spoke to Manasseh and his people, but they did not pay attention. But they paid no attention. So the Lord brought against them the army commanders of the king of Assyria, who took Manasseh prisoner, put a hook in his nose, bound him with blows, Machakos and took him to Babylon. In his distress, he sought the favor of the Lord his God and humbled himself greatly before the God of his ancestors. And when he prayed to him, the Lord was moved by his entreaty and listened to his plea. So he brought him back to Jerusalem and to his kingdom. Then Manasseh knew that the Lord is God. Afterward, he rebuilt the outer wall of the city of David, west of Gihon, spring of the valley, as far as entrance of the fish gate and encircling the hill of Ophel. He also made it much higher. He stationed military commanders in all the fortified city in Judah. He got rid of the foreign gods and removed the image from the temple of the Lord, as well as all the altars he had built on the temple hill and in Jerusalem. And he threw them out of the city. Then he restored the altar of the Lord and sacrificed fellowship offering and thank offering on it, and told Judah to serve the Lord, the God of Israel. The people, however, continued to sacrifice to the high places, but only to the Lord their God. The other event of Manasseh reign, including his prayer to his God and to the Shia spoke to him in the name of the Lord, the God of Israel, and written in the annals of the king of Israel. His prayer and how God was moved by his entity, as well as all his sins and unfaithfulness, and the sites where he built high places and set up Asherah poles and idols before he humbled himself. All these are written in the record of the Shias. Manasseh rested with his ancestors and was buried in his palace, and Amon his son succeeded him as king. Amon king of Judah. Amon was 22 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 2 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, as his father Manasseh had done. Amon worshipped and offered sacrifice to all the idols Manasseh had made. But unlike his father Manasseh, he did not humble himself before the Lord. Amon increased his guilt. Amon's officials conspired against him and assassinated him in his palace. Then the people of the land killed all who had plotted against King Amon, and they made Josiah his son king in his place. Josiah's reforms, chapter 34. Josiah was 8 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 31 years. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord and followed the ways of his father David, not turning aside to the right or to the left. In the 8th year of his reign, when he was still young, he began to seek the Lord of his father David. In his 12th year, he began to purge Judah and Jerusalem of high places, Asherah, pole, and idols. Under his direction, the altars of Baals were torn down. He cut to pieces the incense altars that were above them, and smashed the Asherah poles and the idols. These he broke into pieces and shattered over the graves of those who had sacrificed to them. He burned the bones of the priests on their altars, and so he purged Judah and Jerusalem. In the towns of Manasseh, Ephraim, and Simeon, as far as Naphtali, and in the ruins around them, he tore down the altars and the Asherah poles, and crushed the idols to powder, and cut to pieces all the incense altars throughout Israel. Then he went back to Jerusalem. In the 8th year of Josiah's reign, to purify the land and the temple, he sent Shaphan, son of Asaliah, and Manasseh, the ruler of the city, with Joah, son of Joahaz, the recorder, to repair the temple of the Lord his God. They went to Hilkiah, the high priest, and gave him the money that had been brought into temple of God, which the Levites, who were the gatekeepers, had collected from the people of Manasseh, Ephraim, and the entire remnant of Israel, and from all the people of Judah and Benjamin and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Then they entrusted it to the men appointed to supervise the work of the Lord's temple. These men paid the workers who repaired and restored the temple. They also gave money to the carpenters and builders to purchase dressed stone and timber for joists and beams for the buildings that the king of Judah had allowed to fall into ruin. The workers labored faithfully. Over them to direct them were Johath and Obadiah. Levites descended from Merine, and Zechariah and Meshuphina descended from Kohath. The Levites, who also skilled in playing musical instruments, had charge of the laborers and supervised all the workers from job to job. Some of the Levites were secretaries, scribes, and gatekeepers. The book of the law found. While they were bringing out the money that had been taken into the temple of the Lord, Hilkiah the priest found the book of the law of the Lord that had been given through Moses. Hilkiah said to Shaphan, the secretary, I have found the book of the law in the temple of the Lord. He gave it to Shaphan. That Shaphan took the book to the king and reported to him, your officials are doing everything that had been committed to them. And they have paid out the monies that was in the temple of the Lord and have entrusted it to the supervisors and workers. Then Shaphan, the secretary, informed the king, Hilkiah the priest has given me a book. And Shaphan read from it in the presence of the king. When the king heard the words of the law, he tore his robe. He gave these orders to Hilkiah, Ahikam, son of Shaphan, Abdon, son of Micah, Shaphan, the secretary, and Isaiah, the king's attendant. Go and inquire of the Lord for me and for the remnant of Israel and Judah about what is written in this book that has been found. Great is the Lord's anger that is poured out on us, because those who have gone before us have not kept the word of the Lord. They have not acted in accordance with all that is written in this book. Hilkiah and those the king had sent with him went to speak to the prophet Huldah, who was the wife of Shalom, son of Tokta, the son of Hashla, keeper of the wardrobe. She lived in Jerusalem in the new quarter. She said to them, this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Tell the man who sent you to me, this is what the Lord says. I am going to bring disaster on this place and its people. All the curses written in the book that has been read in the presence of the king of Judah, because they have forsaken me and burned incense to other gods and aroused my anger by all what their hands have done. My anger will be poured out on this place and will not be quenched. Tell the king of Judah, who sent you to inquire of the Lord. This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says concerning the words you heard. Because your heart was responsive and you humbled yourself before the Lord when you heard what he spoke against this place and its people, and because you humbled yourself before me and tore your robes and wept in my presence, I have heard you, declares the Lord. Now I will gather you to your ancestors, and you will be buried in peace. Your eyes will not see all the disasters I'm going to bring on this place and on those who live here. So they took their answer back to the king. Then the king called together all the elders of Judah and Jerusalem. He went up to the temple of the Lord with the people of Judah, the inhabitants of Jerusalem, the priests and the Levites, all the people from the least to the greatest. He read in their hearing all the words of the book of the covenant, which had been found in the temple of the Lord. The king stood by his pillar and renewed the covenant in the presence of the Lord, to follow the Lord and keep his commands, statutes, and decrees with all his heart and all his soul, and to obey the words of the covenant written in this book. Then he had everyone in Jerusalem and Benjamin pledged themselves to it. The people of Jerusalem did this in accordance to the covenant of God, the God of their ancestors. Josiah removed all the detestable idols from all the territory belonging to the Israelites. And he had all who were present in Israel serve the Lord their God. As long as he lived, they did not fail to follow the Lord, the God of their ancestors. Chapter 35, Josiah celebrates the Passover. Josiah celebrated the Passover to the Lord in Jerusalem, and the Passover lamb was slaughtered on the 14th day of the first month. He appointed the priests to their duties and encouraged them in the service of the Lord's temple. He said to the Levites, who instructed all Israel and who had been consecrated to the Lord, put the sacred ark in the temple that Solomon, son of David, king of Israel, built. It is not to be carried about on your shoulders. Now serve the Lord your God and his people Israel. Prepare yourselves by families in your division according to the instructions written by David, king of Israel, and his son Solomon. Stand in the holy place, which a group of Levites for each subdivision of the families of your fellow Israelites, the lay people. Slaughter the Passover lambs, consecrate yourself, and prepare the lambs for your fellow Israelites, doing what the Lord commanded through Moses. Josiah provided for all the lay people who were there a total of 30,000 lambs and goats for the Passover offering, and also 3,000 cattle, all from the king's own possessions. His officials also contributed voluntarily to the people and the priests and Levites. Hilkiah, Zechariah, and Jehiel, the officials in charge of God's temple, gave the priests 2,600 Passover offering and 300 cattle. Also, Conaniah, along with Shemaiah, and Nathaniel, his brother, and Hasabiah, Jeiel, and Josabad, the leaders of the Levites, provided 5,000 Passover offering and 500 head of cattle for the Levites. The service was arranged, and the priests stood in their places with the Levites in their division as the king had ordered. The Passover lambs were slaughtered, and the priests splashed against the wall, the altar the blood had to them. When Levites skinned the animals, they set aside the burnt offering to give them to the subdivisions of the families of the people who offered to the Lord. As it is written in the book of Moses, they did the same with the cattle. They roasted the Passover animals over the fire as prescribed, and boiled the holy offering in pots. Cordons and pans and served them quickly to the people. After this, they made preparation for themselves and for the priest, because the priest and the descendants of Aaron were sacrificing the burnt offering and the fat portions until nightfall. So the Levites made preparation for themselves and for the Aaronic priest. The musicians and descendants of Asaph were in the places prescribed by David. Asaph, Heman, and Judim, the king's share. The gatekeepers at each gate did not need to leave their post, because their fellow Levites made the preparation for them. So at that time, the entire service of the Lord was carried out for the celebration of the Passover, and the offering of burnt offering on the altar of the Lord. As King Josiah had ordered, the Israelites who were present celebrated the Passover at that time and observed the festival of unleavened bread for 7 days. The Passover had not been observed like this in Israel since the days of the prophet Samuel, and none of the kings of Israel had ever celebrated such a Passover as did Josiah, with priests, the Levites, and all Judah and Israel who were there with the people of Jerusalem. This Passover was celebrated in the 18th year of Josiah's reign, the death of Josiah. After all this, when Josiah had set the temple in order, Necho, king of Egypt, went up to fight at Carchemish on the Euphrates, and Josiah marched out to meet in battle. But Necho sent messengers to him, saying, What quarrel is there, king of Judah, between you and me? It is not you I am attacking at this time, but the house with which I am at war. God has told me to honey. So stop opposing God, who is with me, or he will destroy you. Josiah, however, would not turn away from him, but disgust himself to rage him in battle. He would not listen what Necho had said at God's command, but went to fight him at the plain of Megiddo. Archers shoot King Josiah, and he told his officers, Take me away, I'm badly wounded. So they took him out of his chariot, put him in his other chariot, and brought him to Jerusalem, where he died. He was buried in the tombs of his ancestors, and all Judah and Jerusalem mourned for him. Jeremiah composed laments for Josiah, and to this day, all the male and female singers commemorate Josiah in the lament. This became a tradition in Islam and are written in the laments. The other event of Josiah's reign and his act of devotion in accordance with what is written in the law of the Lord. All the events from beginning to the end are written in the book of the kings of Israel and Judah, chapter 36. And the people of the land took Jehoahaz, son of Josiah, and made him king in Jerusalem in the place of his father. Jehoahaz was 23 years old when he became king. He reigned in Jerusalem 3 months. The king of Egypt throned him in Jerusalem and imposed on Judah a levy over 100 talents of silver and a talent of gold. The king of Egypt made Eliakim, a brother of Jehoahaz, king over Judah and Jerusalem, and changed Eliakim's name to Jehoiakim. But the Necho took Eliakim's brother Jehoiakim and carried him off to Egypt. Jehoiakim was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 11 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord his God. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, attacked him and bound him with bronze shackles to take him to Babylon. Nebuchadnezzar also took to Babylon articles from the temple of the Lord and put them in his temple there. The other event of Jehoiakim reigns, the detestable things he did and all that was found against him are written in the book of the kings of Israel and Judah. And Jehoahaz, his son, succeeded him as king. Jehoiachin was 18 years old when he became the king and reigned in Jerusalem 3 months and 10 days. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord. In the spring, King Nebuchadnezzar sent for him and brought him to Babylon, together with articles of value from the temple of the Lord. And he made Jehoiachin uncle Zedekiah king over Judah and Jerusalem. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 11 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord his God, and did not humble himself before Jeremiah the prophet, who spoke the word of the Lord. He also rebelled against King Nebuchadnezzar and had made him take an oath in God's name. He became stiff-necked and hardened his heart and would not turn to the Lord, the God of Israel. Furthermore, all the leaders of the priests and the other people became more and more unfaithful, following all the detestable practices of the nations and defiling the temple of the Lord, which he had consecrated in Jerusalem. The fall of Jerusalem. The Lord, the God of their ancestors, sent a warning to them through the messengers again and again, because he had pity on his people and on his dwelling place. But they mocked God's messengers, despised his words, and scoffed at his prophets, until the wrath of the Lord was aroused against his people, and they were no remedy. He brought up against them the king of the Babylonians, who killed their young men with the sword in the sanctuary, and did not spare young men or young women, the elderly or the infirm. God gave them all into the hands of Nebuchadnezzar. He carried to Babylon all the articles from the temple of the Lord, both large and small, and the treasury of the Lord's temple, and the treasuries of the king and his officials. They set fire to God's temple and broke down the walls of Jerusalem. They burnt all the palace and destroyed everything of value there. He carried into exile to Babylon the remnant who escaped from the sword, and they became servants to him and his successors until the kingdom of Persia came to power. The land enjoyed its Sabbath rest. All the time of its desolation it rested, until the 7th year were completed in fulfillment of the word of the Lord spoken by Jeremiah. In the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, in order to fulfill the word of the Lord spoken by Jeremiah, the Lord removed the heart of Cyrus, king of Persia, to make a proclamation throughout his reign and also to put in writing. This is what Cyrus, king of Persia, said: "The Lord, the God of heaven, has given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he has appointed me to build a temple for him at Jerusalem in Judah. Any of his people among you may go up, and may the Lord their God be with them."
Ezra chapter 1. Cyrus helps the exiles to return. In the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, in order to fulfill the word of the Lord spoken by Jeremiah, the Lord moved the heart of Cyrus, king of Persia, to make a proclamation throughout his realm and also to put it in writing. This is what Cyrus, king of Persia, says. The Lord, the God of heaven, has given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he has appointed me to build a temple for him at Jerusalem in Judah. Any of his people among you may go up to Jerusalem in Judah and build the temple of the Lord, the God of Israel, the God who is in Jerusalem, and may their God be with them. And in any locality where survivors may now be living, the people are to provide them with the silver and gold, with goods and livestock, and with freewill offerings for the temple of God in Jerusalem. Then the family heads of Judah and Benjamin, and the priests and Levites, everyone whose heart God had moved, prepared to go up and build the house of the Lord in Jerusalem. All their neighbors assisted them with articles of silver and gold, with goods and livestock, and with the valuable gifts, in addition to all the freewill offerings. Moreover, King Cyrus brought out the articles belonging to the temple of the Lord, which Nebuchadnezzar had carried away from Jerusalem and had placed in the temple of his God. Cyrus, king of Persia, had them brought by Mithredath, the treasurer, who counted them out to Sheshbazzar, the prince of Judah. This was the inventory: gold dishes 30, silver dishes 1,000, silver pans 29, gold bowls 30, matching silver bowls 410, other articles 1,000. In all, there were 5,400 articles of gold and of silver. Sheshbazzar brought all those along with the exiles when they came up from Babylon to Jerusalem. The list of the exiles who returned. Now these are the people of the province who came up from the captivity of the exiles, whom Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had taken captive to Babylon. They returned to Jerusalem and Judah, each to their own town, in company with Zerubbabel, Joshua, Nehemiah, Seraiah, Relala, Mordecai, Bilshan, Mizpah, Bigvai, Rahum, and Bana. The list of the men of the people of Israel, the descendants of Pharaoh, 2,172. Of Shephatiah, 372. Of Ara, 775. Of Pahath Moab, through the line of Jeshua and Joab, 2,812. Of Elam, 1,254. Of Zaitu, 945. Of Zakai, 760. Of Bani, 642. Of Bebai, 623. Of Asgad, 1,222. Of Adonikam, 666. Of Bigvai, 2,056. Of Adin, 454. Of Atta, through Hezekiah, 98. Of Bezai, 323. Of Jorah, 112. Of Hashum, 223. Of Gibeah, 95. The men of Bethlehem, 123. Of Netophah, 56. Of Anathoth, 128. Of Azmaveth, 42. Of Kiriath Jearim, Kephira and Beeroth, 743. Of Ramah and Geba, 621. Of Mikmash, 122. Of Bethel and Ai, 223. Of Nebo, 52. Of Magbish, 156. Of the other Elam, 254. Of Harim, 320. Of Lord, Hadid, and Ono, 725. Of Jericho, 345. Of Sena, 3,630. The priests. The descendants of Jediah through the family of Joshua. Of 973. Of Ima, 1,052. Of Pashur, 1,247. Of Harim, 1,017. The Levites. The descendants of Joshua and Kadmiel of the line of Hodavia, 74. The musicians. The descendants of Asaph, 128. The gatekeepers of the temple. The descendants of Shalom, Atta, Talmon, Akub, Hatita, and Shobai, 139. The temple servants. The descendants of Ziha, Asufa, Tabaoth, Keros, Siah, Padon, Lebana, Hagaba, Akub, Hagab, Shalmai, Hanan, Gidel, Gahar, Reaya, Rezin, Nekoda, Gazam, Uza, Pasea, Besai, Asna, Meunim, Nephusim, Bakbuk, Hakufa, Ahur, Bazlut, Mehida, Hasha, Bakos, Sisera, Tema, Neziah, and Hatifa, the descendants of the servants of Solomon. The descendants of Sotai, Hasophereth, Peruda, Jala, Dakon, Gidel, Shephatia, Hatil, Pokereth, Hazebaim, and Ami. The temple servants and the descendants of the servants of Solomon, 392. The following came up from the towns of Tel Melah, Tel Hasha, Kerub, Adon, and Ima, but they could not show that their families were descended from Israel. The descendants of Deliah, Tobiah, and Nekoda, 652. And from among the priests, the descendants of Obiah, Hakos, and Barzillai, a man who had married a daughter of Barzillai the Gileadite and was called by that name. These searched for their family records, but they could not find them, and so were excluded from the priesthood as unclean. The governor ordered them not to eat any of the most sacred food until there was a priest ministering within the Urim and Thummim. The whole company numbered 42,360, besides their 7,337 male and female slaves. And they also had 200 male and female singers. They had 736 horses, 245 mules, 435 camels, and 6,720 donkeys. When they arrived at the house of the Lord in Jerusalem, some of the heads of the families gave freewill offerings toward the rebuilding of the house of God in its site. According to their ability, they gave to the treasury for this work 61,000 darics of gold, 5,000 minas of silver, and 100 priestly garments. The priests, the Levites, the musicians, the gatekeepers, the temple servants settled in their own towns, along with some of the other people, and the rest of the Israelites settled in their towns, rebuilding the altar. When the 7th month came and the Israelites had settled in their towns, the people assembled together as one in Jerusalem. Then Joshua, son of Jozadak, and his fellow priests, and Zerubbabel, son of Shealtiel, and his associates, began to build the altar of the God of Israel, to sacrifice burnt offerings on it, in accordance with what is written in the law of Moses, the man of God. Despite the fear of the peoples around them, they built the altar in its foundation and sacrificed burnt offerings on it to the Lord, both the morning and evening sacrifices. Then, in accordance with what is written, they celebrated the festive of tabernacles with the required number of burnt offerings prescribed for each day. After that, they presented the regular burnt offerings, the new moon sacrifices, and the sacrifices for all the appointed sacred festivals of the Lord, as well as those brought as freewill offerings to the Lord. On the first day of the 7th month, they began to offer burnt offerings to the Lord, though the foundation of the Lord's temple had not yet been laid. Rebuilding the temple. Then they gave money to the masons and carpenters, and gave food and drink and olive oil to the people of Sidon and Tyre, so that they would bring cedar logs by sea from Lebanon to Joppa, as authorized by Cyrus, king of Persia. In the 2nd month of the 2nd year after their arrival at the house of God in Jerusalem, Zerubbabel, son of Shealtiel, Joshua, son of Jozadak, and the rest of the people, the priests and the Levites and all who had returned from the captivity to Jerusalem, began the work. They appointed Levites, 20 years old and older, to supervise the building of the house of the Lord. Joshua and his sons and brothers, and Kadmiel and his sons, descendants of Hodvia, and the sons of Henadad and their sons and brothers, all Levites, joined together in supervising those working on the house of God. When the builders laid the foundation of the temple of the Lord, the priests in their vestments and with trumpets, and the Levites, the sons of Asaph, with cymbals, took their places to praise the Lord, as prescribed by David, king of Israel. With praise and thanksgiving, they sang to the Lord. He is good. His love toward Israel endures forever. And all the people gave a great shout of praise to the Lord, because the foundation of the house of the Lord was laid. But many of the older priests and Levites and family heads who had seen the former temple wept aloud when they saw the foundation of this temple being laid, while many others shouted for joy. No one could distinguish the sound of the shouts of joy from the sound of weeping, because the people made so much noise, and the sound was heard far away. Opposition to the rebuilding. Chapter 4, verse 4. Chapter 4. When the enemies of Judah and Benjamin heard that the exiles were building a temple for the Lord, the God of Israel, they came to Zerubbabel and to the heads of the families and said, "Let us help you build, because like you, we seek your God and have been sacrificing to him since the time of Esarhaddon, king of Assyria, who brought us here." But Zerubbabel, Joshua, and the rest of the heads of the families of Israel answered, "You have no part with us in building a temple to our God. We alone will build it for the Lord, the God of Israel, as King Cyrus, the king of Persia, commanded us." Then the peoples around them set out to discourage the people of Judah and make them afraid to go on building. They bribed officials to work against them and frustrate their plans during the entire reign of Cyrus, king of Persia, and down to the reign of Darius, king of Persia. Later, opposition under Success and Artaxerxes. At the beginning of the reign of Success, they lodged an accusation against the people of Judah and Jerusalem. And in the days of Artaxerxes, the king of Persia, Bishlam, Mithrat, Tabil, and the rest of his associates wrote a letter to Artaxerxes. The letter was written in Aramaic script and in the Aramaic language. Rehum, the commanding officer, and Shimshai, the secretary, wrote a letter against Jerusalem to Artaxerxes, the king, as follows. Rehum, the commanding officer, and Shimshai, the secretary, together with the rest of the associates, the judges, officials, and administrators over the people from Persia, Uruk and Babylon, the Elamites of Susa, and other people whom the great and honorable Ashurbanipal deported and settled in the city of Samaria and elsewhere in Trans-Euphrates. This is a copy of the letter they sent him to King Artaxerxes. From your servants in Trans-Euphrates, the king shall know that the people who came up to us from you have gone to Jerusalem and are rebuilding that rebellious and wicked city. They are restoring the walls and preparing the foundations. Furthermore, the king should know that if this city is built and its walls are restored, no more taxes, tribute, or duty will be paid, and eventually the royal revenues will suffer. Now, since we are under obligation to the palace and it is not proper for us to see the king dishonored, we are sending this message to inform the king, so that a search may be made in the archives of your predecessors. In these records, you will find that this city is a rebellious city, troublesome to kings and provinces, a place with a long history of sedition. That is why this city was destroyed. We inform the king that if this city is built and its walls are restored, you will be left with nothing in Trans-Euphrates. The king sent this reply to Rehum, the commanding officer, Shimshai, the secretary, and the rest of the associates living in Samaria and elsewhere in Trans-Euphrates. Greetings. The letter you sent us has been read and translated in my presence. I issued an order and a search was made, and it was found that this city has a long history of revolt against kings and has been a palace of rebellion and sedition. Jerusalem has had powerful kings ruling over the whole of Trans-Euphrates, and taxes, tribute, and duty were paid to them. Now, issue an order to these men to stop work, so that this city will not be rebuilt until I so order. Be careful not to neglect this matter. Why let this threat grow to the detriment of the royal interests? As soon as the copy of the letter of King Artaxerxes was read to Rehum and Shimshai, the secretary and the associates, they were immediately to the Jews in Jerusalem and compelled them by force to stop. Thus, the work on the house of God in Jerusalem came to a standstill until the second year of the reign of Darius, king of Persia.
chapter 5. Now Haggai the prophet, and Zechariah the prophet, and the descendants of Hebrew prophesied to the Jews in Judah and Jerusalem. In the name of the Lord of Israel, who was over them, then Zerubbabel, son of Shealtiel, and Joshua, son of Jozadak, set to work to rebuild the house of the Lord in Jerusalem. And the prophets of God who were with them, supporting them. At that time, Tenan, governor of Trans-Euphrates, and Shetha, Bozenai, and their associates went to them and asked, who authorized you to rebuild the temple and finish it? They also asked, what are the names of those who are constructing and building? But the eyes of their God was watching over the elders of the Jews, and they were not stopped until a report could go to Darius at his written reply, and his written reply be received. This is the copy of the letter that Tenai, governor of Trans-Euphrates, and Shethar, Bozenai, and their associates, the officials of Trans-Euphrates, sent to King Darius. The report they sent him read as follows: to King Darius, cordial greetings. The king should know that we went to the district of Judah, to the temple of the great God. The people are building in it with large stones and placing timbers in the walls. The work is being carried on with diligence and is making rapid progress under their direction. We questioned the elders and asked them, who authorized to rebuild this temple and to finish it? We also asked them their names so that we could write down the name of their leaders for your information. This is the answer they gave us. We are the servants of God of heaven and earth. We are rebuilding the temple that was built many years ago, one that a great king of Israel rebuilt and finished. But because our ancestors anchored the Lord, God of heaven, he gave them into the hands of Nebuchadnezzar, the Chaldean, king of Babylon, who destroyed this temple and deported the people to Babylon. However, the first king, Cyrus, king of Babylon, King Cyrus issued a decree to rebuilding the house of God. He even removed from the temple of Babylon the gold and silver articles of the house of God, which King Nebuchadnezzar had taken from the temple in Jerusalem and brought to the temple in Babylon. Then King Cyrus gave them to a man named Sheshbazzar, who he had appointed governor, and he told him, take these articles and go and deposit them in the temple of Jerusalem and rebuild the house of God on its site. So this Sheshbazzar came and laid the foundation of the house of God in Jerusalem. From that day to the present, it has been under construction, but is not yet finished. Now, if it pleases the king, let a search be made in the royal archives of Babylon to see if King Cyrus did in fact issue a decree to rebuild this house of God in Jerusalem. Then let the king send us his decision in this matter. Chapter 6. King Darius then issued an order as they searched in the archives stored in the treasury at Babylon a scroll was found in the citadel of Ecbatana in the province of Media, and this was on it. Memorandum. In the first year of King Cyrus, the king issued a decree concerning the temple of God in Jerusalem. Let the temple be rebuilt in a place to present sacrifices, and let its foundations be laid. It is to be 60 cubits high and 60 cubits wide, with 3 courses of large stones and 1 of timbers. The costs are to be paid by the royal treasury. Also, the gold and silver articles of the house of God, which Nebuchadnezzar took from the temple of Jerusalem and brought to Babylon, are to be returned to their places in the temple in Jerusalem. They are to be deposited in the house of God. Now then, Tattenai, governor of Trans-Euphrates, and Shetha, Bozenai, and you other officials of that province, stay away from there. Do not interfere with the work of this temple of God. Let the governor of the Jews and the Jewish elders rebuild the house of God on its site. Moreover, I hereby decree what you are to do for these elders of Jews in the construction of this house of God. Their expenses are to be paid fully out of the royal treasury from the revenues of Trans-Euphrates, so that the work will not stop. Whatever is needed, young bulls, rams, male lambs for burnt offering to God of heaven, and wheat, salt, wine, and olive oil are requested by the priest in Jerusalem, must be given them daily without fail, so that they may offer sacrifice pleasing to God of heaven and pray for the well-being of the king and the sons. Furthermore, I decree that if anyone defies this edict, a beam to be pulled from their house, and they are to be impaled on it. And for this crime in their house is to be made a pile of rubble. May God, who has caused this name to dwell there, overthrow any king or people who lifts a hand to change this decree or to destroy this temple in Jerusalem. I, Darius, have decreed it. Let it be carried out with diligence. Then, because of the decree King Cyrus had sent, Tattenai, governor of Trans-Euphrates, and Shetha, Bozenai, and their associates carried it out with diligence. So the elders of the Jews continued to build and prosper under the preaching of Haggai, the prophet, and Zechariah, a descendant of Iddo. They finished building the temple according to the command of God of Israel and the decrees of Cyrus, Darius, and Artaxerxes, king of Persia. The temple was completed on the 3rd day of the month, Adar, in the 6th year of the reign of King Darius. Then the people of Israel, the priests, the Levites, and the rest of the exiles celebrated and dedicated the house of God with joy. For the dedication of the house of God, they offered 100 bulls, 200 lambs, 400 male lambs, and a sin offering for all Israel, 12 male goats, 1 for each of the tribe of Israel. And they installed the priests in their divisions and the Levites in their groups for the service of God at Jerusalem, according to what is written in the book of Moses. On the 14th day of the 1st month, the exiles celebrated the Passover. The priests and the Levites had purified themselves and were all ceremoniously clean. The Levites slaughtered the Passover lamb for all the exiles, for their relatives, the priests, and for themselves. So the Israelites who had returned from exile ate it, together with all who had separated themselves from the unclean practices of their Gentile neighbors. In order to seek the Lord, God of Israel. For 7 days they celebrated with joy in festival of unleavened bread, because the Lord had filled them with joy by changing the attitude of the king of Assyria, so that he assisted them in the work of the house of God, which the God of Israel. Chapter 7. After these things, during the reign of Artaxerxes, king of Persia, Ezra, son of Serahiah, the son of Azariah, son of Ilkiah, son of Shulam, son of Zadok, son of Ahitub, the son of Amiriah, son of Azariah, son of Marayoth, son of Zerahiah, son of Huzi, son of Buki, son of Abishau, son of Phinehas, son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the chief priest. This Ezra came up from Babylon. He was a teacher, well versed in the law of Moses, which the Lord God of Israel had given. The king had granted him everything he asked, for the hand of the Lord his God was on him. Some of the Israelites, including priests, Levites, musicians, gatekeepers, and temple servants, came up to Jerusalem in the 7th year of King Artaxerxes. Ezra arrived in Jerusalem in the 5th month of the 7th year of the king. He began his journey from Babylon on the 1st day of the 1st month, and he arrived in Jerusalem on the 1st day of the 5th month, for the gracious hand of his God was with him. For Ezra had devoted himself to the study and observance of the law of the Lord, and to teaching his decrees and law in Israel. This is the copy of the letter King Artaxerxes had given to Ezra the priest, the teacher of the law, a man learned in matters concerning the commands and decrees the Lord God of Israel. King Artaxerxes, King of kings, to Ezra the priest, teacher of the law of God of heaven, greetings. Now I decree that any of the Israelites in my kingdom, including priests and the Levites, who volunteer to go to Jerusalem with you, may go. You are sent by the king and his 7 advisors to inquire about Judah and Jerusalem with regard to the law of your God, which is in your hand. Moreover, you are to take with you the silver and gold that the king and his advisors have given to the God of Israel, whose dwelling is in Jerusalem, together with all the silver and gold you may obtain from the province of Babylon, as well as freewill offering of the people and the praise of the temple of their God in Jerusalem. With this money, be sure to buy bulls, rams, and male lambs, together with their grain offering and drink offering, and sacrifice them on the altar of the temple of God, of your God in Jerusalem. You and your fellow Israelites may then do whatever seems best with the rest of the silver and gold, in accordance with the will of your God. Deliver to God of Jerusalem all the articles entrusted to you for worship in the temple of your God. Do anything else needed for the temple of your God that you are responsible to supply. You may provide from the royal treasury. Now, High King Artaxerxes decreed that all the treasures of Trans-Euphrates are to provide with diligence whatever Ezra the priest, the teacher of the law of God of heaven, may ask, up to 100 talents of silver, 100 kor of wheat, 100 baths of wine, 100 baths of olive oil, and salt without limit. Whatever God of heaven has prescribed, let it be done with diligence. For the temple of God of heaven, why should his wrath fall on the rim of the king of his sons? You are also to know that you have no authority to impose taxes, tributes, or duty on any of the priests, Levites, musicians, gatekeepers, temple servants, or other workers at this house of God. And you, Ezra, in accordance with the wisdom of your God, which you possess, appoint magistrates and judges to administer justice to all the people of Trans-Euphrates, all who know the law of your God. And you are to teach any who do not know them. Whoever does not obey the law of your God and the law of the king must surely be punished by death, banished, confiscation of property, or imprisonment. Praise be to God, the God of our ancestors, who have put it into the king's heart to bring honor to the house of God in Jerusalem in this way, and who has extended his good favor to me before the king and his advisers and all the king's powerful officials. Before the hand of the Lord, my God, was with me. I took courage and gathered the leaders from Israel to go up with me. Chapter 8. These are the family heads and those registered with them who came with me from Babylon during the reign of King Artaxerxes. Of the descendants of Phinehas, Gershom. Of the descendants of Ithamar, Daniel. Of the descendants of David, Atad. Of the descendants of Shekiah. Of the descendants of Poroth, Zechariah. And with him was registered 150 men. Of the descendants of Path Moab, Eliathai, son of Zeriah, and with him 200 men. Of the descendants of Zutu, Zechaniah, son of Jezahiel, and with him 300 men. Of the descendants of Adim, Ebed, son of Jonathan, and with him 50 men. Of the descendants of Hilam, Jeshiah, son of Adaliah, and with him 70 men. Of the descendants of Shephatiah, Zebadiah, son of Mishael, and with him 80 men. Of the descendants of Job, Obadiah, son of Jahiel, and with him 218 men. Of the descendants of Bani, Shelomith, son of Josephiah, and with him 160 men. Of the descendants of Bebai, Zechariah, son of Bebai, and with him 28 men. Of the descendants of Asgad, Johanan, son of Akatan, and with him 110 men. Of the descendants of Adonikam, the last ones, whose names were Eliphelet, Jeuel, and Shemaiah, with him 60 men. Of the descendants of Bigvai, Udai, and Zakur, and with them 70 men. I assembled them at the canal that flowed towards Avab, and camped there 3 days. When I checked among the people and the priest, I found no Levite. So I summoned Eliezer, Ariel, Shemaiah, Elnathan, Jerib, Nathan, Zechariah, and Meshulam, who were leaders in Joirib, and Elnathan, who were men of learning. I ordered them to go to Hiddo, the leader of Cassiphia. I told them what to say to Hiddo and his fellow Levites, and his fellow Levites, the temple servants in Cassiphia, so that they might bring attendance to us for the house of our God. Because the gracious hand of God was with us, they brought us Sherebiah, a capable man from the descendant of Mahal, son of Levi, son of Israel, and Sherebiah's sons and brothers, 18 in all, and Ashabiah together with Jeshiah from the descendants of Merari, and his brothers and nephews, 20 in all. They brought 220 of the temple servants, a body that David and his officials had established to assist the Levites. All were registered by name. There, by a Hava canal, I proclaimed a fast, so that we might humble ourselves before our God and ask Him for a safe journey for us and our children with all our possessions. I was ashamed to ask the king for soldiers, horsemen to protect us from our enemies on the road, because we had told the king that the gracious hand of our God is on everyone who looks to him, but his great anger is against all who forsake him. So we fasted and petitioned our God about this, and he answered our prayer. Then I set apart 12 of the leading priests, namely Sherebiah, Ashabiah, and 10 of their brothers, and I weighed out to them the offering of silver and gold and the articles that the king, his advisors, his officials, and all Israel present there had donated for the house of our God. I weighed out to them 650 talents of silver, silver articles weighed 100 talents, 100 talents of gold, 20 balls of gold valued at 1,000 darics, and one fine article of polished bronze, as precious as gold. I said to them, you as well as these articles are consecrated to the Lord, the silver and gold are a free will offering to the Lord God of your ancestors. Guard them carefully until you weigh them out in the chambers of the house of the Lord in Jerusalem, before the leading priests and the Levites and the family heads of Israel. Then the priests and the Levites received the silver and gold and sacred articles that had been weighed out to be taken to the house of God in Jerusalem. On the 20th day of the first month, we set out from Ahava Canal to go to Jerusalem. The hand of our God was with us, and he protected us from enemies and bandits along the way. So we arrived in Jerusalem, where we rested 3 days. On the fourth day, in the house of our God, we weighed out the silver and gold, the sacred articles, in the hand of Meramoth, son of Uriah, the priest. Eleazar, son of Phinehas, was with him, and so were the Levites. Jozbad, son of Jeshua, Noadiah, son of Buni. Everything was accounted for by number and weighed, and the entire weight was recorded at that time. Then the exile who had returned from captivity sacrificed burnt offering to the Lord of Israel, 12 bulls of all Israel, 96 rams, 77 male lambs, and a sin offering, 12 male goats. All were a burnt offering to the Lord. He also delivered the king's orders to the royal satraps and to the governors of Trans-Euphrates, who gave them assistance to the people and the house of God. Chapter 9. After things had been done, the leaders came to me and said, the people of Israel, including the priests and the Levites, have not kept themselves separate from their neighboring people with their detestable practices, like those of Canaanites, Hittites, Perizzites, Jebusites, Ammonites, Moabites, Egyptians, and Morites. They have taken some of their daughters as wives for themselves and their sons, and have mingled the holy race with the people around them, and the leaders and officials have led the way in this unfaithfulness. When I heard this, I tore my tunic and cloak, pulled hair from my head and hair and beard, and sat down appalled. Then everyone who trembled at the word of the Lord of Israel gathered around me because of this unfaithfulness of the exiles. And I sat there, upheld until the evening sacrifice. Then at the evening sacrifice, I rose from my self-abasement with my tunic and cloak torn, and fell on my knees with my hands spread out to the Lord my God and prayed. I'm too ashamed and disgraced, my God, to lift up my face to you, because our sins are higher than our heads. Our guilt has reached to the heavens. From the days of our ancestors until now, our guilt has been great. Because of our sins, we and our kings and our priests have been subjected to the sword and captivity, to pillage and humiliation at the hand of foreign kings, as it is today. But now, before a brief moment, the Lord our God has been gracious in leaving us a remnant and giving us a firm place in his sanctuary. And so our God gives light to our eyes and a little relief in our bondage. Though we are slaves, our God has not forsaken us in our bondage. He has shown us kindness in the sight of the kings of Persia. He has granted us new life to rebuild the house of our God and repair its ruins. And he has given us a wall of protection in Judah and Jerusalem. But now, our God, what can we say after this? For we have forsaken the command you've given you servants and prophets, when you said, the land you are entering to possess is a land polluted by corruption of its people, by their detestable practices. They have filled it with their impunity from one hand to the other. Therefore, do not give your daughters in marriage to their sons, or take their daughters for your sons. Do not seek a treaty of friendship with them at any time, that you may be strong and eat the good things of the land, and leave it to your children as an everlasting inheritance. What has happened to us is a result of our evil deeds and our great guilt. Yet our God, you have punished us less than our sins deserve, and have given us a remnant like this. Shall we then break your covenant again and intermarry with peoples who commit such detestable practices? Would you not be hungry enough with us to destroy us, leaving us no remnants or survivors? Lord, God of Israel, you are righteous. We are left this day as a remnant. Here we are before you in our guilt, though because of it, not one of us can stand in your presence. To 10. While Ezra was praying and confessing, weeping and throwing himself down before the house of God, a large crowd of Israel, men, women, and children gathered around him. They too wept bitterly. Then Shechaniah, son of Jael, one of the descendants of Helam, said to Ezra, we have been unfaithful to our God by marrying foreign women from the people around us. But in spite of this, there is still hope for Israel. Now, let us make a covenant before God to send away all these women and their children in accordance with the counsel of my Lord and of those who fear and the commands of our God. Let it be done according to the law. Raise up. This matter is in your hand. We will support you. Take courage and do it. So Ezra rose up and put the leading priests, the Levites, and all Israel under oath to do what had been suggested. And they took the oath. Then Ezra withdrew from before the house of God and went to the room of Jehohanan, son of Eliashib. While he was there, he ate no food and drank no water, because he continued to mourn over the unfaithfulness of the exiles. A proclamation that A proclamation then issued throughout Judah and Jerusalem, and all the exiles to assemble in Jerusalem. Anyone who failed to appear within 3 days would forfeit all his property in accordance with the decree of the officials and elders, and would himself be expelled from the assembly of the exiles. Within the 3 days, all the men of Judah and Benjamin had gathered in Jerusalem, and on the 20th day of the 9th month, all the people were sitting in the square before the house of God, greatly distressed by the occasion and because of the rain. Then Ezra the priest stood and said to them, "You have been unfaithful. You have married foreign women, adding to Israel's guilt. Now honor the Lord, the God of your ancestors, and do his will. Separate yourselves from the people around you and from the foreign wives." The whole assembly responded with a loud voice, "You are right. We must do as you say. But there are many people here, and it is the rainy season, so we cannot stand outside. Besides, this matter cannot be taken care in a day or two, because we've sinned greatly in this thing. Let our officials act for the whole assembly, then let everyone in our towns who has married a foreign woman come at a set time, along with the elders and judge of each town, until the fierce anger of the Lord in this matter is turned away from this." Only Jonathan, son of Asahel, and Jezahiah, son of Takah, supported by Meshullam and Shebethai, the Levite, opposed this. So the exiles did as was proposed. Ezra the priest selected men who were family heads, one from each family division, and all of them designated by name. On the first day of the 10th month, they sat to investigate the cases. And by the first day of the first month, they finished dealing with all the men who had married foreign women. Among the descendants of the priests, the following had married foreign women. From the descendants of Joshua, son of Jozadak, and his brothers, Maasehiah, Eleazar, Jarib, and Gedaliah, they all gave their hands in pledge to put away their wives and their guilt. They each presented a ram from the flock as a guilt offering. From the descendants of Hima, Hanani, and Zebadiah. From the descendants of Arim, Maasehiah, Elijah, Shemaiah, Jair, and Uzziah. From the descendants of Pashhur, Elionai, Nesaiah, Ishmael, Nathaniel, Jezadad, and Elasa. Among the Levites, Jozabad, Shimeiah, Kelahiah, that is Kelita, Padhiah, Judah, and Eliezer. From the musicians, Eliashib. From the gatekeepers, Shalom, Telum, and Huri. And among the Israelites, from the descendants of Parosh, Ramiah, Isaiah, Malkijah, Majim, Eliezer, Malkijah, and Benaiah. From the descendants of Elam, Mataniah, Zechariah, Jahiel, Abdi, Jeromoth, and Elijah. From the descendants of Zetum, Elionai, Eliashib, Matani, Jeromoth, Zabad, and Aziza. From the descendants of Abai, Johanan, Ananiah, Zebadai, Adaliah. From the descendants of Bani, Meshulam, Maluk, Adadiah, Jeshub, Sheuel, and Jeremoth. From the descendants of Padal, Moab, Dan, Kelal, Benaiah, Nesaiah, Mataniah, Bezalel, Binui, and Manasseh. From the descendants of Arim, Eliezer, Ishijah, Malkijah, Shemaiah, Shimeon, Belumik, Muluk, and Shemaiah. From the descendants of Ashum, Netanai, Nethata, Zebadad, Elphelet, Jeremiah, Manas, and Shimei. From the descendants of Bani, Madai, Amram, Priel, Benaiah, Bedihai, Kelui, Venihai, Meramoth, Elishab, Mataniah, Netanai, and Jeshua. From the descendants of Benu, Shimei, Selemiah, Nathan, Abidai, Maknadebai, Sheshai, Sherai, Azerai, Sheramai, Shemariah, Shulam, Amariah, and Joseph. From the descendants of Nebo, Jaher, Mitathai, Jezabad, Zebana, Jedai, Joel, and Benaiah. All these had married foreign women, and some of them had children by these wives. Nehemiah chapter 1. The words of Nehemiah, son of Achilai, in the month of Kislev, in the 20th year, while I was in the citadel of Susa, Unani, one of my brothers, came from Judah and with some other men, and I questioned them about the Jewish remnants that had survived the exile, and also about Jerusalem. They said to me, those who survived exile and are back in the province are in great trouble and disgrace. The walls of Jerusalem is broken down, and its gates have been burned in fire. When I heard these things, I sat down and wept. For some day I mourned and fasted and prayed before God of heaven. Then I said, Lord God of heaven, the great and wise God, who keeps his covenant of love with those who love him and keeps his covenant, let your ear be attentive to your eyes open to hear the prayer your servant is praying before you day and night. For your servants, the people of Israel, I confess the sins we Israelites, including myself and my father's family, have committed against you. We have acted wickedly towards you. We have not obeyed the command, decree, and law you gave your servant Moses. Remember the instructions you gave your servant Moses, saying, if you are unfaithful, I will scatter you among the nations. But if you return to me and obey my commands, then even if your exiled people are at the farthest horizon, I will gather them from there and bring them to the place I have chosen as a dwelling for my name. They are your servants and your people, whom you redeemed by your great strength and your mighty hand. Lord, let your ear be attentive to the prayer of your servant and to the prayer of your servants who delight in revering your name. Give your servant success today by granting him favor in the presence of this man. I was cupbearer to the king. Chapter 2. In the month of Nisan, in the 20th year of King Artaxerxes, when wine was brought for him, I took the wine and gave it to the king. I had not been sad in his presence before. So the king asked me, why does your face look so sad when you are not ill? This can be nothing but sadness of heart. I was much afraid, but I said to the king, may the king live forever. Why should my face not look sad when the city where my ancestors are buried lie in ruins and its gates have been destroyed by fire? The king said to me, what is it you want? Then I prayed to God of heaven, and I answered the king, if it pleases the king, if your servant has found favor in his sight, let him send me to the city of Judah where my ancestors are buried, so that I can rebuild it. Then the king, with the queen sitting beside, asked me, how long will your journey take, and when will you get back? It pleased the king to send me, so I set a time. I also said to him, if it pleases the king, may I have a letter to the governors of Trans-Euphrates, so that they will provide me safe contact until I arrive in Judah. And may I have a letter to Asaph, keeper of the royal park, so he will give me timber to make beams for the gates of citadel, by the temple, and for the city, and for the residence I will occupy. And because the gracious hand of my God was on me, the king granted my request. So I went to the governors of Trans-Euphrates and gave them the king's letter, and the king had also sent army officers and caravan with me. When Sanballat the Horonite and Tobiah the Ammonite official heard about this, they were very much disturbed that someone had come to promote the warfare of the Israelites. I went to Jerusalem, and after staying 3 days, I set out the night with a few others. I had not told anyone what my God had put in my heart to do for Jerusalem. There were no mounts with me except the one I was riding on. By night I went out through the valley gate towards Jackal, well and Dung gate, examining the walls of Jerusalem, which had been broken down, and its gates, which had been destroyed by fire. Then I moved on towards the fountain gate, the king's pool, but there was not enough room for my mount to get through. So I went up the valley by night, examining the wall. Finally, I turned back and re-entered through the valley gate. The officials did not know where I had gone or what I was doing, because as yet I had said nothing to the Jews or priests or nobles or officials or others who would be doing the work. Then I said to them, you see, the trouble we are in, Jerusalem lies in ruins, and its gates have been burned with fire. Come, let us rebuild the wall of Jerusalem, and we will no longer be in disgrace. I also told them about the gracious hand of God on me and what the king had said to me. They replied, let us start rebuilding. So they began this good work. But when Sanballat the Horonite, Tobiah the Ammonite officials, and Geshem the Arab heard about it, they mocked and ridiculed us. What is this you are doing? They asked. Are you rebuilding against the king? Are you rebelling against the king? I answered them by saying, the God of heaven will give us success. We, his servants, will start rebuilding. But as for you, you have no share in Jerusalem or any claim or historic right to do it. Chapter 3. Eliashib the high priest and his fellow priests went to work and rebuilt the sheep gate. They dedicated it and set its door in a place, building as far as the tower of the 100, which he dedicated as far as the tower of Ananiel, the men of Jericho built by adjoining section, and Zechar, son of Imru, built the next to them. The fish gate was rebuilt by the son of Asena. They laid its beam and put its doors and bolts and bars in place. Meremoth, son of Uriah, son of Akoz, repaired the next session. Next to him, Meshulam, son of Berechiah, son of Meshabeth, made repairs. And next to him, Zadok, son of Baana, also made repairs. The next session was repaired by the men of Tekoa, but their nobles would not put their shoulders to the work under their supervisors. The Jeshana gate was repaired by Joiada, son of Beseah, and Meshulam, son of Besodania. They laid its beams and put its doors with their bolts and bars in place. Next to them, repairs were made by men from Gibeon and Mizpah, Melatiah of Gibeon, and Jadon of Meronoth, places under the authority of the governor of Trans-Euphrates. Uzziel, son of Ahaniah, one of the goldsmiths, repaired the next session, and Ananiah, one of the perfume makers, made repairs next to that. They restored Jerusalem as far as the broad wall. Rephaiah, son of Hur, ruler of the half district of Jerusalem, repaired the next session. And adjoining this, Jediah, son of Arapham, made repairs opposite his house, and Utash, son of Ashebneah, made repairs next to him. Milkijah, son of Arim, and Ashushb, son of Pahath Moab, repaired another section, and the tower of the ovens. Shulam, son of Alohesh, ruler of the half district of Jerusalem, repaired the next session with the help of his daughters. The valley gate was repaired by Hanan and the residents of Zanahor. They rebuilt it and put its doors with their bolts and bars in place. They also repaired 1,000 cubits of wall as far as the dung gate. The dung gate was repaired by Melchijah, son of Rechab, ruler of the district of Beth Akkereb. He rebuilt it and put its doors with their bolts and bars in place. The fountain gate was repaired by Shulam, son of Kol, or Hosea, ruler of the district of Mizpah. He rebuilt its roofing. He rebuilt it, roofing it over and putting its doors and bolts and bars in place. He also repaired the wall of the pool of Siloam by the king's garden as far as the steps going down from the city of David. Behind him, Nehemiah, son of Azbuk, ruler of the half district of Beth Zur, made repairs up to a point opposite the top of David, as far as the artificial pool and the house of the heroes. Next to him, the repairs were made by the Levites under Rehum, son of Bani, beside whom Ashabiah, ruler of half the district of Kehila carried out repairs for his district. Next to him, the repairs were made by the fellow Levites under Banui, son of Anadad, ruler of the other up district of Keilah. Next to him, Asa, son of Jeshua, ruler of Mizpah, repaired another section from a point facing the ascent, the Amari, as far as the anchor of the wall. Next to him, Baruch, son of Zabai, zealously repaired another section from the angle to the entrance of the house. Eliashib, the high priest. Next to him, Moremoth, son of Uriah, the son of Akoz, repaired another section from the entrance of Elishib house to the end of it. The repairs next to him were made by the priests from the surrounding region. Behind them, Benjamin the Ashub made repairs in front of the house, and next to them, Azariah, son of Messiah, son of Ananiah, made repairs beside the house. Next to him, Binui, son of Enadad, repaired another section from Azariah's house to the ankle and the corner. And Palal, son of Uzai, worked opposite the ankle and the tower projecting from the upper palace near the court of the guard next to him. Padaliah, son of Parosh, and the temple servants living on the hill of Ophel made repairs up to a point opposite the water gate towards the east and projecting tower. Next to them, men of Tekoa repaired another section from the great projection towards projection tower to the wall of Ophel. Above the house gate, the priests made repairs, each in front of his own house. Next to them, Zadok, son of Hima, made repairs opposite his house. Next to him, Shemaiah, son of Shechaniah, the guard at the east gate, made repair. Next to him, Ananiah, son of Shelemiah, and Hanan, the sixth son of Zaraph, repaired another section. Next to them, Meshullam, son of Berechiah, made repairs opposite his living quarters. Next to him, Malchijah, one of the goldsmiths, made repairs as far as the house of the temple servant and the merchants opposite the inspection gate, and as far as the room above the corner, and between the room above the corner and the sheep gate. The goldsmiths and the merchants made repairs. Chapter 4. When Sanballat heard that we were rebuilding the wall, he became hungry and was greatly incensed. He ridiculed the Jews, and in the presence of his associates and the army of Samaria, he said, "What are those feeble Jews doing? Will they restore the walls? Will they offer sacrifices? Will they finish in a day? Can they bring the stones back to life from those heaps of rubble, burned as they are?" Tobiah the Ammonite, who was at his side, said, "What they are rebuilding, even a fox climbing up on it would break down their walls of stones. Hear us, our God, for we are despised. Turn their insults back on their own heads. Give them over as plunder in a land of captivity. Do not cover up their guilt or blot out their sins from your sight, for they have drawn insults in the face of the builders. So the builders, so we rebuild the wall till all of it reached half its height. For the people worked with all their heart. But when Sanballat, Tobiah, the Arabs, the Ammonites, and the people of Ashdod heard that the repairs of Jerusalem wall had gone ahead and that the gaps were being closed, they were very hungry. They all plotted together to come and fight against Jerusalem and stir up trouble against it. But we prayed to our God and posted a guard day and night to meet his threats. Meanwhile, the people in Jerusalem said, the strength of the laborers is giving out, and there is so much rampant that we cannot rebuild the wall. Also, our enemies said before they know it or see us, we will be right there among them and will kill them and put an end to the work. When the Jews who lived near them came and told us 10 times over, whenever you turn, they will attack us. Therefore, I stationed some of the people behind the lowest point of the wall at the exposed places, posting them by families with their swords, spears, and bows. After I looked things over, I stood up and said to the nobles, the officials, and the rest of the people, don't be afraid. Remember, the Lord who is great and wholesome, and fight for your families, your sons, your daughters, your wives, and your homes. When our enemies heard that we were aware of their plot and God had frustrated it, we all returned to the wall, each to our work, to our own work. From that day on, half of my men did not work, while the other half, equipped with spears, shields, bows, and hammer, of the officers posted themselves behind all the people of Judah who were rebuilding the wall. Those who carried materials did their work with one hand and held a weapon in the other hand, and each of the rebuilders wore his sword at his side and worked. But the man who sounded the trumpet stayed with me. Then I said to the nobles, the officials, and the rest of the people, the work is extensive, spread out, and we are widely separated from each other among the wall. Wherever you hear the sound of trumpet, join us there. God will fight for us. So we continued to work with half the men holding spears from the first light of dawn till the stars came out. At that time, I also said to the people, every man and his helper stay in Jerusalem at night, so they can serve us as guards by night and as workers by day. Neither I nor my brothers, nor my men, nor the guards with me take off our clothes. Each had his weapon, even when he went for water.
Nehemiah chapter 5. Now the men and their wives raised a great outcry against their fellow Jews. Some were saying, we and our sons and daughters are numerous. In order for us to eat and stay alive, we must get grain. Others were saying, we are mortgaging our fields, our vineyards, and our homes to get grain during the famine. Still others were saying, we have had to borrow money to pay the king's tax on our fields and vineyards. Although we are of the same flesh and blood as our fellow Jews, and though our children are as good as theirs, yet we have to subject our sons and daughters to slavery, Some of our daughters have already been enslaved, but we are powerless because our fields and our vineyards belong to others. When I heard their outcry and these charges, I was very angry. I pondered them in my mind and then accused the nobles and officials. I told them, "You are charging your own people interest." So I called together a large meeting to deal with them and said, "As far as possible, we have bought back our fellow Jews who were sold to the Gentiles. Now you are selling your own people only for them to be sold back to us." They kept quiet because they could find nothing to say. So I continued, What you are doing is not right. Shouldn't you walk in the fear of our God to avoid the reproach of our Gentile enemies? I and my brothers and my men are also lending the people money and grain. But let us stop charging interest. Give back to them immediately their fields, vineyards, olive groves, and houses, and also the interest you are charging them, 1% of the money, grain, new wine, and olive oil. We will give it back, they said, and we will not demand anything more from them. We will do as you say. Then I summoned the priests and made the nobles and officials take an oath to do what they had promised. I also shook out the folds of my robe and said, "In this way, may God shake out of their house and possessions anyone who does not keep this promise. So may such a person be shaken out and emptied." At this, the whole assembly said, "Amen," and praised the Lord. And the people did as they had promised. Moreover, from the 20th year of King Artaxerxes, when I was appointed to be their governor in the land of Judah, until his 32nd year, 12 years, neither I nor my brothers ate the food allotted to the governor. But the earlier governors, those preceding me, placed a heavy burden on the people and took 40 shekels of silver from them in addition to food and wine. Their assistants also lorded it over the people. But out of reverence for God, I did not act like that. Instead, I devoted myself to the work on this wall. All my men were assembled there for the work. We did not acquire any land. Furthermore, 150 Jews and officials ate at my table, as well as those who came to us from the surrounding nations. Each day 1 ox, 6 choice sheep, and some poultry were prepared for me, and every 10 days an abundant supply of wine of all kinds. In spite of all this, I never demanded the food allotted to the governor, because the demands were heavy on these people. Remember me with favor, my God, for all I have done for these people. Chapter 6, Further Opposition to the Rebuilding. When word came to Sanballat, Tobiah, Geshem the Arab, and the rest of our enemies that I had rebuilt the wall and not a gap was left in it, though up to that time I had not set the doors in the gates. Sanballat and Geshem sent me this message: "Come, let us meet together in one of the villages on the plain of Ono." But they were scheming to harm me, so I sent messengers to them with this reply: "I am carrying on a great project and cannot go down. Why should the work stop while I leave it and go down to you?" 4 times they sent me the same message, and each time I gave them the same answer. Then, the 5th time, Sanballat sent his aide to me with the same message, and in his hand was an unsealed letter in which was written, "It is reported among the nations, and Geshem says it is true, that you and the Jews are plotting to revolt, and therefore you are building the wall. Moreover, according to these reports, you are about to become their king and have even appointed prophets to make this proclamation about you in Jerusalem: there is a king in Judah. Now this report will come will get back to the king, so come, let us meet together. I sent him this reply: Nothing like what you are saying is happening. You are just making it up out of your head. They were all trying to frighten us, thinking their hands will get too weak for the work and it will not be completed. But I prayed, now strengthen my hands. One day I went to the house of Shemaiah, son of Delaiah, the son of Mehetabel, who was shut in at his home. He said, Let us meet in the house of God, inside the temple, and let us close the temple doors, because men are coming to kill you. By night they are coming to kill you. But I said, Should a man like me run away? Or should someone like me go into the temple to save his life? I will not go. I realized that God had not sent him, but that he had prophesied against me because Tobiah and Sanballat had hired him. He had been hired to intimidate me so that I would commit a sin by doing this, and then they would give me a bad name to discredit me. Remember Tobiah and Sanballat, my God, because of what they have done. Remember also the prophet Noadiah and how she and the rest of the prophets have been trying to intimidate me. So the wall was completed on the 25th of Elul in 52 days. Opposition to the completed wall. When all our enemies heard about this, all the surrounding nations were afraid and lost their self-confidence because they realized that this work had been done with the help of our God. Also, in those days, the nobles of Judah were sending many letters to Tobiah, and replies from Tobiah kept coming to them. For many in Judah were under oath to him, since he was son-in-law to Shechaniah, son of Ara, and his son Jehohanan had married the daughter of Meshullam, son of Berechiah. Moreover, they kept reporting to me his good deeds and then telling him what I said. And Tobiah sent letters to intimidate me. Chapter 7. After the wall had been rebuilt and I had set the doors in place, the gatekeepers, the musicians, and the Levites were appointed. I put in charge of Jerusalem my brother Hanani, along with Hananiah, the commander of the citadel, because he was a man of integrity and feared God more than most people do. I said to him, The gates of Jerusalem are not to be opened until the sun is hot. While the gatekeepers are still on duty, have them shut the doors and bar them. Also appoint residents of Jerusalem as guards, some at their posts and some near their own houses. The list of the exiles who returned. Now the city was large and spacious, but there were few people in it, and the houses had not yet been rebuilt. So my God put it into my heart to assemble the nobles, the officials, and the common people for registration by families. I found the genealogical record of those who had been first to return. This is what I found written there. These are the people of the province who came up from the captivity of the exiles whom Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had taken captive. They returned to Jerusalem and Judah, each to his own town, in company with Zerubbabel, Joshua, Nehemiah, Azariah, Raamiah, Nahamani, Mordecai, Bilshan, Mispereth, Bigvai, Neham, and Baana. The list of the men of Israel. The descendants of Parosh, 2,172. Of Shephatiah, 372. Of Ara, 652. Of Pahath Moab, through the line of Jeshua and Joab, 2,818. Of Elam, 1,254. Of Zatu, 845. Of Zakai, 760. Of Binui, 648. Of Bebai, 628. Of Asgad, 2,322. Of Adonikam, 667. Of Bigvai, 2,067. Of Adin, 655. Of Atta, through Hezekiah, 98. Of Hashum, 328. Of Bezai, 324. Of Harif, 112. Of Gibeon, 95. The men of Bethlehem and Netophah, 188. Of Anathoth, 128. Of Beth Asmaveth, 42. Of Kiriath Jearim, Kephirah and Beeroth, 743. Of Ramah and Geba, 621. Of Michmash, 122. Of Bethel and Ai, 123. Of the other Nebo, 52. Of the other Elam, 1,254. Of Harim, 320. Of Jericho, 345. Of Lod, Hadid, and Ono, 721. Of Senah, 3,930. The priests, the descendants of Jediah through the family of Jeshua, 973. Of Ima, 1,052. Of Pashur, 1,247. Of Harim, 1,017. The Levites, the descendants of Jeshua, through Kadmiel, through the line of Hodaviah, 74. The musicians, the descendants of Asaph, 148. The gatekeepers, the descendants of Shallum, Atar, Talmon, Akub, Hatita, and Shobai, 138. The temple servants, the descendants of Ziha, Hasufa, Tabaoth, Keros, Sia, Padon, Lebana, Hagaba, Shalmai, Hanan, Gidel, Gahar, Reaiah, Rezin, Nekoda, Gazam, Uzzah, Pasia, Besai, Meunim, Nefusim, Bakbuk, Hakufa, Harhur, Bazluth, Mehida, Harsha, Barkos, Sisera, Tema, Neziah, and Hatifa, the descendants of the servants of Solomon. The descendants of Sotai, Sophereth, Perida, Jaala, Darkon, Gidel, Shephatiah, Hatil, Pokereth, Hazebaim, and Ammon. The temple servants and the descendants of the servants of Solomon, 392. The following came up from the towns of Tel Melah, Tel Hasha, Kerub, Adon, and Ima, but they could not show that their families were descended from Israel. The descendants of Deliah, Tobiah, and Nekoda, 642. And from among the priests, the descendants of Hobiah, Hakoz, and Barzillai, a man who had married a daughter of Barzillai the Gileadite and was called by that name. These searched for their family records, but they could not find them, and so were excluded from the priesthood as unclean. The governor, therefore, ordered them not to eat any of the most sacred food until there should be a priest ministering with the Urim and Thummim. The whole company numbered 42,360, besides their 7,337 male and female slaves, and they also had 245 male and female singers. There were 736 horses, 245 mules, 435 camels, and 6,720 donkeys. Some of the heads of the families contributed to the work. The governor gave to the treasury 1,000 darics of gold, 50 bowls, and 530 garments for priests. Some of the heads of the families gave to the treasury for the work 20,000 darics of gold and 2,200 minas of silver. The total given by the rest of the people was 20,000 darics of gold, 2,000 minas of silver, and 67 garments for priests. The priests, the Levites, the gatekeepers, the musicians, and the temple servants, along with certain of the people and the rest of the Israelites, settled in their own towns. Ezra reads the law. When the 7th month came and the Israelites had settled in their towns, chapter 8, all the people came together as one in the square before the water gate. They told Ezra, the teacher of the law, to bring out the book of the law of Moses, which the Lord had commanded for Israel. So on the first day of the 7th month, Ezra the priest brought the law before the assembly, which was made up of men and women and all who were able to understand. He read it aloud from daybreak till noon as he faced the square before the water gate in the presence of the men, women, and others who could understand. And all the people listened attentively to the book of the law. Ezra, the teacher of the law, stood on a high wooden platform built for the occasion. Beside him on his right stood Mattithiah, Shema, Ananiah, Uriah, Hilkiah, and Maaseiah. And on his left were Pedaiah, Mishael, Malchijah, Hashum, Hashbaddanah, Zechariah, and Meshullam. Ezra opened the book. All the people could see him because he was standing above them, and as he opened it, the people all stood up. Ezra praised the Lord, the great God, and all the people lifted their hands and responded, Amen, Amen. Then they bowed down and worshipped the Lord with their faces to the ground. The Levites, Jeshua, Bani, Sherebiah, Jamin, Akub, Shabbethai, Hodiah, Maaseiah, Kelita, Azariah, Jozabad, Hanan, and Peliah instructed the people in the law while the people were standing there. They read from the book of the law of God, making it clear and giving the meaning so that the people understood what was being read. Then Nehemiah the governor, Ezra the priest and teacher of the law, and the Levites who were instructing the people said to them all, This day is holy to the Lord your God. Do not mourn or weep, for all the people had been weeping as they listened to the words of the law. Nehemiah said, Go and enjoy choice food and sweet drinks, and send some to those who have nothing prepared. This day is holy to our Lord. Do not grieve, for the joy of the Lord is your strength. The Levites calmed all the people, saying, Be still, for this is a holy day. Do not grieve. Then all the people went away to eat and drink, to send portions of food, and to celebrate with great joy, because they now understood the words that had been made known to them. On the second day of the month, the heads of all the families, along with the priests and the Levites, gathered around Ezra, the teacher, to give attention to the words of the law. They found written in the law, which the Lord had commanded through Moses, that the Israelites were to live in temporary shelters during the festival of the 7th month, and that they should proclaim this word and spread it throughout their towns and in Jerusalem. Go out into the hill country and bring back branches from olive and wild olive trees, and from myrtles, palms, and shade trees, to make temporary shelters, as it is written. So the people went out and brought back branches and built themselves temporary shelters on their own roofs, in their courtyards, in the courts of the house of God, and in the square by the water gate, and the one by the gate of Ephraim. The whole company that had returned from exile built temporary shelters and lived in them. From the days of Joshua son of Nun until that day, the Israelites had not celebrated it like this, and their joy was very great. Day after day, from the first day to the last, Ezra read from the book of the law of God. They celebrated the festival for 7 days, and on the 8th day, in accordance with the regulation, there was an assembly. Chapter 9. The Israelites confessed their sins. On the 24th day of the same month, the Israelites gathered together, fasting and wearing sackcloth and putting dust on their heads. Those of Israelite descent had separated themselves from all foreigners. They stood in their places and confessed their sins and the sins of their ancestors. They stood where they were and read from the book of the law of the Lord their God for a quarter of the day, and spent another quarter in confession and in worshipping the Lord their God. Standing on the stairs of the Levites were Jeshua, Bani, Kadmiel, Shebaniah, Shebaniah, Bani, Sherebiah, Bani, and Kenani. They cried out with loud voices to the Lord their God. And the Levites, Jeshua, Kadmiel, Bani, Hashabneiah, Sherebiah, Hodiah, Shebaniah, and Pethahiah, said, Stand up and praise the Lord your God, who is from everlasting to everlasting. Blessed be your glorious name, and may it be exalted above all blessing and praise. You alone are the Lord. You made the heavens, even the highest heavens, and all their starry host, the earth and all that is on it, the seas and all that is in them. You give life to everything, and the multitudes of heaven worship you. You are the Lord God, who chose Abram and brought him out of Ur of the Chaldeans, and named him Abraham. You found his heart faithful to you, and you made a covenant with him to give to his descendants the land of the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Jebusites, and Girgashites. You have kept your promise because you are righteous. You saw the suffering of our ancestors in Egypt. You heard their cry at the Red Sea. You sent signs and wonders against Pharaoh, against all his officials and all the people of his land, for you knew how arrogantly the Egyptians treated them. You made a name for yourself, which remains to this day. You divided the sea before them, so that they passed through it on dry ground, but you hurled their pursuers into the depth, like a stone into mighty waters. By day you led them with a pillar of cloud, and by night with a pillar of fire to give them light on the way they were to take. You came down on Mount Sinai, you spoke to them from heaven. You gave them regulations and laws that are just and right, and decrees and commands that are good. You made known to them your holy Sabbath and gave them commands, decrees, and laws through your servant Moses. In their hunger you gave them bread from heaven, and in their thirst you brought them water from the rock. You told them to go in and take possession of the land you had sworn with uplifted hand to give them. But they, our ancestors, became arrogant and stiff-necked, and they did not obey your commands. They refused to listen and failed to remember the miracles you performed among them. They became stiff-necked and in their rebellion appointed a leader in order to return to their slavery. But you are a forgiving God, gracious and compassionate, slow to anger and abounding in love. Therefore you did not desert them, even when they cast for themselves an image of a calf and said, "This is your God who brought you up out of Egypt," or when they committed awful blasphemies. Because of your great compassion, you did not abandon them in the wilderness, By day the pillar of cloud did not fail to guide them on their path, nor the pillar of fire by night to shine on the way they were to take. You gave your good spirit to instruct them. You did not withhold your manna from their mouths, and you gave them water for their thirst. For 40 years you sustained them in the wilderness. They lacked nothing, their clothes did not wear out, nor did their feet become swollen. You gave them kingdoms and nations, allotting to them even the remotest frontiers. They took over the country of Sihon, king of Heshbon, and the country of Og, king of Bashan. You made their children as numerous as the stars in the sky, and you brought them into the land that you told their parents to enter and possess. Their children went in and took possession of the land. You subdued before them the Canaanites who lived in the land. You gave the Canaanites into their hands, along with their kings and the peoples of the land, to deal with them as they pleased. They captured fortified cities and fertile land. They took possession of houses filled with all kinds of good things, wells already dug, vineyards, olive groves, and fruit trees in abundance. They ate to the full and were well nourished. They reveled in your great goodness. But they were disobedient and rebelled against you. They turned their backs on your law. They killed your prophets who had warned them in order to turn them back to you. They committed awful blasphemies. So you delivered them into the hands of their enemies who oppressed them. But when they were oppressed, they cried out to you. From heaven you heard them, and in your great compassion you gave them deliverers who rescued them from the hand of their enemies. But as soon as they were at rest, they again did what was evil in your sight. Then you abandoned them to the hand of their enemies, so that they ruled over them. And when they cried out to you again, you heard from heaven, and in your compassion you delivered them time after time. You warned them in order to turn them back to your law, but they became arrogant and disobeyed your commands. They sinned against your ordinances, of which you said, the person who obeys them will live by them. Stubbornly, they turned their backs on you, became stiff-necked and refused to listen. For many years you were patient with them. By your spirit you warned them through your prophets. Yet they paid no attention, so you gave them into the hands of the neighboring peoples. But in your great mercy you did not put an end to them or abandon them, for you are a gracious and merciful God. Now therefore, our God, the great God, mighty and awesome, who keeps his covenant of love, do not let all this hardship seem trifling in your eyes. The hardship that has come on us, on our kings and leaders, on our priests and prophets, on our ancestors and all your people, from the days of the kings of Assyria until today. In all that has happened to us, you have remained righteous, you have acted faithfully, while we acted wickedly. Our kings, our leaders, our priests, and our ancestors did not follow your law. They did not pay attention to your commands or the statutes you warned them to keep. Even while they were in their kingdom, enjoying your great goodness to them in the spacious and fertile land you gave them, they did not serve you or turn from their evil ways. But see, we are slaves today, slaves in the land you gave our ancestors, so they could eat its fruit and the other good things it produces. Because of our sins, its abundant harvest goes to the kings you have placed over us. They rule over our bodies and our cattle as they please. We are in great distress. The agreement of the people. In view of all this, we are making a binding agreement, putting it in writing, and our leaders, our Levites, and our priests are affixing their seals to it. Chapter 10. Those who sealed it were Nehemiah the governor, the son of Hakaliah, Zedekiah, Seraiah, Azariah, Jeremiah, Pashur, Amariah, Malkijah, Hattush, Shebaniah, Maluk, Harim, Meremoth, Obadiah, Daniel, Ginnethon, Baruch, Meshulam, Abijah, Mijamin, Maaziah, Bilgai, and Shemaiah. These were the priests. The Levites, Jeshua son of Azaniah, Binui of the sons of Henadad, Kadmiel and their associates, Shebaniah, Hodiah, Kelita, Peliah, Hanan, Micah, Rehob, Hashabiah, Zakur, Sherebiah, Shebaniah, Hodiah, Bani, and Beninu. The leaders of the people, Parosh, Pahath Moab, Elam, Zatu, Bani, Buni, Asgad, Bebai, Adonijah, Bigvai, Adin, Atar, Hezekiah, Azur, Hodiah, Hashum, Bezai, Harif, Anathoth, Nebai, Magpiash, Meshulam, Hezir, Meshezabel, Zadok, Jadua, Pelatiah, Hanan, Anaiah, Hoshea, Hananiah, Hashub, Halohesh, Pilha, Shobek, Rehum, Hashabna, Maaseiah, Ahiah, Hanan, Anan, Maluk, Harim, and Baana. The rest of the people, priests, Levites, gatekeepers, musicians, temple servants, and all who separated themselves from the neighboring peoples for the sake of the law of God, together with their wives and all their sons and daughters who are able to understand. All these now join their fellow Israelites, the nobles, and bind themselves with a curse and an oath to follow the law of God given through Moses, the servant of God, and to obey carefully all the commands, regulations, and decrees of the Lord our God, of the Lord our Lord. We promise not to give our daughters in marriage to the peoples around us or take their daughters for our sons. When the neighboring peoples bring merchandise or grain to sell on the Sabbath, we will not buy from them on the Sabbath or on any holy day. Every 7th year, we will forego working the land and will cancel all debts. We assume the responsibility for carrying out the commands to give a third of a shekel each year for the service of the house of our God, for the bread set out on the table, for the regular grain offerings and burnt offerings, for the offerings on the Sabbaths, at the new moon feasts, and at the appointed festivals, for the holy offerings, for sin offerings to make atonement for Israel, and for all the duties of the house of our God. We, the priests, the Levites, and the people, have cast lots to determine when each of our families is to bring to the house of our God at set times each year a contribution of wood to burn on the altar of our God, as it is written in the law. We also assume responsibility for bringing to the house of the Lord each year the first fruits of our crops and of every fruit tree. As it is also written in the law, we will bring the firstborn of our sons and of our cattle, of our herds and of our flocks to the house of our God, to the priests ministering there. Moreover, we will bring to the storerooms of the house of our God, to the priests, the first of our ground meal, of our grain offerings, of the fruit of all our trees, and of our new wine and olive oil. And we will bring a tithe of our crops to the Levites, for it is the Levites who collect the tithes in all the towns where we work. A priest descended from Aaron is to accompany the Levites when they receive the tithes, and the Levites are to bring a tenth of the tithes up to the house of our God, to the storerooms of the treasury. The people of Israel, including the Levites, are to bring their contributions of grain, new wine, and olive oil to the storerooms, where the articles for the sanctuary and for the ministering priests, the gatekeepers, and the musicians are also kept. We will not neglect the house of our God. Chapter 11, the new residents of Jerusalem. Now the leaders of the people settled in Jerusalem. The rest of the people cast lots to bring one out of every 10 of them to live in Jerusalem, the holy city, while the remaining 9 were to stay in their own towns. The people commended all who volunteered to live in Jerusalem. These are the provincial leaders who settled in Jerusalem. Now some Israelites, priests, Levites, temple servants, and descendants of Solomon's servants lived in the towns of Judah, each on their own property in the various towns, while other people from both Judah and Benjamin lived in Jerusalem. From the descendants of Judah, Athaiah, son of Uzziah, the son of Zechariah, the son of Amariah, the son of Shephatiah, the son of Mahalalel, a descendant of Perez, and Maaseiah, son of Baruch, the son of Kolhozeh, the son of Haziah, the son of Adiah, the son of Joiarib, the son of Zechariah, a descendant of Shelah. The descendants of Perez who lived in Jerusalem totaled 468 men of standing. From the descendants of Benjamin, Salu, son of Meshullam, the son of Joed, the son of Pedaiah, the son of Koliah, the son of Maaseiah, the son of Ithiel, the son of Jeshiah, and his followers, Gabai and Salai, 928 men. Joel, son of Zikri, was their chief officer, and Judah, son of Hasenua, was over the new quarter of the city. From the priests, Jedaiah, the son of Joiarib, Jachin, Seraiah, son of Hilkiah, the son of Meshullam, the son of Zadok, the son of Meraioth, the son of Ahitub, the official in charge of the house of God, and their associates who carried on work for the temple, 822 men. Adiah, son of Jeroham, the son of Pelaliah, the son of Amzi, the son of Zechariah, the son of Pashur, the son of Malchijah, and his associates who were heads of families, 242 men. Amashsai, son of Azarel, the son of Ahzai, the son of Meshilemoth, the son of Ima, and his associates who were men of standing, 128. The chief officer was Zabdiel, the son of Hagedolim. From the Levites, Shemaiah, son of Hashub, the son of Azrikam, the son of Hashabiah, the son of Buni, Shabbethai, and Jozabad, 2 of the heads of the Levites, who had charge of the outside work of the house of God. Mattaniah, son of Micah, the son of Zabdi, the son of Asaph, the director who led in thanksgiving and prayer. Bakbukiah, second among his associates, and Abda, son of Shammua, the son of Galal, the son of Jeduthun. The Levites in the holy city totaled 284. The gatekeepers, Akub, Talmon, and their associates, who kept watch at the gates, 172 men. The rest of the Israelites with the priests and Levites were in all the towns of Judah, each on their ancestral property. The temple servants lived on the hill of Ophel, and Ziha and Gishpa were in charge of them. The chief officer of the Levites in Jerusalem was Uzzi, son of Bani, the son of Hashabiah, the son of Mattaniah, the son of Micah. Uzzi was one of Asaph's descendants, who were the musicians responsible for the service of the house of God. The musicians were under the king's orders, which regulated their daily activity. Pethahiah, son of Meshezabel, one of the descendants of Zerah, son of Judah, was the king's agent in all affairs relating to the people. As for the villages with their fields, some of the people of Judah lived in Kiriath Arba and its surrounding settlements, in Dibon and its settlements, in Jekabzeel and its villages, in Jeshua, in Molada, in Beth Pelet, in Hazar Shual, in Beersheba and its settlements, in Ziklag, in Mekona and its settlements, in Enrimon, in Zorah, in Jarmuth, Zanoah, Adulam and their villages, in Lachish and its fields, in Azekah and its settlements. So they were living all the way from Beersheba to the valley of Hinnom. The descendants of the Benjamites from Geba lived in Michmash, Aijah, Bethel and its settlements, in Anathoth, Nob and Ananiah, in Hazo, Ramah and Gittaim, in Hadid, Zeboim and Nebalat, in Lod and Ono, and in Geharashim. Some of the divisions of the Levites of Judah settled in Benjamin. Chapter 12, Priests and Levites. These were the priests and Levites who returned with Zerubbabel, son of Shealtiel, and with Joshua: Seraiah, Jeremiah, Ezra, Amariah, Maluk, Hattush, Shechaniah, Rehum, Meremoth, Iddo, Ginnethon, Abijah, Mijamin, Moadiah, Bilgah, Shemaiah, Joiarib, Jedaiah, Salu, Amok, Hilkiah, and Jedaiah. These were the leaders of the priests and their associates in the days of Joshua. The Levites were Jeshua, Binui, Kadmiel, Sherebiah, Judah, and also Mattaniah, who together with his associates was in charge of the songs of thanksgiving. Bakbukia and Uni, their associates, stood opposite them in the services. Joshua was the father of Joiakim, Joiakim the father of Eliashib, Eliashib the father of Joiada, Joiada the father of Jonathan, and Jonathan the father of Jaddua. In the days of Joiakim, these were the heads of the priestly families. Of Seraiah's family, Meriah; of Jeremiah's, Hananiah; of Ezra's, Meshullam; of Amariah's, Jehohanan; of Maluk's, Jonathan; of Shechaniah's, Joseph; of Harim's, Adna; of Meremoth's, Helkai; of Iddo's, Zechariah; of Ginnethon's, Meshullam; of Abijah's, Zikri; of Min's, and of Moadiah's, Piltai; of Bilgah's, Shammua; of Shemaiah's, Jehonathan; of Joiarib's, Mattenai; of Jedaiah's, Uzzi; of Salu's, Kalai; of Amok's, Eba; of Hilkiah's, Hashabiah; of Jedaiah's, Nathaniel. The family heads of the Levites in the days of Eliashib: Joiada, Johanan, and Jaddua, as well as those of the priests, were recorded in the reign of Darius the Persian. The family heads among the descendants of Levi, up to the time of Johanan, son of Eliashib, were recorded in the book of the Annals. And the leaders of the Levites were Hashabiah, Sherebiah, Jeshua son of Kadmiel, and their associates who stood opposite them to give praise and thanksgiving, one section responding to the other, as prescribed by David, the man of God. Mattaniah, Bakbukiah, Obadiah, Meshullam, Talmon, and Akub were gatekeepers who guarded the storerooms at the gates. They served in the days of Joachim, son of Joshua, the son of Josadak, and in the days of Nehemiah the governor, and of Ezra the priest, the teacher of the law. Dedication of the wall of Jerusalem. At the dedication of the wall of Jerusalem, the Levites were sought out from where they lived and were brought to Jerusalem to celebrate joyfully the dedication with songs of thanksgiving and with the music of cymbals, harps, and lyres. The musicians also were brought together from the region around Jerusalem, from the villages of the Netophathites, from Beth Gilgal, and from the area of Geba and Azmaveth, for the musicians had built villages for themselves around Jerusalem. When the priests and Levites had purified themselves ceremonially, they purified the people, the gates, and the wall. I had the leaders of Judah go up on top of the wall. I also assigned 2 large choirs to give thanks. One was to proceed on top of the wall to the right, toward the dung gate. Hoshea and half the leaders of Judah followed them, along with Azariah, Ezra, Meshullam, Judah, Benjamin, Shemaiah, Jeremiah, as well as some priests with trumpets, and also Zechariah son of Jonathan, the son of Shemaiah, the son of Mattaniah, the son of Micaiah, the son of Zakur, the son of Asaph, and his associates, Shemaiah, Azarel, Milalai, Gilalai, Maai, Nethanel, Judah, and Hanani, with musical instruments prescribed by David, the man of God. Ezra, the teacher of the law, led the procession. At the fountain gate, they continued directly up the steps of the city of David on the ascent to the wall, and passed above the site of David's palace to the water gate on the east. The second choir proceeded in the opposite direction. I followed them on top of the wall, together with half the people, past the tower of the ovens to the broad wall, over the gate of Ephraim, the Jeshana gate, the fish gate, the tower of Hananel, and the tower of the 100, as far as the sheep gate. At the gate of the guard, they stopped. The 2 choirs that gave thanks then took their places in the house of God. So did I, together with half the officials, as well as the priests, Eliakim, Maaseiah, Miniamin, Micaiah, Elioenai, Zechariah, and Hananiah with their trumpets. And also Maaseiah, Shemaiah, Eliezer, Uzi, Jehohanan, Malchijah, Elam, and Ezer. The choirs sang under the direction of Jezrahiah. And on that day they offered great sacrifices, rejoicing because God had given them great joy. The women and children also rejoiced. The sound of rejoicing in Jerusalem could be heard far away. At that time, men were appointed to be in charge of the storerooms for the contributions, first fruits, and tithes. From the fields around the towns, They were to bring into the storerooms the portions required by the law for the priests and the Levites, for Judah was pleased with the ministering priests and Levites. They performed the service of their God and the service of purification, as did also the musicians and gatekeepers, according to the commands of David and Solomon his son, and his son Solomon. For long ago, in the days of David and Asaph, there had been directors for the musicians and for the songs of praise and thanksgiving to God. So in the days of Zerubbabel and of Nehemiah, all Israel contributed the daily portions for the musicians and the gatekeepers. They also set aside the portion for the other Levites, and the Levites set aside the portion for the descendants of Aaron. Chapter 13, Nehemiah's final reforms. On that day, the book of Moses was read aloud in the hearing of the people, and there it was found written that no Ammonite or Moabite should ever be admitted into the assembly of God, because they had not met the Israelites with food and water, but had hired Balaam to call a curse down on them. Our God, however, turned the curse into a blessing. When the people heard this law, they excluded from Israel all who were of foreign descent. Before this, Eliashib the priest had been put in charge of the storerooms of the house of our God. He was closely associated with Tobiah, and he had provided him with a large room formerly used to store the grain offerings and incense and temple articles, and also the tithes of grain, new wine, and olive oil prescribed for the Levites, musicians, and gatekeepers, as well as the contributions for the priests. But while all this was going on, I was not in Jerusalem, for in the 32nd year of Artaxerxes, king of Babylon, I had returned to the king. Some time later, I asked his permission and came back to Jerusalem. Here I learned about the evil thing Eliashib had done in providing Tobiah a room in the courts of the house of God. I was greatly displeased and threw all Tobiah's household goods out of the room. I gave orders to purify the rooms, and then I put back into them the equipment of the house of God, with the grain offerings and the incense. I also learned that the portions assigned to the Levites had not been given to them, and that all the Levites and musicians responsible for the service had gone back to their own fields. So I rebuked the officials and asked them, "Why is the house of God neglected?" Then I called them together and stationed them at their posts. All Judah brought the tithes of grain, new wine, and olive oil into the storerooms. I put Shelemiah the priest, Zadok the scribe, and a Levite named Pedaiah in charge of the storerooms, and made Hanan, son of Zakur, the son of Mattaniah, their assistant, because they were considered trustworthy. They were made responsible for distributing the supplies to their fellow Levites. Remember me for this, my God, and do not blot out what I have so faithfully done for the house of my God and its services. In those days, I saw people in Judah treading wine presses on the Sabbath and bringing in grain and loading it on donkeys, together with wine, grapes, figs, and all other kinds of loads. And they were bringing all this into Jerusalem on the Sabbath. Therefore I warned them against selling food on that day. People from Tyre who lived in Jerusalem were bringing in fish and all kinds of merchandise and selling them in Jerusalem on the Sabbath to the people of Judah. I rebuked the nobles of Judah and said to them, "What is this wicked thing you are doing, desecrating the Sabbath day? Didn't your ancestors do the same things, so that our God brought all this calamity on us and on this city? Now you are stirring up more wrath against Israel by desecrating the Sabbath." When evening shadows fell on the gates of Jerusalem before the Sabbath, I ordered the doors to be shut and not opened until the Sabbath was over. I stationed some of my own men at the gates so that no load could be brought in on the Sabbath day. Once or twice, the merchants and sellers of all kinds of goods spent the night outside Jerusalem. But I warned them and said, "Why do you spend the night by the wall? If you do this again, I will arrest you." From that time on, they no longer came on the Sabbath. Then I commanded the Levites to purify themselves and go and guard the gates in order to keep the Sabbath day holy. Remember me for this also, my God, and show mercy to me according to your great love. Moreover, in those days I saw men of Judah who had married women from Ashdod, Ammon, and Moab. Half of their children spoke the language of Ashdod or the language of one of the other peoples, and did not know how to speak the language of Judah. I rebuked them and called curses down on them. I beat some of the men and pulled out their hair. I made them take an oath in God's name and said, "You are not to give your daughters in marriage to their sons, nor are you to take their daughters in marriage for your sons or for yourselves." Was it not because of marriages like these that Solomon, king of Israel, sinned? Among the many nations, there was no king like him. He was loved by his God, and God made him king over all Israel. But even he was led into sin by foreign women. Must we hear now that you too are doing all this terrible wickedness and are being unfaithful to our God by marrying foreign women? One of the sons of Joiada, son of Eliashib the high priest, was son-in-law to Sanballat the Horonite, and I drove him away from me. Remember them, my God, because they defiled the priestly office and the covenant of the priesthood and of the Levites. So I purified the priests and the Levites of everything foreign and assigned them duties, each to his own task. I also made provision for contributions of wood at designated times and for the first fruits. Remember me with favor, my God.
In the book of Esther, Queen Vashti deposed. This is what happened during the time of Success. The Success who ruled over 127 provinces, stretching from India to Kush. At that time, King Success reigned from his royal throne in the citadel of Susa, and in the third year of his reign, he gave a banquet to all his nobles and officials, the military leaders of Persia and Media. The princes and the nobles of the provinces were present. For a full 180 days, he displayed the vast wealth of his wisdom, of his kingdom, and the splendor and glory of his majesty. When these days were over, the king gave a banquet lasting 7 days in the enclosed garden of the king's palace for all the people from the least to the greatest who were in the citadel of Susa. The garden had hangings of white and blue linen, fastened with cords of white linen and purple material, to silver rings on marble pillars. There were couches of gold and silver and a mosaic pavement of porphyry, marble, mother of pearl, and other costly stones. Wine was served in goblets of gold, each one different from the other, and the royal wine was abundant, in keeping with the king's liberality. By the king's command, each guest was allowed to drink with no restrictions, for the king instructed all the wine stewards to serve each man what he wished. Queen Vashti also gave a banquet for the women in the royal palace of King Success. On the 7th day, when King Success was in high spirits from the wine, he commanded the 7 eunuchs who served him, Mehuman, Biztha, Harbona, Bigtha, Abagtha, Zapha, and carcass to bring before him Queen Vashti, wearing her royal crown, in order to display her beauty to the people and nobles, for she was lovely to look at. But when the attendants delivered the king's command, Queen Vashti refused to come. Then the king became furious and burned with anger, since it was customary for the king to consult experts in matters of law and justice. He spoke with the wise men who understood the times and were closest to the king: Kashena, Shethar, Adada, Tashish, Mer, Masena, and Memucan, the 7 nobles of Persia and Media, who had special access to the king and were highest in the kingdom. According to the law, what must be done to Queen Vashti? He asked. She has not obeyed the command of the king. Success that the eunuchs have taken to her. Then Memucan replied in the presence of the king and of the nobles, Queen Vashti has done wrong, not only among the king, but also against all the nobles and the peoples of all the provinces of King Success. For the queen's conduct will become known to all the women, and so they will despise their husbands and say, King Success commanded Queen Vashti to be brought before him, but she would not come. This very day, the Persian and the Median women of nobility who have heard about the queen's conduct will respond to all the king's nobles in the same way. There will be no end to disrespect and discord. Therefore, if it pleases the king, let him issue a royal decree, and let it be written in the laws of Persia and Media, which cannot be repealed, that Vashti is never again to enter the presence of King Success. Also let the king give her royal position to someone else who is better than she. Then when the king's edict is proclaimed throughout all the vast realm of all the women will respect their husbands from the least to the greatest. The king and his nobles were pleased with this advice, so the king did as Memucan proposed. He sent dispatches to all parts of the kingdom, to each province in its own script, and to each people in their own language, proclaiming that every man should be ruler over his own household, using his native tongue. Esther made queen. Later, when King Success' fury had subsided, he remembered Vashti and what she had done and what he had decreed about her. Then the king's personal attendants proposed, let a search be made for beautiful young virgins for the king. Let the king appoint commissioners in every province of his realm to bring all these beautiful young women into the harem at the citadel of Susa. Let them be placed under the care of Hegai, the king's eunuch, who is in charge of the women, and let beauty treatments be given to them. Then let the young woman who pleases the king be queen instead of Vashti. This advice appealed to the king, and he followed it. Now there was in the citadel of Susa a Jew of the tribe of Benjamin named Mordecai, son of Jair, the son of Shimei, the son of Kish, who had been carried into exile from Jerusalem by Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. Among those taken captive with Joachim, king of Judah, Mordecai had a cousin named Hadassah, whom he had brought up because she had neither father nor mother. This young woman, who was also known as Esther, had a lovely figure and was beautiful. Mordecai had taken her as his own daughter when her father and mother died. When the king's orders and edict had been proclaimed, many young women were brought to the citadel of Susa and put under the care of Hegai. Esther was also taken to the king's palace and entrusted to Hegai, who had charge of the harem. She pleased him and won his favor. Immediately he provided her with her beauty treatments and special food. He assigned to her 7 female attendants selected from the king's palace, and moved her and her attendants into the best place in the harem. Esther had not revealed her nationality and family background because Mordecai had forbidden her to do so. Every day he walked back and forth near the courtyard of the harem to find out how Esther was and what was happening to her. Before a young woman's turn came to go in to King Success, she had to complete the 12 months of beauty treatments prescribed from the woman for the women, 6 months with oil of myrrh and 6 of perfumes and cosmetics. And this is how she would go to the king. Anything she wanted was given. was given her to take with her from the harem to the king's palace. In the evening, she would go there, and in the morning return to another part of the harem to the care of Shashgaz, the king's eunuch, who was in charge of the concubines. She would not return to the king unless he was pleased with her and summoned her by name. When the time came for Esther, the young woman Mordecai had adopted, the daughter of his uncle Abihail, to go to the king, she asked for nothing other than what Haggai, the king's eunuch, who was in charge of the harem, suggested, and Esther won the favor of everyone who saw her. She was taken to the King Success in the royal residence in the 10th month, the month of Tebeth, in the 7th year of his reign. Now the king was attracted to Esther more than to any of the other women, and she won his favor and approval more than any of the other virgins. So he set a royal crown on her head and made her queen instead of Vashti. And the king gave a great banquet, Esther's banquet, for all his nobles and officials. He proclaimed a holiday throughout the provinces and distributed gifts with royal liberality. When the virgins were assembled on a second time, Mordecai was sitting at the king's gate, but Esther had kept secret her family background and nationality, just as Mordecai had told her to do, for she continued to follow Mordecai's instructions as she had done when he was bringing her up. During the time Mordecai was sitting at the king's gate, Bigthana and Teresh, two of the king's officials who guarded the doorway, became angry and conspired to assassinate King Success. But Mordecai found out about the plot and told Queen Esther, who in turn reported it to the king, giving credit to Mordecai. And when the report was investigated and found to be true, the two officials were impaled and on poles. All this was recorded in the book of the annals and in the presence of the king. Haman's plot to destroy the Jews. After these events, King Success honored Haman, son of Hammedatha, and the Agagites, elevating him and giving him a seat of honor, higher than that of all the other nobles. All the royal officials of the king's gate knelt down and paid honor to Haman. For the king had commanded this concerning him, but Mordecai would not kneel down or pay him honor. When the royal officials at the king's gate asked Mordecai, "Why do you disobey the king's command?" Day after day, they asked him to. They spoke to him, but he refused to comply. Therefore, they told him about it to see whether Mordecai's behavior would be tolerated, for he had told them he was a Jew. When Haman saw that Mordecai would not kneel down or pay him honor, he was enraged. Yet, having learned whom Mordecai's people were, he scorned the idea of killing only Mordecai. Instead, Haman looked for a way to destroy all Mordecai's people, the Jews, throughout the whole kingdom of Success. In the 12th year of King Success, in the first month, the month of Nisan, the pool, that is, the lot was cast in the presence of Haman to select a day and month, and the lot fell on the 12th month, the month of Adar. Then Haman said to King Success, "There's a certain people dispersed among the peoples in all the provinces of your kingdom, who keep themselves separate. Their customs are different from those of all other people, and they do not obey the king's laws. It is not in the king's best interest to tolerate them. If it pleases the king, let a decree be issued to destroy them, and I will give 10,000 talents of silver to the king's administrators for the royal treasury." So the king took his signet ring from his finger and gave it to Haman, son of Hammedatha, the Agagite, the enemy of the Jews. "Keep the money," the king said to Haman, "and do with the people as you please." Then on the 13th day of the first month, the royal secretaries were summoned. They wrote out in the script of each province and in the language of each people all Haman's orders to the king's satraps and the governors of the various provinces and the nobles of the various peoples. These were written in the name of King Success himself and sealed with his own ring. Dispatches were sent by the couriers to all the king's provinces with orders to destroy, kill, and annihilate all the Jews, young and old, women and children, on a single day, the 13th day of the 12th month, the month of Adar, and to plunder their goods. A copy of the text of the edict was to be issued as law in every province and made known to the people of every nationality that they would be ready for that day. The couriers were sent out, spurred on the king's command, and the edict was issued in the citadel of Susa. The king and Haman sat down to drink, but the city of Susa was bewildered. Mordecai pursues Esther to help. When Mordecai learned of all that had been done, he tore his clothes, put on a sackcloth and ashes, and went into the city, wailing loudly and bitterly. But he went only as far as the king's gate, because no one clothed in sackcloth was allowed to enter it. In every province to which the edict and the order of the king came, there was great mourning among the Jews, with fasting, weeping, and wailing. Many lay in sackcloth and ashes. When Esther's eunuchs and female attendants came and told her about Mordecai, she was in great distress. She sent clothes for him to put on instead of his sackcloth, but he would not accept them. Then Esther summoned Hathach, one of the king's eunuchs, and assigned to attend her, and ordered him to find out what was troubling Mordecai and why. So Hathach went to Mordecai in the open square of the city in front of the king's gate. Mordecai told him everything that had happened to him, including the exact amount of money Haman had promised to pay into the royal treasury for the destruction of the Jews. He also gave him a copy of the text edict for their annihilation, which had been published in Susa, to show to Esther and explain to her. And he told him to instruct her to go into the king's presence, to beg for mercy and plead with him for her people. Hathach went back and reported to Esther what Mordecai had said. Then he instructed him to say to Mordecai, all the king's officials and the peoples of the royal province know that for any man or woman who approaches the king in the inner court without being summoned, the king has but one law, that they must be put to death unless the king extends the gold scepter to them and spares their lives. But 30 days have passed since I was called to go to the king. When Esther's words were reported to Mordecai, he sent back this answer. Do not think that because you are in the king's house, you alone of all the Jews will escape. For if you remain silent at this time, relief and deliverance of the Jews will arise from another place, but you and your father's family will perish. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? Then Esther sent his reply to Mordecai, go gather together all the Jews who are in Susa and fast for me. Do not eat or drink for 3 days, night or day, and I and my attendants will fast as you do. When this is done, I will go to the king, even though it is against the law, and if I perish, I will perish. So Mordecai went away and carried all of Esther's instructions, Esther's request to the king. On the third day, Esther put on her royal robes and stood in the inner court of the palace in front of the king's hall. The king was seated on his royal throne in the hall, facing the entrance. When he saw Queen Esther standing in the court, he was pleased with her and held out to her the gold scepter that was in his hand. So Esther approached and touched the tip of the scepter. Then the king asked her, what is it, Queen Esther? What is your request? Even up to the half of the kingdom, it will be given you. If it pleases the king, replied Esther, let the king, together with Haman, come today to a banquet I have prepared for him. Bring Haman at once, the king said, so that they may do what Esther asks. So the king and Haman went to the banquet Esther had prepared, and as they were drinking wine, the king again asked Esther, now, what is your petition? It will be given you. And what is your request? Even up to half the kingdom, it will be granted. Esther replied, my petition and my request is this. If the king regards me with favor, and if it pleases the king to grant my petition and fulfill my request, let the king and Haman come tomorrow to the banquet I will prepare for them. Then I will answer the king's request. Haman's rage against Mordecai. Haman went out that day happy and in high spirits. But when he saw Mordecai at the king's gate and observed that he neither rose nor showed fear in his presence, he was filled with rage against Mordecai. Nevertheless, Haman restrained himself and went home. Calling together his friends and Zeresh his wife, Haman boasted to them about his vast wealth. his sons, many sons, and all the ways the king had honored him and how he had elevated him above other nobles and officials. And that's not all. Haman added, I'm the only person Queen Esther invited to accompany the king to the banquet she gave. And she has invited me along with the king tomorrow. But all this gives me no satisfaction as long as I see that Jew, Mordecai, sitting at the king's gate. His wife Zeresh and all his friends said to him, have a pole set up, reaching to a height of 50 cubits, and ask the king in the morning to have Mordecai impaled on it. Then go with the king to the banquet and enjoy yourselves. These suggestions delighted Haman, and he had the pole set up.
That night, the king could not sleep, so he ordered the book of Chronicles, the record of his reign, to be brought in and read to him. It was found recorded that Mordecai had exposed Bigthana and Teresh, two of the king's officers who had guarded the doorway, who had conspired to assassinate King Xerxes. What honor and recognition has Mordecai received for this? The king asked. Nothing has been done for him, his attendant answered. The king said, Who is in the court? Now Haman had just entered the outer court of the palace to speak to the king about impaling Mordecai on the pole he had set for him. His attendants answered, Haman is standing in the court. Bring him in, the king ordered. When Haman entered, the king asked him, What should be done for the man the king delights to honor? Now Haman had thought to himself, Who is there that the king would rather honor than me? So he answered the king, For the man the king delights to honor, have them bring a royal robe the king has worn and a horse the king has ridden, one with royal crest placed on its head. Then let the robe and horse be entrusted to one of the king's most noble prince. Let them robe the man the king delights to honor, and lead him on the horse through the city streets, proclaiming before him, This is what is done to the man the king delights to honor. Go at once, the king commanded Haman. Get the robe and the horse, and do just as you have suggested for Mordecai the Jew, who sits at the king's gate. Do not neglect anything you have recommended. So Haman got the robe and the horse. He robed Mordecai and led him on horseback through the city streets, proclaiming before him, This is what is done to the man the king delights to honor. Afterwards, Mordecai returned to the king's gate, but Haman rushed home with his head covered in grief and told Zeresh, his wife, all his friends, everything that had happened to him. His advisers and his wife Zeresh said to him, Since Mordecai, before whom your downfall has started, is of Jewish origin, you cannot stand against him. You will surely come to ruin. While they were still talking with him, the king eunuch arrived and hurried Haman away from the banquet Esther had prepared. Chapter 7. So the king and Haman went to Queen Esther's banquet, and as they were drinking wine on the second day, the king again asked, Queen Esther, what is your petition? It will be given you. What is your request? Even up to half the kingdom, it will be granted. Then Queen Esther answered, If I have found favor with you, your majesty, And if it pleases you, grant me my life. This is my petition, and spare my people. This is my request. For I and my people have been sold to be destroyed, killed, and annihilated. If we had merely been sold as male and female slaves, I would have kept quiet. But no such distress will justify disturbing the king. King Xerxes asked Queen Esther, who is he? Where is the man who has dared to do such thing? Esther said, an adversary and enemy, this vile Haman. Then Haman was terrified before the king and queen. The king got up in a rage, left his wine, and went out into the palace garden. But Haman, realizing that the king had already decided his fate, stayed behind to beg Queen Esther for his life. Just as the king returned from the palace garden to the banquet hall, Haman, who was falling on the couch where Esther was reclining, the king exclaimed, Will he even molest the queen while she is with me in the house? As soon as the word left the king's mouth, they covered Haman's face. Then Habona, one of the eunuchs attending the king, said, a pole reaching to the heights of the 50 cubits stands by Haman's house. He had it set up for Mordecai, who spoke up to help the king. The king said, impale him on it. So they impaled Haman on the pole he has set up for Mordecai. Then the king's fury subsided. Verse 8. The same day, King Xerxes gave Queen Esther the estate of Haman, the enemy of the Jews. And Mordecai came into the presence of the king, for Esther had told how he had related to her. The king took off his signet ring, which he had reclaimed from Haman, and presented it to Mordecai. And Esther appointed him over Haman's estate. Esther again pleaded with the king, falling at his feet and weeping. She begged him to put an end to the evil plan of Haman and Haman the Agagite, which he had devised against the Jews. Then the king extended the golden scepter to Esther, and she rose and stood before him. If it pleases the king, she said, and if he regards me with favor and thinks it right thing to do, and if he is pleased with me, let an order be written overruling the dispatch that Haman, son of Hammedatha, the Agagite, devised and wrote to destroy the Jews in all the king's province. For how can I bear to see disaster fall on my people? How can I bear to see the destruction of my family? King Xerxes replied to Queen Esther and to Mordecai the Jews, because Haman attacked the Jews, I have given his estate to Esther, and they have impaled him on the pole he set up. Now write another decree in the king's name, in behalf of the Jews, as seems best to you, and seal it with the king's signet ring. For no document written in the king's name and sealed with his ring can be revoked. At once, the royal secretary was summoned. On the 23rd day of the third month, the month of Sivan, they wrote out all Mordecai's order to Jews and to the satraps, governor and noble of the 127 provinces, stretching from India to Kush. These orders were written in the script of each province and the language of each people, and also to the Jews in their own script and language. Mordecai wrote in the name of King Xerxes, sealed the dispatches with the king's signet ring, and sent them to be mounted couriers, who rode fast horse especially bred for the king. The king's edict granted the Jews in every city the right to assemble and protect themselves to destroy, kill, and annihilate armed men of any nationality or province who might attack them, and their women and their children, and to plunder the properties of their enemy. The day appointed for the Jews to do so, this in all the province of King Xerxes, was the 13th day of the 25th month, and the month of Adar. A copy of the text of the edict was to be issued as law in every province, and made known to the Jews in every nationality, so that the king Jews would be ready on the day to avenge themselves on their enemies. The courier riding the royal horse went out, spurred by the king's command, and the edict was issued in the citadel of Susa. When Mordecai left the king's presence, he was wearing a royal garment of blue and white, a large crown of gold, and a purple robe of fine linen, and the city of Susa held a joyous celebration. For the Jews, it was a time of happiness and joy, gladness and honor. In every province and in every city to which the edict of the kings came, there was joy and gladness among the Jews, with feasting and celebrating. And many people of other nationalities became Jews because fear of the Jews had seized them. On the 13th day of the 12th month, the month of Adar, the edict commanded by the king was to be carried out. On this day, the enemies of the Jews had hoped to overpower them. By now, the tables were turned, and the Jews got the upper hand over those who had hated them. The Jews assembled in their cities in all the provinces of King Xerxes to attack those determined to destroy them. No one could stand against them, because the people of all the other nationalities were afraid of them, and all the noble of the provinces, the satraps, the governors, and the king's administration helped the Jews, because fear of Mordecai had seized them. Mordecai was prominent in the palace. His reputation spread throughout the provinces, and he became more and more powerful. The Jews struck down all their enemies with sword, killing and destroying them. And they did what they pleased to those who hated them. In the citadel of Susa, the Jews killed and destroyed 500 men. They also killed Pashdara, Dolphnon, Aspatha, Porath, Adalia, Aridatha, Pamashta, Arisai, Aridai, and Vaizatha, the son of Haman, the son of Hamadatha, and the enemy of the Jews. By they did not lay hand on the plunder. The number of those killed in the citadel of Susa was reported to the king that same day. The king said to Queen Esther, "The Jews have killed and destroyed 500 men and the 10 sons of Haman in the citadel of Susa. What have they done in the rest of the king's province? Now, what is your petition? It will be given you. What is your request? It will also be granted." If it pleases the king, Esther answered, "Give the Jews in Susa permission to carry out this day's edict, tomorrow also, and let the Haman's 10 sons be impaled on pole." So the king commanded that this be done. An edict was issued in Susa, and they impaled the 10 sons of Haman. The Jews in Susa came together on the 14th day of the month of Adar, and they put to death in Susa 300 men, but they did not lay hand on the plunder. Meanwhile, the remainder of the Jews who were in the king's province also assembled to protect themselves and get relief from their enemy. They killed 75,000 of them, but did not lay hand on the plunder. This happened on the 13th day of the month of Adar, and on the 14th they rested and made it a day of feasting and joy. The Jews in Susa, however, had assembled on the 13th and 14th, and then on the 15th they rested and made it a day of feasting and joy. That is why rural Jews, those living in the village, observed the 14th of the month of Adar as a day of feasting and a day of giving presents to each other. Mordecai recorded these events and sent letters to all the Jews throughout the provinces of King Xerxes, near and far, to have them celebrate annually the 14th and the 15th day of the month of Adar, as the time when the Jews got relief from their enemies, and as the month when their sorrow was turned into joy, and their mourning into a day of celebration. He wrote them to observe the day as a day of feasting and joy, and giving presents of food to one another and gifts to the poor. So the Jews agreed to continue the celebration they had begun, doing what Mordecai had written to them. For Haman, son of Hammedatha, the Agagite, the enemy of the Jews, had plotted against the Jews to destroy them, and had cast the pearl, that is, the lot, for their ruin and destruction. But when the plot came to the king's attention, he issued written orders that the evil scheme Haman had devised against the Jews should come back into his own head, and that he and his son should be impaled on poles. Therefore, these days were called Purim, from the word Pur, because of everything written in this letter, and because of what they had seen and what had happened to them. The Jews took it on themselves to establish the custom that they and their descendants and all who joined them should without fail observe this day every year in the way prescribed and at the time appointed. This day should be remembered and observed in every generation, but every family and in every province and in every city, and this day of Purim should never fail to be celebrated by the Jews, nor should the memory of these days die out amongst their descendants. So Queen Esther, daughter of Abihail, along with Mordecai, the Jews, wrote with full authority to confirm this second letter concerning Purim. And Mordecai sent letter to all the Jews in the 127 province of Xerxes' kingdom, word of goodwill and assurance to establish these days of Purim at their designated time, as Mordecai the Jews and Queen Esther had decreed for them, and as they had established for themselves their descendants, and in regard to their times of feasting and lamentation, Esther decreed, confirmed their regulations about Purim, and it was written down in the records. 10. King Xerxes imposed tribute throughout the empire to its distant shores, and all his act of power and might, together with all account of greatness of Mordecai, whom the king had promoted, as are they not written in the book of Annals of the king of Mordecai and Persia? Mordecai the Jew was second in rank of King Xerxes, preeminent among the Jews, and he held in high esteem by his fellow Jews, because he worked for good of his people and spoke up for the welfare of all the Jews.
Job chapter 1. In the land of Uz, there lived a man whose name was Job. This man was blameless and upright. He feared God and shunned evil. He had 7 sons and 3 daughters, and he owned 7,000 sheep. 3,000 camels, 500 yoke of oxen, and 500 donkeys, and a large number of servants. He was the greatest man among all the people of the East. His sons used to hold feasts in their homes on their birthdays, and they would invite their 3 sisters to eat and drink with them. When a period of feasting had run its course, Job would make arrangements for them to be purified. Early in the morning, he would sacrifice a burnt offering for each of them, thinking, perhaps my children have sinned and cursed God in their hearts. This was Job's regular custom. One day, the angels came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came with them. The Lord said to Satan, "Where have you come from?" Satan answered the Lord, "From roaming throughout the earth, going back and forth on it." Then the Lord said to Satan, "Have you considered my servant Job? There is no one on earth like him. He is blameless and upright, a man who fears God and shuns evil. Does Job fear God for nothing?" Satan replied, "Have you not put a hedge around him, his household, and everything he has? You have blessed the work of his hands, so that his flocks and herds spread throughout the land. But now stretch out your hand and strike everything he has, and he will surely curse you to your face." The Lord said to Satan, "Very well. Then everything he has is in your power, but on the man himself do not lay a finger." Then Satan went out from the presence of the Lord. One day when Job's son and daughters were feasting and drinking wine at the oldest brother's house, a messenger came to Job and said, "The oxen were plowing and the donkeys were grazing nearby, and the servants attacked and made off with them. They put the servants to the sword, and I am the only one who has escaped to tell you." While he was still speaking, another messenger came and said, "The fire of God fell from the heavens and burnt up the sheep and servants, and I am the only one who has escaped to tell you." While he was still speaking, another messenger came and said, "The Chaldeans formed 3 raiding parties and swept down on your camels and made off with them. They put the servants of the sword, and I am the only one who has escaped to tell you." While he was still speaking, yet another messenger came and said, "Your sons and daughters were feasting and drinking wine at the oldest brother's house, when suddenly a mighty wind swept in from the desert and struck the 4 corners of the house. It collapsed on them, and they are dead, and I'm the only one who has escaped to tell you." At this, Job got up and tore his robe and shaved his head. Then he fell to the ground in worship and said, "Naked I came from my mother's womb, and naked I will depart. The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. May the name of the Lord be praised." In all this, Job did not sin by charging God with wrongdoing. On another day, the angels came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came with them to present himself before him. And the Lord said to Satan, "Where have you come from?" Satan answered the Lord, "From roaming through the earth, going back and forth on it." Then the Lord said to Satan, "Have you considered my servant Job? There is no one on earth like him. He is blameless and upright, a man who fears God and shuns evil, and he still maintains his integrity, though you incited me against him to ruin him without any reason." "Skin for skin," Satan replied. "A man will give all he has for his own life, but now stretch out your hand and strike his flesh and bones, and he will surely curse you to your face." The Lord said to Satan, "Very well then, he is in your hands, but you must spare his life." So Satan went out from the presence of the Lord and afflicted Job with painful sores from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Then Job took a piece of broken pottery and scabbed himself with it as he sat among the ashes. His wife said to him, "Are you still maintaining your integrity? Curse God and die." He replied, "You are talking like a foolish woman. Shall we accept good from God and not trouble?" In all this, Job did not sin in what he said. When Job's 3 friends, Eliphaz and a Temanite builder, the Shuhite, and Zophar the Naphite, heard about all the troubles that had come upon him, they set out from their homes and met together by agreement to go and sympathize with him and comfort him. When they saw him from a distance, they could hardly recognize him. They began to weep aloud, and they tore their robes and sprinkled dust on their heads. When they sat on the ground with him for 7 days and 7 nights, no one said a word to him, because they saw how great his suffering was. After this, Job opened his mouth and cursed the day of his birth. He said, "May the day of my birth perish, and the night that say a boy is conceived, that day may turn to darkness. May God above not care about it. May no light shine on it. May gloom and utter darkness claim it once more. May a cloud settle over it. May blackness overwhelm it. That night may thick darkness seize it. May it not be included among the days of the year, nor be entered in any of the months. May that night be barren. May no shout of joy be heard in it. May those who cast days cast that day. Those who are ready to rouse Leviathan, may its morning stars become dark. May it wait for daylight in vain. I now see the first rays of dawn, for it did not shut the doors of the womb on me to hide trouble from my eyes. Why did I not perish at birth and die as I came from the womb? Where were their knees to receive me, and breast that I might be nursed? For now I will be lying down in peaceful. I will be asleep and at rest with kings and rulers of the earth who build for themselves places, not lying in ruins with princes who had gold, who filled their houses with silver. Or why was I not hidden away in the ground like a stillborn child, like an infant who never saw the light of the day? There the wicked cease from turmoil, and there the weary are at rest. Captives also enjoy their ease. They no longer hear the slave drivers shout. The small and the great are there, and the slaves are free from their owners. Why is it light given to those in misery, and life to the bitter of soul, to those who long for death that does not come, who search for it more than for hidden treasures, who are filled with gladness and rejoice when they reach the grave? Why is life given to man whose way is hidden, whom God has edged in? For sighing has become my daily food, my grounds pour out like water. What I feared has come upon me, what I dreaded has happened to me. I have no peace, no quietness, I have no rest, but only turmoil. Chapter 4. Then Eliphaz the Temanite replied, if someone ventures a word with you, will you be impatient, but you can keep from speaking? Think how you have been instructed many, how you have strengthened feeble hands. Your words have supported those who stumbled. You have strengthened faltering knees, but now trouble comes to you, and you are discouraged. It strikes you, and your dismay. Should not your pity be your confidence, and your blameless ways your awe? Consider now who, being innocent, has ever perished, where were the upright ever destroyed, as I have observed those who plow evil, and those who sow trouble reap it. At the breath of God they perish, at the blast of his anger they are no more. The lands may roar and grow, yet the teeth of the great lions are broken. The land perishes for lack of prey, and the cubs of the lioness are scattered. A word was secretly brought to me. My ears caught a whisper of it amid disquieting dreams in the night. When deep sleep falls on people, fear and trembling seized me and made all my bones shake. A spirit glided past my face, and the air on my body stood on end. It stopped, but I could not tell what it was. A form stood before my eyes, and I heard a hushed voice. Can a mortal be more righteous than God? Can even a strong man be more pure than his maker? If God places no trust in his servant, if he charges his angels with error, how much more those who live in houses of clay, whose foundation are in the dust, who are crushed more readily than a moth between dawn and dusk? They are broken to pieces, and notice they perish forever. And all the cords of their tent pulled up, so that they die without wisdom. Chapter 5. Call if you will, but who will answer you? To which of the holy ones will you turn? Resentment kills the fools, and envy slaves the simple. I myself have seen a fool taking root, but suddenly his house was cursed. His children are far from safety, crushed in court without a defender. The angry consume his harvest, taking it even from among thorns, and the thirsty pant after his wealth. For hardship does not spring from the soil, nor does trouble sprout from the ground. Yet man is born to trouble, as surely as sparks fly upward. But if I were you, I would appeal to God. I would lay my cause before him. He performs wonders that cannot be fathomed, miracles that cannot be counted. He provides rain for the earth. He sends water on the countryside. The lowly he sets on high, and those who mourn are lifted to safety. He thwarts the plans of the crafty, so that their hands achieve no success. He catches the wise in their craftiness, and the schemes of the wily are swept away. Darkness comes upon them in the daytime, at noon they gropers in the night. He saves the needy from the sword in their mouth. He saves them from the clutches of the powerful. So the poor have hope, and justice shuts its mouth. Blessed is the one who God corrects. So do not despise the discipline of the Almighty. For he wounds, but he also binds up. He injures, but his hands also heal. From 6 calamities he will rescue. Even in 7 no harm will touch you. In famine he will deliver you from death, and in battle from the stroke of the sword. You will be protected from the lash of the tongue, and need not fear when destruction comes. You laugh at destruction and famine, and need not fear the wild animals, for you will have a covenant with the stones of the field, and the wild animals will be at peace with you. You will know that your tent is secure. You will take stock of your property and find nothing missing. You will know that your children will be many, and your descendants like the grass of the earth. You will come to the grave in full vigor, like sheaves gathered in season. We have examined this, and it is true. So hear it and apply it to yourself. Then Job replied, if only my anguish could be weighed, and all my misery be placed on the scales, it will surely outweigh the sound of the seas. No wonder my words have been impetuous. The arrows of the Almighty are in me. My spirit drinks in their poison. Goat terrors are marshaled against me. Does a wild donkey bray when it has grass, or an ox bellow when it has fodder? It tastes less food, even eaten without salt, or is there flavor in the sap of the mallow. I refuse to touch it. Such foods make me ill. Oh, that I might have my request, that God will grant what I hope for, that God will be willing to crush me, to let loose his hand and cut off my life. Then I would still add this consolation, my joy in unrelenting pain, that I have not denied the words of the Holy One. What strength do I have that I should still hope? What prospect that I should be patient? Do I have the strength of stone? Is my flesh bronze? Do I have any power to help myself on that success has been driven from me? Anyone who withholds kindness from a friend forsakes the fear of the Almighty. But my brothers are as independable as intermittent streams, as the streams that overflow when darkened by thawing ice and swollen with melting snow. But that stop flowing in the dry season, and the air vanish from their channels. Caravans turn aside from their routes, they go off into the wasteland and perish. The caravans of the Tema look for water. The traveling merchants of Sheba looking up, they are distressed because they had been confident. They arrived there only to be disappointed. Now you too have proved to be of no help. You see something dreadful and are afraid. Have I ever said, give something on my behalf? Pay a ransom for me from your wealth. Deliver me from the hand of the enemy. Rescue me from the clutches of the ruthless. Teach me and I will be quiet. Show me where I have been wrong. How painful are honest words. But what do your arguments prove? Do you mean to correct what I say and treat my desperate words as wind? You would even cast lots for the fatherless and batter away your friend. But now be so kind as to look at me. Would I lie to your face? Relent, do not be unjust. Consider, for my integrity is at stake. Is there any wickedness on my lips? Can my mouth not discern my lies? Chapter 7. Do not mortals have had service on earth, are not their days like those of higher laborers, like a slave longing for the evening shadows, or a higher laborer waiting to be paid? So I have been allotted months of futility, and nights of misery have been assigned to me. When I lie down, I think how long before I get up. The night drags on, and I toss and turn until dawn. My body is clothed with worms and scabs. My skin is broken and festering. My days are swifter than a weaver's shuttle, and they come to an end without hope. Remember, O God, that my life is at a breath. My eyes will never see happiness again. The eye that now sees me will see me no longer. You will look for me, but I will be no more. As a cloud vanishes and is gone, so one who goes down to the grave does not return. He will never come to his house again. His place will know him no more. Therefore, I will not keep silent. I will speak out in the anguish of my spirit. I will complain in the bitterness of my soul. Am I the sea or the monster of the deep, that you put me under guard? When I think my bed will comfort me and my couch will ease my complaint, even when you frighten me with dreams and terrify me with visions, so that I prefer struggling and death rather than this body of mine. I despise my life. I will not live forever. Let me alone. My days have no meaning. What is mankind that you make so much of them, that you give them so much attention, that you examine them every morning and test them every moment? Will you never look away from me, or let me alone even for an instant? Or if I have sinned, what have I done to you? You who see everything we do, why have you made your target? Have I become a burden to you? Why do you not pardon my offenses and forgive my sins? For I will soon lie down in the dust. You will search for me, but I'll be no more. Bildad. Then Bildad the Shuhite replied, how long will you say such things? Your words are a blasting wind. Does God pervert justice? Does the Almighty pervert what is right? When your children sin against him, he gave them over to the penalty of the sin. But if you seek God earnestly and plead with the Almighty, if you are pure and upright, even now he will arouse himself on your behalf and restore you to your prosperous state. Your beginnings will seem humble, so prosperous will your future be. Ask the former generation and find out what the ancestors learned. For we are born only yesterday and know nothing, and our days on earth are but a shadow. Will they not instruct you and tell you? Will they not bring forth words from their understanding? Can papyrus grow tall where there is no marsh? Can reeds thrive without water? While still growing and uncut, they wither more quickly than grass. Such is the destiny of all who forget God. For perishes the hope of the godless. What they trust in is fragile. What they rely on is a spider webs. They lean on the web, but it gives way. They cling to it, but it does not all. They are like a well-watered plant in the sunshine, spreading its shoots over the garden. It entwines its roots around a pile of rocks and looks for a place among the stones, but when it is torn from its spot, that place disowns it and says, I never saw you. Surely its life withers away, and from the soil other plants grow. Surely God does not reject one who is blameless, or strengthen the hands of the evildoers. He will yet fill your mouth with laughter and your lips with shouts of joy. Your enemies will be clothed in shame, and the chains of the wicked will be no more. Chapter 9. There Job replied, Indeed, I know that is true. But how can mere mortals prove their innocence before God? Though they wish to dispute with him, they could not answer him one time out of 1,000. His wisdom is profound, his power is vast. Who has resisted him and come out unscathed? He moves mountains without their knowing it, and overturns them in his anger. He shakes the earth from its place and makes its pillars tremble. He speaks to the sun, and it does not shine. He sees of the light of the stars. He alone stretches out to heavens and treads on the waves of the sea. He is the maker of the beer and iron, the Pleiades and the constellation of the south. He performs wonders that cannot be fathomed, miracles that cannot be counted. When he passes me, I cannot see him. When he goes by, I cannot perceive him. If he snatches away, you can stop him. Who can say to him, what are you doing? God does not restrain his anger. Even the cohorts of Rahab covered at his feet. How then can I dispute with him? How can I find words to argue with him? Though I were innocent, I could not answer him. I could only plead with my judge for mercy. Even if I summoned him and he responded, I do not believe he would give me a hearing. He would crush me with a storm and multiply my wounds for no reason. He will not let the catch my breath, but will overwhelm me with mystery. If it is a matter of strength, he is mighty, and if it is a matter of justice, who can challenge him? If I were innocent, my mouth would condemn me. If I were blameless, it would pronounce me guilty. Although I am blameless, I have no concern for myself. I despise my own life. It is also all the same. That is why I say, destroy both the blameless and the wicked. When a skull brings sudden death, he mocks the despair of the innocent. When a lamb falls into the hands of the wicked, he blindfolds his judges. If it is not he, then who is it? My days are swifter than a runner, then fly away without a glimpse of joy, then skim past like boats of papyrus, like eagles swooping down on their prey. If I say I will forget my complaint, I will change my expression and my smile. I still dread all my sufferings, for I know you will not hold me innocent. Since I am already found guilty, why should I struggle in vain? Even if I wash myself with soap and my hands with cleansing powder, you will plunge me into a slime pit, so that even my clothes would distaste me. He is not a mere mortal like me, that I might answer him, that we might confront each other in court. If only there was someone to meditate between us, someone to bring us together, someone to remove God's role from me, so that his terror would frighten me no more. Then I would speak up without fear of him. But as it now stands with me, I cannot. Chapter 10. I look my very life, therefore I will give free rein to my complaint and speak out in the bitterness of my soul. I said to God, do not declare me guilty, but tell me what charges you have against me. Does it please you to oppress me, to span the work of your hands while you smile on the plans of the wicked? Do you have eyes of flesh? Do you see as a mortal sees? Are your days like those of a mortal, or your ears like those of a strong man, that you must search out my faults and probe after my sin, though you know that I am not guilty, that no one can rescue me from your hand? Your hands shaped me and made me. Will you now turn and destroy me? Remember that you molded me like clay. Will you now turn me to dust again? Did you not pour me out like milk, and cuddle me like cheese, clothe me with skin and flesh, and knit me together with bones and sinews? You gave me life and showed me kindness, and in your providence watched over my spirit. But this is what you concealed in your heart, and I know that this was in your mind. If I sinned, you would be watching me. You will not let my offense go unpunished. If I am guilty, woe to me. Even if I am innocent, I cannot lift my head, for I am full of shame and drowned in my affliction. If I hold my head high, you stalk me like a lion, and again display your awesome power against me. You bring new witnesses against me and increase your anger toward me. Your forces come against me, wave upon wave. But why then did you bring me out of the womb? I wish I had died before any eye saw me. If only I had never come into being, or had been carried straight from the womb to the grave. Are not my days almost over? Turn away from me, so I can have a moment's joy before I go to the place of no return, to the land of gloom and utter darkness, to the land of deepest night of utter darkness and disorder, where even the light is like darkness.
Chapter 11. Then Zippor the Naanite replied, Are all these words to go and answered is like talking to be vindicated, while you idle talk, riddle others to silent. Will no one rebuke you when you mock? You say to God, my believers and flawless, and I am pure in your sight. Oh, how I wish that God would speak, that he would open his lips against you, and disclose to you the secret of wisdom. For future wisdom has two sides. Know this, God has even forgotten some of your sins. Can you for them the mysteries of God? Can you probe the limits of the Almighty, the higher than the heavens above? What can you do? They are disappear that the death belong. What can you know? The measure is long that the earth and wider than the sea. If he comes along the confines you in prison and confers on courts, who can oppose him? Surely he recognizes the clever, and when he sees evils, does he not take note? But the witness come not, no more becomes